accidentally got a lottery system, which allows daily indulgence. Jiang Chen, let us break up. You can't give me the life I want, and I'm not about to gamble my entire future on a loser like you. So let us end it here. Xilan City. In an old district, inside a rundown courtyard. Liu Ruyan stood with a suitcase in hand, dressed in a sleek office lady outfit that perfectly accentuated her S-curve figure, perky hips, sheer black stockings, and those long, slender legs. Jiang Chen had a cigarette dangling from his lips as he stared at the girlfriend he had been with for 3 years. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. When the ex comes crawling back, the current one is doomed. 3 years of devotion might as well have fed it to the dogs. Jiang Chen and Liu Ruyan had been university classmates. But during their college days, her boyfriend wasn't Jiang Chen, it was her white moonlight, Yang Fan. In their senior year, Yang Fan left to study abroad and broke up with her. That same night, Liu Ruyan came to Jiang Chen in tears and asked if he'd be her boyfriend. Jiang Chen, who had secretly loved her for 4 years, agreed without hesitation. For the next 3 years, they were officially together, moved in, and even began planning for marriage. But then, Yang Fan returned to China. Liu Ruyan began spacing out more and more. Jiang Chen woke up several nights to see her secretly chatting with Yang Fan on WeChat while lying beside him. Worse yet, one night she came home drunk, got intimate with Jiang Chen, and accidentally called out Yang Fan's name in bed. So Jiang Chen had long known it was only a matter of time before they broke up. And sure enough, that day had come. Heh. So it's just because your white moonlight is back, huh? You saw Yang Fan's loaded now, so you wanna rekindle the flame. Liu Ruyan, if you had just been honest, I might be respected you a little. But this disgusting act of yours makes me sick. As Jiang Chen finished speaking, a flash of panic crossed Liu Ruyan's face. She thought she hit it well. Little did she know Jiang Chen had seen through her rekindled flame with Yang Fan long ago. But after a moment of fluster, Liu Ruyan quickly composed herself. With a sneer, she replied, "That's right. Last night, Yang Fan agreed to get back with me. We're together again. So what? He's richer and more successful than you. What, was I supposed to waste my life on a broke loser like you?" Staring at her mocking face, Jiang Chen fought back his anger and said in a deep voice, "Liu Ruyan, I'm done talking. Get out." Heh. She snorted coldly, then dragged her suitcase and walked out of the courtyard without looking back. Inside the room, Jiang Chen lit another cigarette and stared blankly at the ceiling. His thoughts were adrift. Yang Fan was a returnee from overseas and had landed a management position at some major company. Word was his monthly salary started at 100,000 yuan. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had struggled to find a proper job after college. So he became a food delivery guy. To save up for marriage with Liu Ruyan, Jiang Chen worked relentlessly for the past 3 years, rain or shine, pulling in 10 to 20k a month. But even with that, he couldn't afford a single apartment in Xilan City. On top of that, Liu Ruyan was a materialistic woman with expensive taste. Nearly all of Jiang Chen's earnings were spent on her, leaving little to save. Still, he didn't feel too bitter or regretful. Yes, Liu Ruyan was shallow, vain, manipulative, and a total green TBTCH. But to be fair, she was also gorgeous, had an amazing body, smooth talk, and even knew how to fight. Jiang Chen figured whatever. He basically spent 3 years raising a canary in a gilded cage. Could have been worse. Now that she was gone, he actually felt a sense of relief. No more saving for bride price. No more exhausting deliveries. The burden was off his shoulders. He felt a strange sense of liberation. As for love? Screw that fairy tale bullshit. You think I can't survive without love? Ding. Detecting hostess emotional shutdown. Lottery system activated. Ding. System initializing, please wait. Ding. Host Jiang Chen successfully bound to the lottery system. For usage instructions, please check the main interface. Suddenly, a string of digital notifications rang in Jiang Chen's ears. He was stunned. Was he hallucinating? But when he rubbed his eyes, a 3D virtual projection appeared in front of him. Lucky spin wheel. Available spins, 3. Inventory, empty. A giant virtual roulette wheel hovered in his vision with a pointer, a button, and 5 cartoon icons drawn on it: gold coins, cards, potion bottles, books, and a question mark. Each icon had its own color and space on the wheel. Gold coins took up nearly half the wheel, by far the largest. Cards came second, about a quarter of the wheel. Bottles were third in size. Books came fourth. Question marks had the tiniest slice, barely the width of a pinky finger. In short, coins, cards, bottles, books, question marks. Holy shit! Jiang Chen shouted, rubbing his eyes again. But the 3D projection was still floating right there. His blood instantly began to boil. Hell yeah! Did I just get a golden finger? I'm freaking blessed. As an avid web novel addict, Jiang Chen had read at least 8,000 if not 10,000 novels. He knew exactly what a system was. What a golden finger was. There was no mistaking it. He never imagined one day the stuff from those stories would actually happen to him. Say no more. Time to figure out how this thing works. System. Where's the manual? Show me now. As soon as Jiang Chen thought this, a new screen popped up before his eyes. Lottery System User Manual. 1. The host receives 3 free draws per day. Unused draws can carry over to the next day. 2. Prizes from the spin are automatically stored in the system inventory. Host can use them via mental command. 3. The system inventory only stores items generated by the system. Real-world items cannot be stored. 4. The final interpretation rights belong to the system. Any major changes will be announced immediately. Chapter 2, Spin the Wheel, Young Man. Inside the room. It only took Jiang Chen a minute to get familiar with how the system worked. Heh. Let us try a spin for fun. With a single thought, Jiang Chen mentally clicked the lottery button. In the next second, the pointer on the wheel began to spin. That's right. It wasn't either wheel that was spinning, it was the pointer itself. The red pointer spun clockwise at lightning speed. After about 3 seconds, it gradually slowed down. Finally. Click. A soft sound rang out, and the pointer came to a stop within a section of the wheel, one that had a cartoon gold coin on it. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've won 10 million Dragon Nation currency. Ding! Reward is being processed. Please wait. Ding! 10 million Dragon Nation currency has been deposited into your bank account. This system guarantees that all funds come from legitimate sources and will not cause any trouble for the host. A series of system notifications rang in Jiang Chen's ears, and the next moment, his phone buzzed with a new bank transfer notification. Dragon Nation Bank, account ending in 5418, has received a transfer of 10 million.00 summer currency on July 7 at 10:10. New balance, 10,520.48. Jiang Chen stood there in a daze. He never expected that with just one casual click, he'd instantly become a millionaire. Was this a dream? Smack. Jiang Chen suddenly pinched himself hard, and a sharp pain made him grimace. Damn. Pinched too hard. That hurt like hell. Who? Jiang Chen let out a long breath. His previously blank expression quickly transformed into one of wild joy. Since the system is so generous, how can I let it down? There are still 2 more spins today. Say no more. Spin again. Whoosh. Once more, Jiang Chen mentally tapped the lottery button, and the pointer began spinning rapidly again. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Click. The pointer stopped steadily on the gold coin area again. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've won a Ferrari LaFerrari. The system notification rang out before Jiang Chen could even react, and the next moment, a file folder suddenly appeared in his hand. Whoosh! Filled with curiosity and a bit of shock, Jiang Chen opened the folder. To his surprise, it contained a Ferrari car key, a vehicle registration certificate, a purchase invoice, tax receipt, insurance policy, and more. Jiang Chen picked up the vehicle registration and flipped it open. There it was, his name clearly written, along with the license plate, LAN.JC666. What the hell? This time, the system was even faster. In the blink of an eye, it had completed all the registration and paperwork, and even delivered the keys, documents, and insurance straight into his hands. Say no more. This deserves a 5-star rating and massive thumbs up for the system. Oh right, brother system, whereas my Ferrari La Ferrari parked. Ding! Host S Ferrari La Ferrari is currently parked in a nearby underground parking lot. The exact location has been sent to your phone. Thanks, brother system. Ding! You're welcome. Jiang Chen didn't rush out to find his Ferrari. Instead, he opened the lottery page once more and mentally clicked the button. Whoosh! The pointer spun rapidly again. This would be his last chance to spin today. Suddenly, Jiang Chen felt nervous. He stared intensely at the pointer, silently praying in his heart, spirits of heaven and earth, ancestors of luck, Liu Ruyan, show me a sign, please let me win something big. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Maybe his prayers were working. The pointer passed over their gold coin section and continued into their card area. Hey! Looking good. The pointer was clearly running out of steam. No way it'd go full circle and land back on gold coin again. But would it stop in card, or would it drift over and land on bottle? Hard to predict. Click. Just then, the pointer made a soft sound. It had slid past card and landed right on the edge of bottle. That's right. It stopped in the bottle section. Even if it barely grazed the edge, it still counted. The pointer was clearly inside the bottle zone. Based on the prize hierarchy, gold coin, card, bottle, book, ? The smaller the area, the higher the prize level. Bottle should be a third tier prize, right? Ding! Congratulations, host, you've received 1 bottle of potion. Whoosh! A red bottle suddenly popped up on the screen and was quickly stored in the system's inventory. What the heck? A potion? What's it for? Jiang Chen quickly opened the inventory with a thought, and a backpack-like interface appeared in front of him. It had over 100 item slots. In the very first slot on the top row, a red potion sat quietly. Gene potion, upon consumption, modifies genetic structure, enhances physical attributes, and significantly boosts strength, agility, stamina, mental focus, and vitality. Holy crap! A gene-modifying, body-enhancing potion. Are we in a sci-fi movie now? That's insane. Whoosh! With a thought, the gene potion appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. Without hesitation, he twisted off the cap and chugged it straight into his mouth. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Surprisingly, it tasted amazing, sweet and sour, kind of like yogurt. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Jiang Chen finished the gene potion and even burped. But in the next second, his expression twisted. So hot. It felt like a fire was raging inside his body. No. It wasn't just fire, it felt like he was going to explode. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, Jiang Chen heard his own bones making terrifying cracking sounds. And that wasn't all. In just a blink, every muscle in his body started twisting and contorting wildly. So painful. What the hell kind of potion is this crap? It's killing me. Jiang Chen's eyes bulged, his mouth gaped, and his whole body curled up as he writhed uncontrollably on the bed. No one knew how much time had passed. His eyelids grew heavy, his heartbeat slowed, and even his vision faded into a white blur. Is this it? Am I going to die? But I just got my cheat system. I haven't even started my overpowered journey. Dying now would be way too unfair. No. I can't die. I must live. Suddenly, a powerful desire to survive surged in Jiang Chen's heart. His eyes rolled back, his head tilted. And then he passed out cold on the bed. Chapter 3, Big Thunder Beauty. Afternoon. Jiang Chen's room. A ray of sunlight shone in through the window and directly fell on Jiang Chen's face. Jiang Chen frowned, then slowly opened his eyes. After staring blankly at the ceiling for a few seconds, Jiang Chen suddenly started and sat up from the bed. I'm not dead. I survived. I successfully completed the genetic modification and my body was strengthened. Whoosh! Jiang Chen jumped out of bed and rushed to the closet in 2 steps. This old-fashioned mahogany wardrobe has a dressing mirror embedded in the door. As soon as Jiang Chen came in front of the mirror, he froze in place. Fuck! Is this still me? You don't know until you take a photo. You'll be shocked when you do. Jiang Chen in the mirror has completely changed. Although his face is still the same, his temperament has undergone a drastic change. If we say that Jiang Chen before was a sunny and handsome big boy, at this moment, Jiang Chen looked like a gentleman who was as gentle as jade, graceful, elegant, and had an extraordinary temperament. To put it simply, Jiang Chen went from being a little handsome guy to a super handsome guy. This is not over yet. Not only did Jiang Chen's temperament change, but his originally thin body also became very strong. His well-proportioned muscles and tones look quite attractive. Especially the 8 abdominal muscles, which are simply walking hormones and a deadly weapon of temptation for women. In addition, Jiang Chen felt as if he had endless energy in his body. His energy, spirit, and mind became extremely full, and he wanted to run a marathon right away. What the hell? Is this the benefit of genetic medicine? The effect is amazing. In order to verify how strong his body was, Jiang Chen immediately started moving around in the room. Whoosh! With a slight jump, his head almost touched the ceiling. Swish! I tried weightlifting and was able to lift the mahogany wardrobe with one hand. Swish, swish, swish. I did 200 push-ups in one breath without taking a break, and not even a drop of sweat fell from my body. Powerful. It's really too strong. Jiang Chen felt that his current body was like a human tank, a prehistoric beast, an armored soldier, an aircraft carrier. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen took a nice bath and changed into a clean set of casual clothes. I picked up my phone from the bedside and checked the time. Unexpectedly, it is already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon. In other words, Jiang Chen had just slept in bed for a full 6 hours. Swish! Jiang Chen took his cell phone and wallet, as well as a document bag containing the car keys and relevant car purchase documents, and prepared to go out to find his car. Squeak! The moment he pushed open the door, Jiang Chen suddenly saw a woman in the yard, squatting by the sink washing clothes. Huh? Why is she still here? Liu Ruyan has already moved away. As Liu Ruyan's best friend, why doesn't she follow Liu Ruyan? After a slight pause, Jiang Chen suddenly stopped and walked towards the woman. The woman who was washing clothes was named Su Yao, 25 years old, and was Liu Ruyan's college roommate. Because this shabby little courtyard is in a remote location, the rent is very cheap. After graduating from college, Jiang Chen and Liu Ruyan rented the west room, while Su Yao rented the east room. If you calculate it this way, Jiang Chen and Su Yao have been neighbors for 3 years. Let us get back to the topic. Su Yao has a pretty face like a foxy girl. She had a pair of charming peach blossom eyes and a teardrop mole under the right corner of her eye, which added a touch of tenderness to her already charming face. A charming vixen. Her looks are already extremely outstanding, and her body is also quite hot. A pair of eye-catching headlights, at least 30-60 or above. Combined with the slender waist like a willow swaying in the wind, it gives people a strong sense of thin branches with rich fruits hanging on them. One word, so big. This is not over yet. It would be fine if she had big breasts, a thin waist and a peach-shaped butt, but Su Yao also had a pair of long legs that countless women envied. From the neck down are legs. I'm talking about legs like Su Yao. However, birds of a feather flock together. Jiang Chen knew very well that Su Yao and Liu Ruyan were the same type of people, they were both gold diggers. However, Liu Ruyan hid her materialistic nature very well, while Su Yao had the word materialistic written clearly on her face. Jiang Chen clearly remembered that Su Yao once said a classic saying, "I would rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle." Over the years, Su Yao has always wanted to find a rich boyfriend and has always dreamed of marrying into a wealthy family and becoming a wealthy wife envied by countless women. But where are there so many rich second generations in this world? Since Su Yao entered society, with the increase of experience, she has gradually recognized the reality. She has no background and no ability, so it is almost impossible for her to marry into a wealthy family and become a rich wife. So, Su Yao's dream has basically been shattered. But she soon had a new dream. Since I can't be a rich wife, I'll just be a mistress to a rich young man. These days, people laugh at the poor but not the rich. As long as she has endless money, Su Yao doesn't care whether she has a legitimate status or not. Little splash, why didn't you move out with Liu Ruyan? Jiang Chen walked to Su Yao's side, looked her up and down unscrupulously, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This face, this figure, is much better than Liu Ruyan. Why was I so blind that I insisted on hanging myself on Liu Ruyan's crooked tree and gave up such a big forest outside? It's not worth it. The weather in Xilan City in July is already extremely hot. Today, Su Yao wore a white camisole top and white hot pants. None of this is the point. The point is, Su Yao is really talented. She wore that little white camisole in a way that made it look so tight that it seemed as if it was about to burst out. Every time Su Yao rubbed her clothes, the eye-catching headlights would tremble several times. Jiang Chen, who are you calling a little splash? I gave you face, didn't I? If you dare, try to yell again. When Su Yao heard the name, Little Splasher, she was like a kitten whose tail was stepped on, and her fur instantly exploded. Bang! She threw the clothes in her hand into the basin, then turned around and looked at Jiang Chen murderously. However, the next second, Su Yao froze in place. She stared at Jiang Chen with her eyes wide open and her mouth open, as if she had seen a ghost, with an incredible expression on her face. Fuck! Jiang Chen, did you go for plastic surgery? After a long time, Su Yao exclaimed and finally came to her senses. Your sister's face. Look at my face, does it look like it has been touched by a scalpel? Jiang Chen smiled disdainfully and gave Su Yao a mocking look. Then why did you suddenly become so handsome? Su Yao shook off the water droplets on her hands, took a few quick steps to Jiang Chen's front, and then stared at Jiang Chen's face from a close distance. This time, Su Yao looked very seriously and carefully, and even wanted to reach out and pinch Jiang Chen's face. Swish! Jiang Chen grabbed Su Yao's wrist in time and said with disgust, "Don't get the soap bubbles on your hands on my face." Mean! Su Yao's pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly, and then she withdrew her little hand covered with foam. Little guy, I'm giving you a chance to be with a rich guy now, do you want it? Jiang Chen suddenly smiled mysteriously, and a malicious light flashed in his eyes. Jiang Chen, you still dare to call me a little kid, you? When Su Yao heard the name, Little Splasher, she immediately got angry again. But just as she was about to get angry, she suddenly froze in place. Jiang Chen, what did you say just now? You wanted to introduce me to a tall, rich and handsome guy. Hee hee. Jiang Chen smiled lightly, and a look of contempt appeared on his face. I know a super rich young man from a wealthy family. Do you want to drive a luxury car, live in a luxury house, buy bags and luxury goods, and have endless pocket money every month? My friend, a second-generation super rich man, is not only young, handsome, and rich, but also very generous. As long as you call me BABA, I will introduce him to you. Chapter for easy to control. In the yard. Su Yao seemed a little absent-minded. I saw her holding a bright red dress and rubbing it repeatedly in a basin of water, not noticing that the dress was almost torn to pieces. Jiang Chen stood quietly beside Su Yao. My eyes were also attracted by the bright red dress. It looks like 2 bowls of food. Can it at least hold 2 kilograms of rice? Swish, swish, swish. As Su Yao was washing, she seemed to suddenly remember something. She turned around and asked with a hint of vigilance on her face, Jiang Chen, you were dumped by Liu Ruyan, and you were mentally stimulated, so you came all the way here to play a trick on me, right? Su Yao, you are such a stupid woman with big breasts and no brains. Jiang Chen smiled with disdain and said, it's not like you dumped me. As the saying goes, every wrong has its perpetrator, every debt has its creditor. Why would I want to play tricks on you? So what you just said is true. Su Yao stared straight into Jiang Chen's eyes, as if trying to tell from his eyes whether he was lying or not. Swish. Jiang Chen was too lazy to explain anything, but took out the Ferrari key from the file bag. Little Splash, look at what this is. Jiang Chen held the Ferrari keys and waved them in front of Su Yao, with a naughty smile on his face. Ferrari. Su Yao recognized the Ferrari logo at a glance. Her eyes lit up first, and then a hint of suspicion flashed across her face. Jiang Chen, your car key, could it be a lighter? What the hell? Is it a lighter? Can't you check it yourself? Show me now. Little Splash, wipe your hands first, don't dirty my car keys. Su Yao's attention was all attracted by the car keys. She seemed to have automatically ignored the fact that Jiang Chen called her Little Splasher again. Look. This is the benefit of having money. Under the temptation of money, even if Su Yao was once a proud school belle, she has to lower her head obediently at this moment. Hey! it really is the key to a Ferrari. Jiang Chen, is this the car that your rich second-generation friend lent you? Where is the car parked? Take me to see it. Su Yao finally showed a look of surprise on her face. She was seen holding the Ferrari key tightly, not only refusing to return the key to Jiang Chen, but also yelling at Jiang Chen to take her to see the car. Damn. It's really a small piece of merchandise. When I heard the word luxury supercar, my eyes lit up brighter than searchlights and my saliva almost flowed out. Little guy, I still say the same thing, as long as you call me boss. I'll drive this Ferrari LaFerrari and take you out for a spin, and by the way, I'll introduce you to that super rich second-generation friend. Jiang Chen took advantage of Su Yao's inattention and immediately snatched back the Ferrari's car keys, then took out a tissue and wiped the car keys with disgust on his face. What? You said this car is one of the 3 great sports cars in the sports car world, the Ferrari LaFerrari, limited to 499 units worldwide, and worth 22.5 million Dragon Country dollars. Su Yao opened her eyes wide, opened her mouth, and stood there blankly, with a look of shock on her face. She didn't even react when Jiang Chen took away her car keys. Yes, it's the Ferrari LaFerrari. Jiang Chen put the car keys in his pocket, then pretended to take out his phone to check the time, and said, "My super rich second-generation buddy has invited me to dinner tonight. I think it's getting late." Whoosh! Before Jiang Chen could finish his words, Su Yao rushed to his side and hugged his arms tightly with both hands. What are you going to do? Jiang Chen was startled and was about to push Su Yao away, but he suddenly felt 2 huge soft things on his arms. At this moment, Jiang Chen calmed down. If you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you're a bastard. Next, Jiang Chen looked stunned. Su Yao first hugged his arm, shook it gently a few times, then bit her lips lightly and shouted in a coquettish voice, "Ba. Little guy, you are so ticklish." Jiang Chen shook his arms calmly, as if testing the quality and performance of the headlights. Finally, we come to a conclusion: the goods are genuine and the price is fair, no deception. Definitely not a fake. Swish. Unexpectedly, Su Yao suddenly let go of Jiang Chen's arm. She raised her eyebrows, glared and said, "Jiang Chen, don't push your luck. I have already called you as you requested, that's it. Tonight, you must take me to meet your rich second-generation friend." Silence, no words. Jiang Chen didn't say anything, but just looked at Su Yao with a smile. Su Yao thought Jiang Chen was playing a trick on her. Just when she couldn't help but want to get mad, Jiang Chen said calmly, "Are you going to meet my friend dressed like this? Don't you need to change clothes and put on some prettier makeup?" Su Yao was slightly stunned when she heard this. I quickly looked down, and although I didn't see my toes, I realized that my current outfit was indeed not suitable for going out. "Jiang Chen, wait for me, I'll go back to the house and change my clothes." After Su Yao threw down these words, she turned around and ran into her room. Perhaps she was worried that Jiang Chen would stand her up, so Su Yao opened the door again right after she closed it, and then poked her head out from behind the door and said to Jiang Chen in a fierce voice, "You must wait for me in the yard obediently and don't stand me up, otherwise, I will make you pay." After saying this, Su Yao closed the door with a bang. Snap! Jiang Chen lit a cigarette for himself. He knew that it took a long time for a woman to put on makeup and dress up, and Su Yao would definitely not come out of the room in less than an hour. Then, Jiang Chen took out his cell phone and started browsing the internet. After careful consideration, he booked a presidential suite in a 5-star hotel online. Dynasty International Hotel. Presidential suite, 88,888 yuan per night. Book for a week straight away. Place your order. Ding ling ling. Jiang Chen had just completed the online payment, and not long after, he received a call from the hotel on his mobile phone. "Hello? Is this Jiang Chen, Mr. Jiang?" "Yes, I'm Jiang Chen." "Hello, Mr. Jiang. Welcome to the presidential suite of the Dynasty International Hotel. I am your exclusive butler, by Chen. You can call me butler by or manager by." A very pleasant female voice came from the other end of the phone. I just heard her chattering a lot, roughly asking Jiang Chen whether he needed the hotel to send a car to pick him up, whether he needed the hotel to arrange dinner for Jiang Chen in advance, etc. For all guests staying in the presidential suite, the hotel will send an exclusive butler to provide 24-hour service. Jiang Chen refused the hotel's car pickup service and asked by Qian to prepare a booth in advance at the revolving restaurant on the top floor of the Royal International Hotel. It's obvious. Tonight, Jiang Chen is going to hunt Su Yao, who makes her Liu Ruyan's good friend. My ex-girlfriend's best friend. It's exciting just thinking about it. Chapter 5. Why are you pretending to be so noble? 5 p.m. Su Yao finally came out of the room. What caught Jiang Chen's eyes was that Su Yao not only put on a delicate makeup, but also changed into a super hot mom's skirt. A head of long wavy hair, casually draped over the shoulders. The cool makeup matched with the charming eyes show her unique royal sister temperament. A halter-neck and off-shoulder dress, the black fabric forms a sharp contrast with the snow-white skin. The skirt is very slim-fitting, perfectly outlining her curvy figure. She was wearing a pair of black high-heeled sandals with red nail polish on her 10 toes, exuding endless temptation. Does it look good? Su Yao, carrying a black bag, walked in front of Jiang Chen with a very natural cat step, twisting her slender waist, and even reached out to touch her hair. Well, very tempting, I give you full marks. Jiang Chen snapped his fingers, turned around and walked out of the yard. Hey! Wait for me. What are your legs for? Can't you catch up on your own? Jiang Chen, whose family is your friend from? How come I didn't know before that you have such a rich friend? There are so many things you don't know, why should I tell you all of them? In this way, Jiang Chen and Su Yao quarreled all their way. Su Yao is very unhappy with Jiang Chen, and Jiang Chen is very disdainful of Su Yao. But these two people walked together. The man was handsome and the woman was pretty. They looked like a pair of young lovers who were quarreling, causing passers-by on the street to turn around and salute them. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen took Su Yao to an underground parking lot. From a distance, I saw an extremely dazzling red sports car parked in front. Ferrari LaFerrari. One of the 3 most legendary cars in the sports car world, the Ferrari LaFerrari, with a global limit of 499 units and a value of 22.5 million Chinese yuan, is just parked there quietly. This unique luxury supercar has a streamlined body, novel design and mirror-like paint. It exudes alluring charm from any angle. Swish! Jiang Chen took out the car key and gently pressed the unlock button. Ding ding! The next second, the 2 headlights of the Ferrari LaFerrari flashed twice very coolly, and 2 crisp horn sounds were made. The door is unlocked. Jiang Chen suppressed his inner ecstasy and walked over quickly. But he had just opened the car door and before he could get in, he was stunned by a scream. It's really a Ferrari LaFerrari. Jiang Chen, stop right there. Su Yao suddenly walked over in her high heels, stopped Jiang Chen who was about to get in the car, and stuffed her cell phone into his hand. What are you going to do? Jiang Chen subconsciously took Su Yao's phone and asked blankly. Hurry up and take 2 photos for me. I want to post them on WeChat Moments. After Su Yao said this, she immediately walked to the front of the Ferrari LaFerrari and posed in a sexy and seductive manner. Jiang Chen. Half an hour later. Jiang Chen showed an impatient expression on his face. It was agreed that only 2 photos would be taken, but Jiang Chen took dozens of photos of Su Yao in a row, but this woman still felt it was not enough. Then, Jiang Chen had a cold face and threw the phone directly to Su Yao, then got into the driving seat of the Ferrari LaFerrari. Feeling the luxurious and grand decoration inside the car, Jiang Chen's mood instantly changed from cloudy to sunny. Har har! What a cool sports car! From now on, this car belongs to me. Close the door, fasten your seatbelt, adjust your seat and mirrors. Jiang Chen strictly followed the steps taught by the driving school instructor, adjusted everything, and then carefully pressed the start button. Boom! All I heard was a low and arrogant exhaust sound, which instantly echoed in the underground parking lot. Feeling the slight vibration of the car body, the Ferrari LaFerrari seemed to come alive, and Jiang Chen's blood suddenly boiled. Crack! At this moment, the passenger door was suddenly opened and Su Yao rushed in angrily. Jiang Chen, you want to die? I asked you to take 2 more photos for me, but you are so impatient. No wonder Liu Ruyan wants to break up with you. If I had a boyfriend like you, I would have kicked you out a long time ago. As soon as Su Yao said this, Jiang Chen's face immediately darkened. Little splash, I gave you face, didn't I? Jiang Chen suddenly turned around and looked at Su Yao coldly. Jiang Chen, did you take the wrong medicine today? Who gave you the guts to call me a little splasher all the time? If you dare to scream again, I will peel off your skin. Su Yao finally couldn't help but lost her temper. She didn't know how many times Jiang Chen called her little splash during this afternoon. Even a clay man has a temper, not to mention that Su Yao was once the campus belle of Xilan University, and she has a sense of pride and coldness in her bones. So, how could she tolerate Jiang Chen humiliating her again and again? Su Yao, get out of here. I've changed my mind now. I won't take a little idiot like you to dinner tonight. Get as far away from me as you can. Jiang Chen doesn't indulge Su Yao at all. He has been a coward for 3 whole years. Over the past 3 years, he has been obedient to Liu Ruyan. Oh no. It should be said to be humble, submissive, and willing to compromise. What's the result? Jiang Chen lost miserably. After breaking up with Liu Ruyan, Jiang Chen felt like he was reborn, so how could he possibly make the same mistake again? Although Su Yao is pretty, Jiang Chen just wants to have fun. He can't push himself into the fire pit for a gold digger. Jiang Chen, you dare to yell at me and tell me to get out. Do you think that if you introduce me to a rich young man, I will have to please you in every way and bow down to you? Who do you take me for? Su Yao was obviously very angry. She was staring at Jiang Chen with gnashed teeth, and her 3060 headlights were also rising and falling, trembling with her rapid breathing. Su Yao, why are you pretending to be so noble in front of me? Who was it that said with such confidence that he would rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle? Jiang Chen smiled with disdain. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, put it in his mouth, and then lit it with a lighter. Su Yao's face turned red and then pale. Her lips trembled several times, as if she was trying to find something to refute Jiang Chen. But when she looked up, she suddenly saw Jiang Chen smoking, and Su Yao immediately scolded, "Jiang Chen, put out the cigarette for me quickly, I hate the smell of cigarettes." "I smoke, it's none of your business." Jiang Chen glanced at Su Yao, then took a deep puff of his cigarette and blew all the smoke onto Su Yao's face. "Jiang Chen, you want to die?" Su Yao covered her mouth and nose, frowned, and said with disgust, "Don't forget, this is not your car, but the car lent to you by your tall, rich and handsome friend. You smoke in his car. If the ash falls and burns the decoration inside the car, can you afford to pay for it?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen was immediately amused. Swish! Jiang Chen threw the file bag containing the vehicle driving license, purchase invoice, insurance policy and other information directly to Su Yao without saying a word. "Open your dog eyes and see clearly, who owns this car?" After Jiang Chen said this, he stepped on the accelerator without caring whether Su Yao had fastened her seat belt or not. Boom! The Ferrari LaFerrari let out a crazy roar, took off instantly, and then drove quickly towards the exit of the parking lot. Chapter 6: Su Yao's Girlfriends. Boom boom boom. A bright red Ferrari LaFerrari was speeding along the road. Jiang Chen, sitting in the driver's seat, controlled the steering wheel with one hand and operated the central control screen with the other hand, seemingly opening the player and selecting a song. Soon, a soothing music came from the car stereo. Su Yao, sitting in the passenger seat, held a vehicle registration certificate in her hand. Her charming peach blossom eyes stared at the name and photo on the registration certificate, with a shocked expression on her face. "Jiang Chen, is this car really yours?" After a long time, Su Yao finally came back to her senses. She suddenly turned her head and looked at Jiang Chen without blinking, with an expression of shock and disbelief on her face. "Aren't you talking nonsense? Is there someone else's name written on the driving license? Are the car purchase invoice, car purchase contract and insurance policy all fake?" Jiang Chen snorted coldly, continued to control the steering wheel with one hand, and reached out to the passenger seat with his other hand and placed it on Su Yao's legs. "You?" Su Yao blushed and dodged subconsciously. "Don't move. We are all adults, can't you be more sensible?" As soon as Jiang Chen said this, Su Yao was immediately furious. But Su Yao was about to lose her temper when she suddenly realized something. She bit her lips tightly and swallowed back all the words she wanted to say. "Jiang Chen, how did you get the money to buy a Ferrari LaFerrari?" Before figuring out the situation, Su Yao decided to keep silent for the time being. Isn't it just letting Jiang Chen touch his thighs a few times? It's not like I'll lose a piece of meat anyway. If Jiang Chen is really a hidden rich second generation. If I offend him, I miss a great opportunity in vain. What's more, Jiang Chen is particularly handsome today, and his whole body exudes a fascinating aura. It won't be a loss to let him touch you a few times. Har har, Dad accidentally inherited a fortune, and now is considered a rich man. Jiang Chen chuckled, and at the same time, he hooked his right finger and began to study Su Yao's skirt. Jiang Chen, you, be gentle, don't ruin my skirt. If you break it, I'll compensate you with 10. That's what you said. As long as you are good, Dad will buy you a street. After a blushing moment, Su Yao gradually adapted to this state, and her body slowly relaxed. She looked at Jiang Chen with curiosity and asked, Jiang Chen, aren't you an orphan? Where can I inherit the inheritance? I have a grandfather who does business overseas. He made a lot of money, but he got seriously ill and was dying. So, before he died, he sent someone back to his country to find me and left all his property to me. Jiang Chen made up a story at random. Anyway, Su Yao has big breasts and no brains, so it's impossible to tell whether it's real or fake. What's more, Su Yao only cares about money and is not very interested in the story itself. As expected, Su Yao immediately asked with shining eyes, Jiang Chen, how much inheritance did you inherit? Is this Ferrari LaFerrari also part of the inheritance? None of your business. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and a mocking expression appeared on his face. Hey! Brother Jiang Chen, just tell me. Su Yao gave Jiang Chen a coquettish look, and a flattering smile appeared on her delicate and charming face. It's no use calling me brother, you have to call me barber. After Jiang Chen said this seriously, he immediately retracted his right hand and stopped studying Su Yao's skirt. After all, when driving, safety comes first. You can study the little mother's skirt at any time, there is no need to rush now. Ba, just tell me, I'm really curious. Su Yao, the once proud school beauty, is really willing to throw away her dignity for money. Not only did she move closer to Jiang Chen, but she also reached out and hugged his arm, gently shaking it a few times. She displayed the coquettish manner of a little woman to the fullest. Guess for yourself. Don't bother me while I'm driving. After Jiang Chen said this, he immediately gripped the steering wheel with both hands, his eyes fixed intently on the road ahead, seemingly unwilling to pay any more attention to Su Yao. Seeing this scene, Su Yao couldn't help pouting, and let go of Jiang Chen's arm sullenly, while secretly cursing in her heart, stingy guy. However, not long after, Su Yao's mood became cheerful again. Because she carefully selected a few photos of herself taking with the Ferrari LaFerrari and posted them directly to her moments. At this moment, the number of likes and replies under her post has reached 99 plus. In addition, Su Yao also has a group of close friends. At this moment, this group of girlfriends has become excited, and everyone is tagging Su Yao. Swish! Su Yao ignored the comments in the circle of friends, and immediately opened the group of girlfriends. You Lily at Su Yao, Yao Yao, this is a Ferrari LaFerrari. When did you meet such a rich young man? Lin Qingxue at Su Yao, Yao Yao, have you found a boyfriend? Liu Li at Su Yao, Yao Yao, when will you bring your tall, rich and handsome boyfriend out to meet the sisters? Tang Ru at Su Yao, Yao Yao, you are wearing such sexy clothes today, are you going on a date with your boyfriend later? Liu Ruyan at Su Yao, Yao Yao, when did you find a boyfriend? How come I didn't know anything about it? That's right. Jiang Chen's ex-girlfriend Liu Ruyan is also in this group of close friends. Perhaps feeling a little guilty, Su Yao almost subconsciously glanced at Jiang Chen beside her when she saw the message Liu Ruyan sent in the group. Tatter. I saw her holding her phone, quickly editing a message and sending it to her girlfriend's group. Su Yao at everyone, today is my first date with him. After a while, I will bring him out for everyone to meet. I have to say that although Su Yao has big breasts and no brains, she is still a little scheming. She did not expose Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen is Liu Ruyan's ex-boyfriend, and almost everyone in this group of best friends knows Jiang Chen. She knows better than anyone what kind of people Su Yao's girlfriends are. If everyone knew that Jiang Chen inherited a large fortune, these girlfriends would definitely have evil thoughts. By then, wouldn't they have added a large group of competitors for no reason? In addition, Jiang Chen's ex-girlfriend Liu Ruyan is also in this group. As the saying goes, if the ex looks back, the current one will lose. Based on Su Yao's understanding of Liu Ruyan, if Liu Ruyan knew that Jiang Chen was rich now, she would definitely regret it and would definitely want to get back together with Jiang Chen. No. Jiang Chen can only belong to me. Even if Liu Ruyan is my best friend, I can't let Jiang Chen go. Tatter. Su Yao continued to hold her phone and chat happily with everyone in the girlfriends group, but she refused to reveal any information about Jiang Chen. At the same time, Su Yao couldn't help but guess in her heart. How much inheritance did Jiang Chen inherit? The sports car alone is worth 22.5 million. So the inheritance he inherited must be at least over 100 million, right? Or maybe billions? Tens of billions? Hundreds of billions? Hiss. A billionaire at only 25 years old. This is the Prince Charming in many women's minds. Nothing more to say. I'm determined to hold on to Jiang Chen. Humph. Chapter 7, Post to Moments. 6 p.m. Dynasty International Hotel. Jiang Chen had just gotten out of the car when a woman in a hotel uniform came up to him. The woman looked to be around 30 years old, with a pretty face but a rather plump figure. She has a classic oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, a delicate nose and cherry lips. Her hair is gently tied up at the back of her head, and she exudes a charming feminine charm in her capableness. Maybe her appearance is not as stunning as Su Yao's, but she is definitely a beautiful woman who is worth looking at, especially the charm of a mature woman, which is something that women of Su Yao's age do not have. She was wearing a black mid-sleeved women's suit on the upper body and a hip skirt of the same color on the lower body. Her plump legs were wrapped in a thin layer of black stockings, and she was wearing a pair of patent leather high heels on her feet. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Welcome to the presidential suite of the Dynasty International Hotel. I am your exclusive butler, Bai Qianqian. Bai Qianqian gave a professional smile to Jiang Chen, who had just got off the car, and extended a hand. Hello, Butler Bai. Jiang Chen casually shook hands with Bai Qianqian, and felt that her palm was slightly cool, tender, and soft, as if it had no bones. Just at this moment, Su Yao walked to Jiang Chen's side. This woman not only held Jiang Chen's arm, but also looked at Bai Qianqian with a vigilant look. Bai Qianqian ignored Su Yao's gaze and continued to smile and said to Jiang Chen, Mr. Jiang, please follow me. We have arranged a booth with a great view for you in the revolving restaurant on the top floor. Okay, then I'll trouble Butler Bai to lead the way. You're welcome. This is my duty. Bai Qianqian turned around and began to lead the way. Jiang Chen's gaze fell uncontrollably on Bai Qianqian's hip skirt. No way. Bai Qianqian's figure is so plump. The thick curves are wrapped up by the skirt, giving people a plump and beautiful feeling, very tempting. If Su Yao has an hourglass figure, then Bai Qianqian has a standard pear-shaped figure. All I can say is that these two different types of body shapes have their own advantages, right? Bai Qianqian is definitely a diligent housekeeper. In the elevator, she kept introducing the functions of each floor of the hotel to Jiang Chen. Such as gym, indoor swimming pool, chess and card room, KTV, SPA health center, billiard room. Until this moment. Su Yao only then found out that Jiang Chen had booked a presidential suite in this hotel, and he had booked it for 7 days in one go. The presidential suite of the Dynasty International Hotel costs 88,888 yuan for one night, so a 7-day stay will cost more than 600,000 yuan. Thinking that Jiang Chen spent more than 600,000 just to stay in a hotel for a few days, Su Yao was shocked and felt a pang of pain. What a prodigal son. This is more than 600,000 Dragon Country coins. You can buy a low-end version of Porsche 718. If you have money and don't know where to spend it, you can give it to me. Soon. Under the guidance of Bai Qianqian, Jiang Chen and Su Yao came to the revolving restaurant on the top floor of the hotel. After Jiang Chen took the menu, he ordered the most expensive king crab, Australian lobster, geoduck, and an unknown large conch. Finally, Jiang Chen also checked a bottle of red wine worth 300,000 Dragon Country currency on the wine page. The main point is, don't want the best, just the most expensive. Crack. 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 After all the dishes were served, Su Yao immediately took out her mobile phone and took pictures of the dishes frantically. Especially the bottle of Lafite red wine worth 300,000 yuan. From opening the bottle, to decanting, then pouring into a red wine glass, and finally picking up the glass to taste slowly. Su Yao did not miss any step and took dozens of photos frantically to prove that she had indeed drunk this bottle of red wine. Next, Su Yao carefully selected a few photos, posted them on WeChat Moments, and added a melodramatic caption. There is meat on the table, wine in the cup, the moon is in the sky, and he is beside me. As soon as this circle of friends was sent out, Su Yao's WeChat exploded again. Especially Su Yao's girlfriends group, the group of girlfriends who had tagged her crazily in the afternoon, all jumped out at this moment. You Lily at Su Yao, damn. This is a bottle of Lafite red wine worth 300,000 yuan. Yao Yao, did you really hook up with a super rich second generation? Lin Xingxue at Su Yao, Yao Yao, are you in the revolving restaurant on the top floor of the Dynasty International Hotel? Liu Li at Su Yao, I have never eaten such a sumptuous meal. Yao Yao, when will you take me with you? Tang Ru at Su Yao, Yao Yao, I want to have a big meal too, take me along too. Liu Ruyan at Su Yao, Yao Yao, did you really find a rich second generation boyfriend? Looking at the various inquiry messages sent by her besties, Su Yao's face blossomed into a bright smile, and her vanity was greatly satisfied. Su Yao at everyone, sisters, when my brother is free someday, I will definitely treat you to a big meal. As soon as Su Yao sent this message to the group, her girlfriends immediately started to make a fuss. Someone asked Su Yao to expose the photo of this super rich brother directly to her girlfriends group so that everyone can witness his style. Some people also reminded Su Yao that there are too many scammers these days, and asked her to be careful and not be deceived by others. Some people also suggested that they should find Su Yao and check it in person. And the person who proposed to check Su Yao was Liu Ruyan. When Su Yao heard that Liu Ruyan was coming to see her, she was so scared that she quickly replied with a message. Su Yao at Liu Ruyan, Ruyan, this is my first date with him, please don't ruin my date. Liu Ruyan at Su Yao, you think too much. How could I possibly ruin your good fortune? I was just worried that you were being cheated, so I wanted to help you check. Su Yao, oh. Don't worry, he is definitely not a liar. Liu Ruyan, Yao Yao, there are too many liars these days, and they are too good at disguising themselves. How do you know he is not a liar? Seeing the message sent by Liu Ruyan, Su Yao suddenly became anxious. If Liu Ruyan found out that this rich brother was actually her ex-boyfriend, who knows what would happen? No. Before Jiang Chen is dealt with, Liu Ruyan must not be allowed to know that Jiang Chen is this super rich brother. Tatter. Su Yao didn't even have time to eat, and immediately replied quickly with her phone in hand. Su Yao, the LaFerrari's vehicle registration, the purchase invoice, and the insurance policy all have his name and ID number written on them. Su Yao, he paid 300,000 yuan for the bottle of Lafite wine he ordered just now with a credit card. Su Yao, he has booked a presidential suite at the Dynasty International Hotel for 7 days and has paid more than 600,000 in advance. Su Yao, the most important thing is that I have known him for almost 7 years and I know his character very well. He is definitely not a liar. After this series of messages were sent out, Su Yao's girlfriends group suddenly became quiet. But after a brief silence, the group of girlfriends immediately became noisy again. You Lily, wow. Yao Yao, you actually have such a super rich second generation by your side, why didn't you tell us before? Lin Xingxue, Yao Yao, you covered it really tightly. Liu Li, Yao Yao, you have remained single since college. Are you waiting for this super rich brother? Tang Ru, Yao Yao, come on. You must take down the rich brother, and remember to treat us to a big meal when the time comes. Liu Ruyan, Yao Yao, how come I didn't know that you have a super rich brother whom you have known for 7 years? Chapter 8 Liu Ruyan's suspicion. Night. Wells Weston Restaurant. Liu Ruyan and Yang Fan sat at a window seat. On the table in front of the two of them were 2 medium rare black pepper steaks and a bottle of red wine worth 3,000 yuan. Liu Ruyan looked at the ordinary steak and ordinary red wine on the table, and then looked at the photos that Su Yao showed off in the girlfriends group. At this moment, Liu Ruyan suddenly felt bored. Women all have a competitive spirit. Although Liu Ruyan and Su Yao are good friends, deep down in their hearts, they both subconsciously compare themselves with each other. Su Yao was named the campus beauty of Xilan University, but Liu Ruyan was never convinced. She thought that she was no less pretty than Su Yao, so why would everyone choose Su Yao as the school belle instead of her? Is it just because Su Yao's breasts are a little bigger than hers? Men are so superficial. Now, Liu Ruyan and her Bai Yueguang are back together again, and Bai Yueguang is a returnee who has joined a large company as a senior executive with a starting monthly salary of 100,000 yuan. His future is limitless. This is something worth showing off. But Liu Ruyan never expected that Su Yao, who had remained single for many years, would find an even more dazzling and wealthy brother in the blink of an eye. That super rich brother not only drove a sports car worth 22.5 million, but also took Su Yao to a big dinner, stayed in the presidential suite, and even opened a bottle of red wine worth 300,000. There is no harm without comparison. Liu Ruyan felt that she was once again outshined by Su Yao, and couldn't help but feel a strong sense of jealousy in her heart. Jealousy can easily make people lose their minds. On impulse, Liu Ruyan sent a WeChat message to Su Yao. She really wanted to see who this rich brother was. She even had a little plan in mind that with her looks, she might be able to snatch this rich brother away from Su Yao. However, Su Yao was obviously on guard against Liu Ruyan, and rejected her kind help to check out of the blue. After being rejected, Liu Ruyan could not find any other excuses and finally could only choose to remain silent. Ruyan, what are you daydreaming about? At this moment, Yang Fan's voice suddenly floated over from across the dining table. Swish! Liu Ruyan raised her head and looked at Bai Yueguang, who was sitting opposite her. At this moment, Liu Ruyan suddenly realized that Yang Fan was not as handsome as she had imagined. If we only talk about height and appearance, Yang Fan is actually far inferior to Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen was the recognized school idol of Xilan University back then. Yang Fan is just better off than Jiang Chen financially. He usually dresses well, eats well, and looks good, which naturally gives people a very handsome feeling. Nothing, Su Yao just posted a bunch of photos in the girlfriends group, she seems to have found a boyfriend. Liu Ruyan shook her head, getting rid of the random thoughts in her mind, and continued to hold her phone, enlarging the photos that Su Yao had just sent one by one. Is the campus beauty of Suchao University looking for a boyfriend? Who is he? Is he handsome? Is he financially sound? What surprised Liu Ruyan a little was that Yang Fan seemed to be very interested in Su Yao's emotional state. Har, her boyfriend is a super rich brother. The other party drove a Ferrari LaFerrari, lived in the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel, and took Su Yao to eat at the Dynasty Revolving Restaurant. The red wine they drank was 300,000 yuan a bottle. Liu Ruyan was talking when she suddenly stopped. Her eyes suddenly widened and her finger stopped on an enlarged photo, as if she had discovered something incredible. In the photo, there is a couple booth. The table was filled with delicacies from land and sea, and next to it was a bottle of Lafite worth 300,000 yuan. None of this is the point. The point is that when Su Yao took this photo, she also took the photo of the super rich brother sitting opposite her. Although this rich brother did not show his face, the photo only captured half of his body. But the casual shirt the other person was wearing made Liu Ruyan feel very familiar with it. Etc. Jiang Chen seems to have an identical shirt. Could it be that this super rich brother is actually impossible? Absolutely impossible. Jiang Chen is just a poor delivery guy. How could he be the rich brother that Su Yao mentioned? It must be a coincidence. Xilan City is so big and has such a large population that things like wearing the same clothes happen every day. So, Jiang Chen must have been wearing the same clothes as this super rich brother. Ruyan, since Su Yao has found a boyfriend, and you and Su Yao are good friends, how about I host you some other day, and you invite Su Yao and her boyfriend out, and we can all have a meal and get together. Yang Fan picked up the wine glass on the table and took a sip of the 3,000 yuan red wine very elegantly, with an intoxicated expression on his face. Okay, I'll send a WeChat message to Yao Yao right away. Liu Ruyan nodded. Yang Fan's suggestion helped her find an excuse to meet the rich brother that Su Yao mentioned openly. Liu Ruyan, Yao Yao, Yang Fan and I have discussed this and would like to invite you and your boyfriend to have a meal together. You wouldn't even give me this little courtesy, would you? After this WeChat message was sent, Su Yao replied almost immediately. Su Yao, Ruyan, I'm really sorry, my brother has been very busy these past 2 days. He has a lot of things to deal with in the company, and he is also busy signing a contract worth tens of billions. He really can't spare the time. Su Yao, this little brat, can lie without blushing or breathing hard. Signing a contract worth tens of billions. She really dares to brag. But In Su Yao's opinion, Jiang Chen inherited a large sum of money. A sports car alone was worth 22.5 million, so the inheritance must have exceeded 10 billion. Isn't inheriting a legacy worth tens of billions equivalent to signing a contract worth tens of billions? So, she thought that she was not lying, but just changing the concept. Liu Ruyan, Yao Yao, when is your boyfriend free? Su Yao, I don't know either. After all, my brother manages a large listed company with tens of thousands of employees, all of whom rely on him for their livelihood. Su Yao, I can't ask him about his work because he promised me that he would be responsible for making money to support the family and I just need to be beautiful. Su Yao, oh. I won't say anymore. My brother wants to eat shrimps. I want to peel them myself and feed them to him. Emoji, shy. Seeing these WeChat messages, Liu Ruyan almost vomited blood. Yao Yao, you little cousin. You are showing off your affection in front of me. Eat, eat. You'll die of stuffing, you little bitch. I wish you and your super rich brother, who are allergic to seafood, will depend on each other for life and death. Swish. Liu Ruyan angrily closed the chat box with Su Yao, then clicked into the girlfriends group, opened a photo at random, and enlarged it again to view it. However, you don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. In this photo, the rich brother sitting opposite Su Yao actually showed one hand, and on his wrist was a bracelet with golden letters strung on a red rope. Liu Ruyan clearly saw that the two golden letters were J and C. Jiang Chen also has an identical bracelet. Liu Ruyan remembered that when Jiang Chen celebrated his birthday last year, he suddenly went to the temple and asked for a red rope. Perhaps because he felt that a red rope was too monotonous, Jiang Chen bought two golden letters online. JC are exactly the first letters of Jiang Chen's name. No way. Isn't it such a coincidence? If clothes can be the same, can bracelets also be the same? Besides, Su Yao said that she had known this super rich brother for 7 years and knew his character very well. Liu Ruyan, Jiang Chen and Su Yao have been college classmates for 4 years. After graduation, the three of them remained neighbors for another 3 years. If you calculate it this way, the total time is exactly 7 years. Hiss. Could it be that the rich brother Su Yao mentioned is Jiang Chen? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jiang Chen is just an orphan without a father or a mother. When he was in college, he relied on working part-time to complete his studies. After graduation, he took a job as a delivery man. How could he be the rich brother? How could he afford to drive a sports car worth 22.5 million, stay in the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel, and drink red wine worth 300,000 a bottle? In short, this super rich brother definitely cannot be Jiang Chen. There must be someone else. Chapter 9. Is this your first time? 9 p.m. Dynasty International Hotel, top floor revolving restaurant. After Jiang Chen paid the bill with his credit card, he found out that this meal cost him a full 500,000 yuan. But, seeing that Su Yao's eyes were already a little drunk, her face was flushed, and her steps began to become erratic. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt it very necessary to get the 500,000 back from Su Yao. Swish. As soon as he entered the elevator, Jiang Chen put his arms around Su Yao's slender waist. Su Yao did not resist and leaned into Jiang Chen's arms. Jiang Chen, I seem to be drunk, can you take me home? As soon as Su Yao said this, Jiang Chen immediately understood that the little guy was pretending to be drunk. You know that your father has booked a presidential suite in this hotel, but you still want your father to take you home. If this isn't pretending to be drunk, then what are you pretending to be? Since you are drunk, I will take you back to your room to rest. Jiang Chen held Su Yao's hand and moved it down, then patted her buttocks lightly. It was obvious that Su Yao's pretty face turned red, her body suddenly tensed up, the confusion in her eyes instantly disappeared, and a hint of tension flashed between her brows. Jiang Chen doesn't care what Su Yao thinks. I rode in Dad's sports car, ate Dad's seafood dinner, and drank Dad's Lafite red wine. I have to serve Dad well tonight. I don't know, is the bed in the presidential suite big? Is the bed hard? Can I swim in the bathtub? Mr. Jiang, Ms. Su, welcome home. Jiang Chen hugged Su Yao and just arrived at the door of the presidential suite. He saw the housekeeper Bai Qianqian who had been waiting for a long time. Crack. Bai Qianqian opened the door, led Jiang Chen and Su Yao in, and then introduced the layout of the presidential suite to them. In the living room, the huge floor-to-ceiling windows are eye-catching. Standing in front of this floor-to-ceiling window, you can have a panoramic view of all the nearby buildings, giving you a feeling of standing on the top of the mountain and overlooking all the mountains. In addition, the decoration of the living room is also quite luxurious, with several exaggerated sofas, which almost put the word luxury directly on it. On the left side of the living room is the presidential bedroom, and on the right side is the first lady's bedroom. Both bedrooms have their own bathroom and dressing room. Outside the presidential bedroom, there is a huge open-air balcony with lounge chairs, parasols, hanging swings, etc. But Bai Qianqian is a very perceptive woman. She suddenly caught a glimpse from the corner of her eye that Jiang Chen was hugging Su Yao, biting and touching her, so she immediately stopped the introduction and hurried out of the presidential suite. This time, no one came to disturb Jiang Chen and Su Yao anymore. Swish! The skirt Su Yao was wearing was really inconvenient to take off. Fortunately, Su Yao seemed to be half-hearted and did not resist much. After Jiang Chen studied it carefully, he quickly mastered the technique of taking off his stepmother's skirt. An hour later, Jiang Chen leaned against the head of the bed and lit a cigarette for himself. He frowned and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Oh. Su Yao lay beside Jiang Chen with red eyes. I saw her pinching a corner of the quilt with both hands, wiping her tears constantly, and making slight sobbing sounds from her mouth. Little Splash Man, how come this is your first time? Jiang Chen sighed softly, reached out to lift the quilt and took a look. A bright red plum blossom mark suddenly appeared on the white sheets. Upon hearing this, Su Yao stopped crying immediately. She turned her head and stared at Jiang Chen's profile, saying fiercely, Jiang Chen, what do you mean? How can it not be my first time? Silence, no words. Jiang Chen trembled his lips and didn't know what to say for a long time. He never expected that a 24K pure gold digger like Su Yao would still keep her virginity until now. This is a bit troublesome. Not easy to handle. Headache. Jiang Chen, don't you want to admit it? At this moment, Su Yao's voice floated over again, and Jiang Chen suddenly felt his head getting bigger. After a moment, Jiang Chen suddenly picked up his mobile phone, gritted his teeth and said to Su Yao, Little Splash, just name a price, how much do you want? What? Upon hearing this, Su Yao immediately became furious. She stared at Jiang Chen angrily and said, Jiang Chen, who do you think I am? A gold digger. The reason why I have always kept my virginity is that I want to give the cleanest and most perfect self to my future husband who will love and pamper me. You took away my most important thing, and now you just want to pay me some money and let it go. Are you still a man? Do you still have any sense of responsibility as a man? Listening to Su Yao's babble and watching her increasingly agitated emotions, Jiang Chen's eyelids couldn't help but tremble slightly, and a mocking expression appeared on his face. Stop pretending, you're not tired, but I'm annoyed. When Jiang Chen said this, Su Yao was stunned for a moment, and then she became even more excited. Jiang Chen, you bastard. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? I'm telling you, if you don't give me an explanation for what happened today. Before Su Yao could finish her words, Jiang Chen hugged her and stretched out his hand, slapping her buttocks 3 times. Snap! 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 After 3 crisp sounds, Su Yao was frightened and shut her mouth. But she huddled in Jiang Chen's arms, trembling, frowning, tears in her eyes, and an expression of grievance on her face. What kind of explanation do you want me to give you? Seeing that Su Yao had calmed down, Jiang Chen communicated with her calmly. I want you to marry me. Su Yao didn't even think about it and immediately made an excessive request. No. Jiang Chen rejected her request without even thinking about it. Why? Because I never planned to get married in my life. You? Except for this request, I can agree to everything else. Silence, no words. The room suddenly became quiet. Jiang Chen didn't say anything, but just raised his head slightly, as if staring at the ceiling above his head in a daze. Su Yao continued to shrink in Jiang Chen's arms, but her eyes kept rolling around, as if she was planning something. After a moment, Su Yao suddenly asked cautiously, Jiang Chen, you don't want to marry me because you still have Liu Ruyan in your heart? He he. Jiang Chen sneered and said, I have a serious mental obsession with cleanliness. A good horse never turns back to eat the grass it has been turned back to. I will never touch a dirty woman again. Upon hearing this, Su Yao's eyes immediately lit up. She suddenly hugged Jiang Chen and said lovingly, "Jiang Chen, I'm not Liu Ruyan. I won't be fickle, and I won't be fickle. Since you are my first man, I will be loyal to you for the rest of my life and will never betray you. Look, I gave you my most precious first time as a woman. Shouldn't you be responsible for me?" Su Yao deliberately used a gentle voice and a pitiful look to seduce Jiang Chen, as if she was determined to marry Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen won tea by it now. He thought for a moment and said, "Little man, I'm giving you two choices now. First, you can be my girlfriend, and I will support you in the future. As long as you are good, I can try my best to meet all your material needs. But let me be frank with you, you will definitely not be my only girlfriend. Second, I will give you a large sum of money at once as compensation to you. From now on, we will no longer be friends and owe each other nothing. Choose one of the two. There is no third choice. Choose for yourself." Chapter 10. I want to be big. It's late at night and everyone is asleep. The city lights and starlight complement each other, creating a dreamy night scene. Inside the presidential suite, Su Yao's sobbing continued. But she cried for a long time, her eyes were almost swollen from crying, but Jiang Chen remained indifferent, as if he was determined not to pay any attention to her. "Jiang Chen, you are a scumbag." Perhaps because she saw that this trick didn't work on Jiang Chen, Su Yao simply stopped pretending and glared at Jiang Chen angrily. If looks could kill, Jiang Chen would have been tortured to death by her hundreds of times by now. "You can't blame me for this. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame your good friend Liu Ruyan." Jiang Chen laughed and said, "It was she who made me realize that love is the cheapest thing and sincerity is worthless. Besides, there is no emotional foundation between us. You want my money, I want your sex, we each get what we want, it's just a deal. Even if I give you a marriage contract, as long as I am not willing to spend money on you, you can't get any benefit from me. On the contrary, if you become my lover or girlfriend, and are well behaved and obedient, and don't make me angry, then I can spend as much money as I want on you." Money. Do you want it? You don't want it, there are a lot of women waiting in line outside who want it. Quiet. The room was quiet. Although Jiang Chen's long speech was full of twisted ideas, it silenced Su Yao. Su Yao was seen biting her lips tightly, her long eyelashes were trembling, and her face was full of complicated expressions. Half a day later, Su Yao suddenly sighed and said with resentment, "Jiang Chen, since I gave you my first time, can you agree to my two requests?" "What's your request? Tell me first." Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Su Yao with a smile. "First, if you regret it someday and want to find a woman to marry, have children, and start a family, you can't marry any other woman, you can only marry me. In other words, I want to be your only candidate for wife." Phew. When Su Yao said this, Jiang Chen almost vomited blood. Wife candidate. Is it still possible to play like this? What on earth is going on in the little guy's head? But Jiang Chen was just stunned for a moment, then he stroked his chin and said, "If that day ever comes, I will consider you." "I don't want you to consider it, I want you to agree." Su Yao raised her eyebrows, glared, and showed a fierce expression again, obviously very dissatisfied with Jiang Chen's answer. "Okay, I can agree to your request." Hearing Jiang Chen's affirmative answer, Su Yao's face finally broke into a bright smile. Next, Su Yao stroked her hair and said seriously, "Second, I want to be your real girlfriend, and I allow you to have other women outside, but no matter how many women you have outside in the future, they can only be considered mistresses. As long as I am alive, they will always be my concubines." Phew. Jiang Chen almost vomited blood again. He felt that his thinking seemed to be completely unable to keep up with Su Yao's pace. "Do you think this is a palace fighting drama? As long as I am alive, you will always be my concubines? Do you really think of yourself as the queen?" But the two requests raised by Su Yao seemed to have no effect on Jiang Chen at all. First of all, Jiang Chen would never get married, so Su Yao had no chance to marry Jiang Chen. Then, whether the girlfriend is the legitimate one or a mistress, maybe this is very important to Su Yao, but it is not important at all to Jiang Chen. "Okay, I can agree to both of your requests." Jiang Chen nodded, and then added, "However, I also want to make a request to you." "What do you want?" Su Yao blinked and looked at Jiang Chen with curiosity. Loyalty. Jiang Chen slowly uttered these two words, then narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "Little man, if you betray me one day, I will not give you any chance, I will kill you with my own hands." Well. Su Yao was immediately startled, and her body couldn't help but shiver. Just now, she clearly saw a flash of cold murderous intent in Jiang Chen's eyes. That's right. It's murderous intent. She had no doubt about the truth of Jiang Chen's words. There seemed to be a voice in her heart constantly warning her not to test Jiang Chen's bottom line. If you really betray Jiang Chen will definitely kill you without hesitation. Husband tilde. Su Yao suddenly used the clip sound. She hugged Jiang Chen coquettishly, with a weak and pitiful expression on her face. "I am yours in life and your ghost in death. Don't worry, I will never betray you. Har, remember what you said tonight." Jiang Chen nodded with a fake smile, then rolled out of bed and walked straight towards the bathroom. "Hubby, where are you going?" When Su Yao saw Jiang Chen suddenly get out of bed, she panicked and quickly struggled to get up from the bed. "I'm going to take a shower, do you want to come with me?" Jiang Chen stopped walking, turned around and gave Su Yao a naughty look. At this moment, Su Yao was stunned. It would have been fine if Jiang Chen didn't get up. When he got up, his strong body was revealed in front of Su Yao. Her wheat-colored skin glows charmingly under the light. The well-proportioned muscles, the explosive waist, the 8 abdominal muscles and the mermaid line all fascinated Su Yao deeply. None of this is the point. But Jiang Chen also has a handsome face that is so handsome that it takes the breath away from all women. The best little wolf dog. He is simply a walking hormone, an arsonist of hearts, a man as beautiful as jade, and a unique young man in the world. "Hubby, wait for me tilde. Su Yao threw away all her reserve in an instant, quickly opened the quilt, and then limped off the bed. However, before Su Yao could stand firm, the next second, Jiang Chen quickly approached her, and then hugged her in his arms like a princess. "Little Splash, you're not feeling well, so let daddy hold you." Jiang Chen's warm breath touched Su Yao's ears, and immediately made her two little ears turn red. Su Yao nodded shyly and hugged Jiang Chen tighter. Su Yao was no longer so resistant to Jiang Chen's stubborn calling her Little Splasha. Instead, she felt a little happy. Little Splasha. Har, what a friendly name. Jiang Chen only calls me Little Splash, this is his unique name for me. This is enough to prove that I have a different position in Jiang Chen's heart. Anyway, from now on, I will be Jiang Chen's Little Splasha, and no other woman can monopolize this title. Whoever dares to steal, I will be angry with him. Chapter 11, Posting to Moments at Midnight. Inside the presidential suite. Su Yao was sweating profusely and was so tired that she didn't even have the strength to move a finger. Her whole body was like a puddle of mud. She curled up lazily in Jiang Chen's arms and finally fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Chen stroked Su Yao's hair, wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and then gently pulled his arm out from under her neck. Perhaps it was because he slept for 6 hours during the day, or perhaps it was because the genetic medicine completely transformed his body, but at this moment Jiang Chen was very energetic and not sleepy at all. Swish! Jiang Chen was stunned for a while, then he picked up the phone thrown on the bedside table and opened WeChat Moments out of boredom. Tatter. Jiang Chen casually flipped through the WeChat Moments and found that Su Yao had posted a lot of updates. First, Su Yao is showing off the appearance of the Ferrari LaFerrari. Second, Su Yao is showing off the interior of the Ferrari LaFerrari. The third one is Su Yao's seafood dinner at Zhuanhuancha revolving restaurant. In the fourth post, Su Yao was showing off a bottle of Lafite red wine worth 300,000 yuan, and wrote, "There is meat on the table, wine in the glass, the moon is in the sky, and he is beside me." Article 5, Su Yao is in the presidential suite of Zhuanhuancha Hotel. Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Little Jianren is so vain. She wanted to tell the world about her date with Jiang Chen last night, and even wanted to label herself as the girlfriend of a super rich man. But Su Yao was obviously a little cautious when posting these photos, and Jiang Chen's face was not shown in any of the photos. Maybe he was worried about making Jiang Chen angry. After all, she sent out photos of Jiang Chen without his permission. What if this behavior angered Jiang Chen? How could she get the support of this rich brother in the future? Suddenly, a new update in Jiang Chen's circle of friends caught his attention. It was sent by Liu Ruyan. The picture shows a man and a woman lying on the bed in a hotel, leaning against each other tightly, both of them showing a tired but sweet smile. Although the two men were covered with quilts, their shoulders and arms were exposed. Coupled with the messy sheets around them, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that a fierce battle must have just taken place between the two. That's right. These two people are Yang Fan and Liu Ruyan. In addition, the post reads, "After many twists and turns, I finally got together with you. I hope we can live happily for the rest of our lives." Even though it's 1 o'clock in the morning. However, a lot of comments soon appeared under this post on WeChat Moments. "You Lily, Ruyan, why are you together with Yang Fan? Lin Qingxue, Ruyan, you broke up with Jiang Chen. Liu Li, Ruyan, I heard a while ago that you and Jiang Chen were planning to get married. How come in the blink of an eye, you are now dating Yang Fan again? Tang Ru, oh my god. What happened? What is the situation now?" Liu Ruyan, unified reply, "Thank you for your concern. I have broken up with Jiang Chen. Yang Fan is my boyfriend now. I hope everyone can bless us. Hee hee." Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sneer. Liu Ruyan had just broken up with him in the morning, but she couldn't wait to climb into Yang Fan's bed in the evening, and even posted a WeChat Moments message in the middle of the night to make an official announcement. This Nima. The seamless technology is so powerful. The beer is awesome. Jiang Chen did not comment on Liu Ruyan's post. He just put down his phone and opened the main page of the lottery system with his mind. Lucky draw wheel. Number of draws, 3. Inventory, empty. According to the rules of the lottery system, once midnight passes every day, the 3 lottery opportunities for the next day will be refreshed immediately. It is already around 1 o'clock in the morning, and Jiang Chen naturally got 3 new chances to draw the lottery. Looking at the lucky wheel in sight, Jiang Chen clicked the lottery button with his mind, and the next second, the pointer on the turntable began to move. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The red pointer rotated rapidly in the clockwise direction, and after about 3 seconds, the speed gradually slowed down. Finally, with a slight click sound, the pointer stopped steadily in an area with a cartoon gold coin painted on it. Ding! Congratulations to their host for obtaining a villa. Swish! A file bag suddenly appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. There was actually a red property certificate inside. Jiang Chen took out the property certificate and flipped it open. His name and the specific address of the villa appeared on it: Villa Number 1, Fengwang Villa, Yuhu District, Xilan City. Oh shit! It turned out to be a villa in Phoenix Villa. Phoenix Villa is a famous wealthy residential area in Xilan City. It is rumored that the lowest priced villa there is worth more than 100 million yuan. What's more, Jiang Chen drew Villa Number 1, which is the king of villas in Phoenix Villa, and its value has increased several times. Nothing more to say. Brother Tonesy, please accept my greeting. You are awesome. Swish. Jiang Chen casually threw the file bag aside, then clicked the lottery button with his mind. The pointer on the turntable began to move again. 3 seconds later, the pointer turned a big circle, slowly passed through the gold coin area, and finally stopped steadily in the card area. Ding! Congratulations to their host for obtaining a dog-licking card. Swish! A card suddenly popped up on the turntable. There seemed to be a pug holding a meat bone on it. Then, the card was put into the system inventory. What is this? Dog-licking card? What is this thing used for? Jiang Chen quickly used his mind to open the system inventory and soon found the card in his backpack. Dog-licking card. After using this card, you can get a random rebate of 100 times by actively giving money, transferring money or spending to a woman. Note, this card can only be used once. Oh shit! Is this called a dog-licking card? Brother Tonesy, do you have any misunderstanding about the word dog licker? A dog licker is someone who gives without any reward. With this card, if you spend money on women, you can randomly get a rebate of 100 times. How can it be called a bootlicker card? Brother Tonesy, you. It's such an insult to the dogs. Bang! Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately lifted the quilt and slapped Su Yao on the buttocks. What's wrong? What happened? Is there a thief in the house? Su Yao, who was attacked, immediately woke up from her sleep. I saw her opening a pair of sleepy eyes, and she sat up from the bed with a whoosh, her face full of nervous expression. Little Splash, what's your card number? R. Hurry up and tell me your card number. Dad is going to transfer some pocket money to you. R. What? Money, do you want it? Want? Looking at Su Yao, who looked confused but nodded subconsciously, Jiang Chen thought about it and did not use the dog-licking card on the spot. Swish! Jiang Chen turned on the front camera of his phone, then hugged Su Yao in his arms and said, "Little guy, take a few photos with me first. I want to post it on WeChat Moments for the official announcement." R. Su Yao was slightly stunned when she heard this, and then a look of ecstasy flashed across her face. Jiang Chen is going to make an official announcement on WeChat Moments. Jiang Chen is going to openly announce that he and I are in a relationship. Very good. Without any hesitation, Su Yao immediately hugged Jiang Chen tightly, and then cooperated with him to take more than a dozen intimate photos in one breath. Although the two of them were lying on the bed in the hotel without any clothes on, Jiang Chen would definitely not let Su Yao reveal her beauty. Sometimes, being half-hidden is more tempting than being honest. Tatter. Jiang Chen carefully selected a few photos and posted them on WeChat Moments, with a caption, "After many twists and turns, I finally got together with you. I hope we can be happy for the rest of our lives." That's right. Jiang Chen's copywriting and Liu Ruyan's copywriting are exactly the same, word for word. Liu Ruyan even posted the bed photos on her Moments, without considering the feelings of her ex-boyfriend Jiang Chen at all. It can be said that she was deliberately trampling on Jiang Chen's dignity. So, how could Jiang Chen tolerate this? Damn. Liu Ruyan, you are such a jerk. Do you think you are the only one who posts on your Moments and I don't know how to do it? Look at Su Yao, the campus belle of Xilan University. Her face is prettier than yours, her body is hotter than yours, and she is still a virgin. How can you compare to her? Without you, I will live a more carefree life. Chapter 12, Dog Card and Skill Book. Swish. After Jiang Chen posted that circle of friends, he immediately exited WeChat and opened the mobile banking app. I checked the balance of my bank card and there was still 8,878,304.48 yuan left. Use the liquor card. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, and the next second, the dog card, stored in the system inventory turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Ding! The host successfully used a dog-licking card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a one-time dog-licking buff. A small buff icon suddenly appeared in the upper right corner of Jiang Chen's field of vision. He just moved his eyes to the icon, and a line of introduction immediately popped up in front of him. Dog-licking buff one time, give money, transfer money or spend money on women, and you can get a random rebate of 100. Tatter. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately transferred 8,878,300 yuan to Su Yao's bank card. The reason why I left for 0.48 yuan and did not transfer all the money was because I was worried that the balance in my bank card would be insufficient, which would lead to the failure of the transfer. In short, it is better to be safe than sorry. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the licking dog buff and getting 66 times the rebate. Just when Jiang Chen completed the transfer, the system prompt sounded in his ears. Oh my god! 66 times rebate. Doesn't it mean that I just transferred more than 8.8 million to Su Yao, and in the blink of an eye I can get more than 500 million in return? Ding ding! Jiang Chen was still in a daze when his phone vibrated slightly, and he received a transfer message from the bank. Longhua Bank, your account with the last number 5418 completed the transfer transaction of Xiaoguo currency 585,967,800.00 at 1:30 on July 8, and the balance is 585,967,804.48. Oh shit! More than 580 million was deposited into the account in seconds. Brother Tongzi is so awesome. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000. Oh my god. More than 8 million. Husband, why did you transfer so much money to me? Su Yao seemed to have received the bank's transfer information. She held her phone and counted 3 times. Soon, an expression of astonishment and ecstasy appeared on her face. Would. Before Jiang Chen could say anything, Su Yao rushed over, hugged him, and kissed him hard on the face. Okay, isn't it just over 8 million? Look at you, you're so ignorant. Next time you go out with me, don't embarrass me. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes, reached out and pushed Su Yao away, then turned over and got out of bed, putting on a silk pajamas from the hotel. Hubby, where are you going? I'm going to the balcony to smoke a cigarette. You can continue to sleep. Don't worry about me. Oh, then I'll wait for you to come back. Why are you waiting for me to come back? Honey, I want to hold you and sleep together. On the balcony. Jiang Chen lay down on the recliner, then took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. 2 draws have already been held, and Jiang Chen still has 1 chance left today, so he plans to use it up. Swish. He clicked on the main page of the lottery system again, and looking at the lucky wheel in his field of vision, Jiang Chen's mouth corners also curled up into a beautiful arc. Brother Tongzi, give me a big prize. Jiang Chen took a deep puff of his cigarette, then concentrated his mind and clicked the lottery button with his mind. Swish, swish, swish. The pointer on the turntable started to move rapidly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Under Jiang Chen's nervous gaze, the pointer made a big circle and slowed down, then passed through the gold coin area and slowly ran towards the remaining 4 areas. Hey! There's hope. Judging from the situation, I can at least draw a reward above bottle. Swish, swish, swish. Under Jiang Chen's expectant eyes, the pointer first passed through the card area, then slowly passed through the bottle area, and finally moved little by little in the book area. It looks like the pointer is heading towards the last area. Come on. Just a little further. Don't stop. Jiang Chen couldn't help but shout in his heart. But after the pointer slowly moved for a distance, it seemed to suddenly lose power, and finally stopped in the books area with a click. That's right. The pointer stopped at the edge of the books area, just a little bit away from the final area. Ding! Congratulations to their host for obtaining a skill book. At this moment, a book jumped out of the lucky wheel. It was a bit like the martial arts secrets in martial arts movies, and there seemed to be a few words written on the cover. However, before Jiang Chen could clearly see the words on the cover, the skill book was automatically collected into the system inventory. Open the system inventory. Strong curiosity prompted Jiang Chen to open the inventory impatiently. Soon, he saw this mysterious skill book in his backpack. Combat Mastery Skill Book. After using this skill book, you can automatically comprehend and master various combat skills, making you a master level fighter in an instant. Oh shit! Is this the reward for the books area? A skill book that can be learned in one go. Brother Tongzi, you are so awesome. Jiang Chen suddenly clenched his fists, his body couldn't help but tremble slightly, and his face was full of excitement. As a man who has dreamed of being a martial arts hero when he was young. I once dreamed of traveling the world with a sword, seeing the prosperity of the world. The heart of a young man is always a little frivolous. Now I am at home everywhere. Brother Tongzi, I want to use this skill book. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately used this skill book. Swish! The skill book instantly turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Then, a strange memory that was no less familiar than Jiang Chen's suddenly flooded into his mind. Fighting is a combat sport that aims to defeat or subdue an opponent. It is derived from martial arts. Fighting is a violent aesthetic that combines strength, wisdom, technology, and endurance. Fighting can basically be divided into boxing, mixed martial arts, free fighting, traditional martial arts confrontation and grappling. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time seemed to pass very slowly, yet it seemed as if only a moment had passed. When Jiang Chen completely digested this memory, his eyes changed drastically. Become extra sharp. Even 2 cold rays that seemed as real as substance were shot out. This feeling is just like the peerless masters in the movies, who can make the enemy tremble with fear and their legs go weak with just a glance. Click. 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 Jiang Chen casually clenched his fist, and his finger bones immediately made several crisp sounds. Hoo! Hoo! He casually threw 2 punches into the air, and the loud bangs made by his fists breaking through the air scared Jiang Chen himself. Just as Jiang Chen was about to stand up, stretch his muscles, and practice a set of boxing techniques on the balcony for fun, Suddenly, there was a sound of light footsteps behind me. Then, a fragrant breeze blew over. Chapter 13, 7 Fairies of Xilan University. The next morning, Jiang Chen was sleeping soundly when he suddenly felt itchy on his face, as if there were ants crawling on it. Swish! Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and scratched his face, then turned over and continued to sleep. However, not long after, I felt an itchy sensation on my face again. Jiang Chen opened his hazy eyes, but he didn't expect that the first thing that caught his eyes was a charming and enchanting face. Suyao! She had a smile on her face, pinching a strand of her hair in her hand, and then tickling Jiang Chen's face. Perhaps it was because she saw Jiang Chen opened his eyes that Suyao finally couldn't help but burst out laughing, then leaned down and quickly kissed Jiang Chen on the cheek. What are you doing? Yawn tilde tilde tilde. Jiang Chen yawned loudly, glared at Suyao in dissatisfaction, then closed his eyes and prepared to go back to sleep. Honey, I'm hungry. Call butler Bai and ask her to bring breakfast to your room. Hubby, get up and have breakfast with me. Get lost. Don't disturb my sleep. Jiang Chen is very grumpy when he wakes up. He hates it most when others disturb his sleep, and he also hates it most when others pull him out of bed when he is sleeping soundly. When Suyao saw Jiang Chen lose his temper, she was so frightened that she dared not make a sound and did not dare to disturb him anymore. Time passes by every second. Jiang Chen didn't know how long he had slept, but he was sleeping soundly when he suddenly felt someone shaking his arm gently twice. Husband, husband. The sound of Suyao's clappers came to his ears again, and Jiang Chen was immediately annoyed. Just when Jiang Chen was about to start cursing, Suyao's voice floated over again. Husband, my group of girlfriends insisted on asking me out shopping today. But I don't want to squeeze into the subway or the bus. Dear husband, can you lend me your car? Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and immediately saw Suyao, who was already dressed neatly and had delicate makeup on her face. Your group of girlfriends. The 7 Fairies of Xilan University. A group of beautiful women instantly appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. Suyao was named the campus beauty of Xilan University that year. But at that time, in addition to Suyao, there were 6 other beautiful women who were on the candidate list for the school belle. Because Suyao had a teardrop mole under the right corner of her eye, which gave her a soft and charming feeling, she finally defeated the other 6 beauties with a slight advantage in votes and became the campus belle of Xilan University. However, I don't know which board LSP gave these 7 beauties a resounding nickname, the 7 Fairies of Xilan University. Since then, Suyao's reputation as the school belle has become somewhat weaker, while the reputation of the 7 fairies has become more and more famous. That's right. There are only 7 people in Suyao's group of close friends, and they are the 7 fairies who were famous in Xilan University back then. None of this is the point. The point is, thanks to Liu Ruyan, Jiang Chen has the WeChat of every one of the 7 fairies of Xilan University. Little guy, if I bring all 6 of the 7 fairies from Xilan University home except Liu Ruyan, what do you think Liu Ruyan's expression will be? When Jiang Chen said this, Suyao was stunned. She stared at Jiang Chen with her eyes wide open and her mouth open in shock. Her lips trembled several times, but she couldn't utter a word. What's wrong? What's that expression on your face? Jiang Chen stretched out his body, then lay sideways on the bed, looking at Suyao, who was standing beside the bed with interest. Honey, are you kidding me? Suyao's face looked a little ugly, her voice was a little trembling, and there seemed to be a sense of grievance in her tone. Little Splash, I'm giving you a task now. Jiang Chen climbed up from the bed, and then said to Suyao seriously, I want you to do whatever it takes to get all your girlfriends to be my girlfriends. Suyao was stunned. She bit her lips tightly, her face gradually turned red, and 2 flames of anger shot out of her beautiful eyes, as if she was on the verge of exploding. However, Jiang Chen's next words made her freeze again. If you succeed in getting 1, I'll give you 10 million. If you get all 5, I will not only give you 50 million, but I can also give you the Ferrari La Ferrari. I'm just asking you if you'll do this deal. Quiet. It was quiet in the bedroom. Suyao stood there blankly, with a shocked expression on her face, as if she was frightened by the price Jiang Chen offered. Half a day later, Suyao suddenly pursed her lips and asked cautiously, Old husband, are you kidding me? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and replied, Do you think I'm joking? Suyao, if I succeed in one, will you give me 10 million? Jiang Chen, yeah. Su Yao, if I catch them all, will you give me 50 million and a Ferrari la Ferrari? Jiang Chen, yeah. Hubby, just wait for my good news. Yao Yao will definitely not let you down. Come on, little splash. I'm rooting for you. Honey, then I drove the Ferrari la Ferrari away. Well, go ahead. Su Yao went out happily. Jiang Chen lay back on the bed, ready to take a nap. When Jiang Chen thought of Su Yao's greedy look, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. What's wrong with being a gold digger? As long as her material needs are met, she will be obedient to you and her emotional value will be maximized. Although Liu Ruyan is also a gold digger, she is dirty. Jiang Chen has severe misophobia. You can be materialistic, vain, gossipy, and willful, but you must be clean. Once it's dirty, Jiang Chen will never touch you even if you are fairy in the sky. Ding ling ling. Not long after Jiang Chen lay down, his cell phone rang urgently, interrupting his sweet dream. Damn. Which bastard? Don't you know that disturbing other people's sleep is an immoral behavior? Swish. Jiang Chen stretched one hand out from under the quilt, fumbled on the bedside table, and took out the phone. Caller ID, Liu Ruyan. When he saw his ex-girlfriend's name, Jiang Chen's eyelids twitched slightly and a strange expression appeared on his face. Hello. As soon as Jiang Chen answered the phone, Liu Ruyan's angry voice came from the other end. Jiang Chen, you bastard. Let me ask you, who were you with last night? What did you do? Liu Ruyan, are you mentally ill? Who I am with is none of your business. Jiang Chen, how dare you yell at me? Who gave you the courage? Let me ask you, did you go to the hotel with Su Yao to get a room last night? Liu Ruyan, you are really sick. We have already broken up, who I go to the hotel with is none of your business. Jiang Chen. Bang. Jiang Chen decisively hung up the phone, then blocked and deleted Liu Ruyan's phone number, and then blocked and deleted her WeChat as well. It seems that it is not appropriate. Jiang Chen thought about it, then blocked and deleted all of Liu Ruyan's contact information. He even changed the login password of the iQIYI app membership account. Now that we have broken up, we must break up cleanly. Procrastination and indecision are not Jiang Chen's style. As the saying goes, a good horse never turns back. Jiang Chen will never touch a dirty woman again. Chapter 14. Su Yao shows off her wealth. Dynasty International Hotel. Presidential Suite. After Jiang Chen blocked and deleted all of Liu Ruyan's contact information, he casually opened his WeChat. It was not until this moment that he realized that his circle of friends had exploded. The update that Jiang Chen posted last night has been liked by countless friends, and the number of messages in the comments section has reached 99 plus. Liu Gang, holy shit. Jiang Chen, you are amazing. You are actually dating the campus beauty of Sichuan University. Li Qiang, Jiang Chen, aren't you planning to marry Liu Ruyan recently? How come you're dating the campus beauty of Sichuan University in the blink of an eye? Yang Dao, wow. The beauty from Sichuan University has a great figure. Jiang Chen, you are so lucky. Zhao Wenbo, Liu Ruyan just announced that she was with Yang Fan, and Jiang Chen announced that he was with Su Yao right after. I just woke up today and ate such a big piece of gossip. My head is still buzzing. Somehow, everyone, please take a look at the circle of friends of the campus beauty of Sichuan University. It turns out that Jiang Chen is a hidden rich second generation. Most of the comments in the comments section are from Jiang Chen's college classmates. Among them, many classmates are mutual friends of Jiang Chen, Liu Ruyan and Su Yao. Jiang Chen and Liu Ruyan have been together for 3 years and are planning to get married soon. Many of their college classmates know about this. However, last night, Liu Ruyan posted an update on WeChat Moments, followed by another update on WeChat Moments by Jiang Chen. Not only did both parties' WeChat Moments become a buzz, but the university class group, which had been quiet for 3 years, also exploded. Swish. Jiang Chen curiously scrolled through his WeChat Moments and soon saw that Su Yao had also posted an update last night. Su Yao sent a total of 9 photos. There are photos of Jiang Chen driving a Ferrari la Ferrari and her sitting in the passenger seat. There is a photo of the hotel housekeeper by Qian Qian coming to greet Jiang Chen when he got off the car. There is a photo of Jiang Chen sitting at the dining table and clinking glasses with Su Yao. There are photos of Jiang Chen entering the presidential suite and standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows to enjoy the night view. There is also an intimate photo of Jiang Chen and Su Yao lying on the bed in the hotel, cuddling and hugging each other. In addition, Su Yao also included an official announcement. Mr. Jiang, please give me your guidance for the rest of my life. Emoji, shy, emoji, shy, emoji, shy. Certainly. Su Yao's post on WeChat Moments was also liked and commented on by countless friends. Especially Su Yao's group of good girlfriends, 5 of the 7 fairies of Xilan University. They were the ones who shouted the loudest in the comment section. Because Jiang Chen had blocked and deleted Liu Ruyan's WeChat, he naturally couldn't see Liu Ruyan's message in the comment section. But even if you use your toes to guess, you can guess that Liu Ruyan must be very angry. Swish, swish, swish. Jiang Chen quickly glanced through the comment section and seemed to find them a bit boring, so he exited WeChat and turned his phone to silent mode. After doing all this, Jiang Chen lay down on the big bed, which was more than 3 meters wide, hugged the pillow and continued to sleep soundly. Jiang Chen hasn't slept in for 3 years. This time, I must make up for the 3 years of lazy sleep. The other side. Su Yao was driving a Ferrari, speeding on the road. Along the way, Su Yao was in an exceptionally happy mood. Because no matter where she goes, she can become the focus of the whole audience, and I don't know how many passers-by's attention she has attracted. Wow! What a cool sports car, what a beautiful lady! Look over there. Ferrari. The lady driving the car turned out to be a beautiful lady. Miss, can I add you on WeChat? Miss, I'm 18 years old, 180 centimeters tall, with 8-pack abs. I like sports very much, and my physical strength and explosive power are both amazing. Sister, do you need a little brother? I can be your little puppy. As soon as Su Yao parked her Ferrari near a square, several bold men came up to chat with her. However, Su Yao raised her eyebrows, her face instantly turned extremely cold, and her whole body exuded a cold aura that kept people at a distance, and then she rejected all these men. Looking at the backs of these men leaving in a daze, Su Yao's face showed a hint of sarcasm and disdain. A bunch of poor losers dare to set their sights on me? What kind of person is it if you don't even take a piss and look at yourself? You ugly bastards are not even as good as one of Jiang Chen's toes. My eyes are not blind yet. Instead of my super rich brother, are you going to choose you poor losers who dream of living off you all day? Ooh! Get away from me. Don't dirty my eyes. Su Yao used to be a proud school beauty. She was used to being pursued by others and was also used to rejecting others' pursuit. So, no matter which man approached her to chat with her, Su Yao would coldly say, "Get lost," simply, directly and rudely rejecting these fools who had no self-awareness. Tatter. Next, Su Yao walked with a very natural cat step, a confident smile on her face, her head held high, and strode into a nearby cafe. Yao, you're here. As soon as Su Yao walked into the cafe, she saw her group of girlfriends sitting around a table by the window, and everyone waved at her. Sorry, there was a traffic jam on the road. I am late. Su Yao walked over with a smile, and as soon as she sat down, she noticed 2 cold gazes coming from the opposite side. Looking up, Su Yao suddenly became happy. Who else could the woman sitting right opposite her be if not Liu Ruyan? Yao, is that Ferrari at the door really Jiang Chen's? When did Jiang Chen become so rich? Yao, are you really together with Jiang Chen? Yao, did Jiang Chen really take you to a big dinner last night? Did you two really stay in the presidential suite of the Dynasty International Hotel for a night? Faced with the numerous inquiries from her besties, Su Yao just answered a few questions casually and then called the waiter from the cafe over. Excuse me, what kind of coffee would you like? The waitress walked quickly to Su Yao holding a menu, and then handed the menu to Su Yao respectfully. Su Yao opened the menu and ordered a cup of coffee. When she handed the menu back to the waitress, Su Yao suddenly took out a bank card from her bag and said to the waitress with a smile, "I'll pay for all the consumption here today." Fuck. Yao, you're actually showing off in front of us. Yao, you are so hypocritical. How much money did Jiang Chen give you? How could he allow a proud school beauty like you to willingly climb into his bed? TSK. Just because you have money means you are arrogant. Yao, tell me the truth, is Jiang Chen a hidden second-generation rich man? Yes. Tell us quickly, how did Jiang Chen suddenly become so rich? Not only Su Yao's girlfriends were curious, but Liu Ruyan was also very curious. Liu Ruyan asked herself who Jiang Chen was, and no one knew him better than her. She had been with Jiang Chen for 3 years, and Jiang Chen worked hard every day delivering food. The money he earned every month would not exceed 20,000 at best. And Jiang Chen would give her his salary every month, and would only keep a few hundred yuan for himself for living expenses. Liu Ruyan was never willing to believe that Jiang Chen, who had struggled at the bottom of society and worked himself to death like an ox or a horse, could be a hidden super-rich second generation. How is that possible? Which super-rich second generation would put himself in such a difficult position? Isn't this simply sick? So, when her besties asked about Su Yao, Liu Ruyan bit her lips tightly, clenched her hands into fists, and stared at Su Yao without blinking. She seemed to be expecting to hear from Su Yao that Jiang Chen was not some rich second generation, and that all this was a deliberate joke between Su Yao and Jiang Chen. However, but reality gave Liu Ruyan a hard slap in the face. In fact, Jiang Chen is not an orphan. He has a grandfather who does business overseas, and his grandfather is a super rich man. The moment Su Yao told the truth, Liu Ruyan's face turned pale instantly, and she stood there in a daze, her head buzzing, and she completely lost the ability to think. How so? Is Jiang Chen really a super rich second generation? Did I just miss out on this incredible wealth? No. I don't believe it. It's all fake. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? I just broke up with Jiang Chen, and Jiang Chen immediately transformed himself into a super rich second generation. Even TV dramas don't dare to film it like this. All of this must have been a conspiracy between Jiang Chen and Su Yao to deceive everyone. It must be like this. Chapter 15. Get Out. Liu Ruyan. Dynasty International Hotel. Presidential Suite. Jiang Chen slept until he woke up naturally, climbed out of bed, stretched himself, and felt extremely relaxed all over. One word, awesome. Swish. Jiang Chen picked up his phone and checked the time. He didn't expect that it was almost 12 noon. In addition, there were dozens of missed calls on his phone. He opened his phone and flipped through the pages casually. Jiang Chen then realized that his phone was almost blown up in just one morning. Most of these missed calls were from Jiang Chen's college classmates, and there were also a few from unfamiliar numbers. In particular, a number ending in 5438 called Jiang Chen more than 20 times. At this moment, Jiang Chen received another call on his mobile phone, which was the number ending in 5438. Because Jiang Chen had switched his phone to silent mode, there was no vibration or ringing. He could only stare at the screen to see that a call was coming in. Swish. Jiang Chen casually pressed the answer button and put the phone to his ear. Jiang Chen, you finally answered my call. Before Jiang Chen could speak, a very familiar female voice came from the other end of the phone. Oh shit. Liu Ruyan. It turns out that this 438 is you. Jiang Chen's face turned cold. His good mood from having a good sleep was ruined by this phone call. Jiang Chen, where are you? I think there must be some misunderstanding between us, so. Can I meet with you so we can sit down and talk calmly, okay? This time, Liu Ruyan did not yell at Jiang Chen. Instead, she lowered her posture and spoke in a particularly gentle tone, as if she was very cautious and afraid to upset Jiang Chen. Damn. Splashing people means splashing people. Jiang Chen and Liu Ruyan have been together for 3 whole years. Liu Ruyan has always been domineering towards Jiang Chen. Not only does she treat Jiang Chen like an ox or a horse, but she also rarely looks at Jiang Chen in a good manner. Now, Jiang Chen has money in his pocket. He drove a luxury car, lived in a presidential suite, ate a big meal, drank red wine worth 300,000 yuan a bottle, took the former school beauty Su Yao to bed, and even generously gave Su Yao more than 8 million yuan in pocket money. Liu Ruyan is obviously jealous. Jiang Chen thought that Liu Ruyan was naturally aloof and cold to everyone. Now it seems that it's not that Liu Ruyan is not gentle, but that Liu Ruyan thinks Jiang Chen is not worthy of her gentle treatment at all. Liu Ruyan, we have broken up. You have a new boyfriend, and I have a new girlfriend. I think there's nothing more to talk about between us. Jiang Chen's tone was very flat, as if he was talking to a stranger, neither happy nor sad, without any ripples. No. There was a sudden scream from the other end of the phone, and Liu Ruyan's tone became hurried. Jiang Chen, it's not like that, can you listen to my explanation? Explain. Jiang Chen suddenly laughed and said in a mocking tone, Liu Ruyan, please make one thing clear to me. We have broken up. You were the one who took the initiative to bring up the breakup. We no longer have any relationship. You don't have to explain anything to me, and I don't want to hear your explanation. Silence, no words. Liu Ruyan was silent for a while on the other end of the phone, and suddenly asked again, Jiang Chen, we have been together for 3 years. Are you really letting go of our relationship? Please. For the past 3 years, I have been the only one who has given everything, and you have only enjoyed my efforts for you and have never loved me. Liu Ruyan, don't you feel ashamed to say these words now? Jiang Chen, I'm sorry, I accept your apology, but I will never forgive you because you are complete splatter. You? Liu Ruyan, don't call me anymore. I'm afraid Yao Yao will be jealous. After all, she is my girlfriend now. Bang. After Jiang Chen finished his last sentence, he immediately hung up the phone. Spicy next door. There are splashing people every year, but this year there are especially many. If it wasn't because Jiang Chen was rich, would Liu Ruyan speak to him in such a humble manner? If it weren't for the fact that Jiang Chen was rich, would Liu Ruyan, who had already thrown herself into Yang Fan's arms, come back to find him? 3 years of selfless dedication could not keep Liu Ruyan's heart. Once she has money, her heart will return? Since he could buy a woman's heart with money, why didn't Jiang Chen pick a beautiful, well-built, clean, gentle, considerate, well-behaved and obedient woman? Why would you pick up this old shoe of Liu Ruyan? Swish. Jiang Chen threw his phone aside, then turned over and stretched again. As if he felt a little thirsty, Jiang Chen didn't even wear pajamas. He was only wearing a pair of large shorts. He just walked over and opened the bedroom door. Crack. As the door opened, Jiang Chen took a step toward the outside, but the next second, he caught a glimpse of someone standing in the living room out of the corner of his eye. Swish. Jiang Chen suddenly turned his head and saw a mature and plump figure. Mr. Jiang, are you up? Bai Qianqian stood awkwardly in the living room, with her hands crossed in front of her, while bowing slightly to Jiang Chen. But when her eyes swept over Jiang Chen, her pretty face immediately turned slightly red, and there seemed to be a flash of embarrassment in her eyes. I'll go. Jiang Chen let out an exaggerated scream, then covered his body, took a step back to the bedroom, and closed the door with a bang. Bai Qianqian. A few minutes later, the bedroom door was opened again, and Jiang Chen walked out wearing a bathrobe. Seeing this scene, Bai Qianqian immediately stepped forward and explained, Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it just now. Miss Su told me this morning to wake you up before noon and then supervise you to eat lunch. I was just about to wake you up, but I heard you talking on the phone in the bedroom, so I waited in the living room for a while. I didn't expect this to happen. I'm really sorry. Bai Qianqian bowed to Jiang Chen again, looking a little nervous, with a hint of blush still seeming to remain on her pretty face. Although Bai Qianqian only took a glimpse just now, Jiang Chen's well-proportioned muscles, inverted triangle back, dog waist, 8-pack abs, mermaid line. There was also the huge capital that was hidden by the shorts but could not be hidden, and it all came into her sight. Bai Qianqian could swear on a clear conscience that Jiang Chen was the most handsome and best-looking little wolf dog she had ever seen in her life. Even she, an old married lady, couldn't help but feel a little moved. If a young girl saw what happened just now, she would definitely scream in shock. It doesn't matter. Jiang Chen waved his hand indifferently, and then added, Fortunately, I was wearing a pair of shorts, otherwise, it would be like being a hooligan in front of you. What Jiang Chen said is true. This is the law of the Dragon Kingdom. Unless there is a reason, if a man dares to take off his clothes in front of a woman, the woman will definitely sue him. Puff. Bai Qianqian suddenly couldn't help but burst out laughing, and seemed to think that this was a bit impolite, so she quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Mr. Jiang, you are so humorous. It was obviously my fault, how can you say you were a hooligan? If you really want to count, I should be playing tricks on you. When Bai Qianqian said this, she seemed to realize something and her voice stopped abruptly. Under Jiang Chen's gaze, her beautiful face was instantly covered with blush. Someone once said that heartbeat often happens in an instant. Although Jiang Chen had sealed his heart and locked away his love, he had to admit that at the moment when Bai Qianqian blushed just now, he was indeed interested in this woman. A mature and plump young woman, blushing and shy. Really cute. Chapter 16 Single Mom. Noon. Jiang Chen enjoyed a sumptuous lunch in the presidential suite. As the saying goes, a cigarette after a meal makes you feel as happy as a god. Jiang Chen lay lazily on the sofa, lit a cigarette for himself, and then puffed away leisurely. Just at this moment, Bai Qianqian suddenly came over. She bent down slightly and asked in a gentle and respectful voice, "Mr. Jiang, do you have any travel plans this afternoon?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered. It seems that I won a single-family villa in the 3 draws held late last night. Or, let's go see that villa now? Identify the door in advance so that you won't lose your home later. Butler Bai, please arrange a car for me. I need to go out to do something this afternoon. Jiang Chen immediately put out his cigarette, then stood up and walked towards the bedroom, intending to go back to his room to change clothes before going out. Okay, I'll get the car ready for you. Bai Qianqian nodded, immediately took out a walkie-talkie from behind her and quickly contacted the hotel's driver team. 20 minutes later. The main entrance of the Dynasty International Hotel. A Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped in front of Jiang Chen and Bai Qianqian. The driver was a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing the hotel driver's uniform, white gloves, and a simple smile. He looked like a kind person. Bai Qianqian walked over and opened the car door, then put her hand above the door to prevent Jiang Chen from accidentally hitting his head when getting in the car. Thanks. Jiang Chen thanked him politely and got into the car. You're welcome. This is my job. Bai Qianqian smiled slightly and pretended to close the car door. At this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly said, "Butler Bai, please come with me. I need your help with something." Okay. Bai Qianqian was slightly stunned, but she didn't think much about it. She immediately got into the car and sat next to Jiang Chen. In an instant, a mature and fragrant feminine scent wafted over. Jiang Chen couldn't help but narrow his eyes, and then secretly looked at Bai Qianqian, who was sitting next to him. Small shirt, hip skirt, black stockings, high heels. None of this is the point. The point is, Bai Qianqian also has a pair of 30-60 headlights, which fill up her small shirt. The extremely full curves and tight fabric of the clothes make people worry that the second and third buttons of the shirt will break off at any time. Also, that skirt is too tight. It shouldn't be the skirt's problem. Instead, it was Bai Qianqian's exaggerated hip curve that made a large size hip skirt look like a small size. When Bai Qianqian wore this dress, she exuded the unique charm of a mature woman. Plump, sexy, seductive, charming. But Bai Qianqian has an extremely beautiful face, which forms a sharp contrast with her mature, plump, sexy and hot figure. TSK. It would be very interesting to put her on the bed, hug her mature and plump body, and watch her blushing and shy face, right? Mr. Jiang, where are we going now? The voice of driver Liu Ruyan suddenly floated over from the front seat. Jiang Chen quickly shook off the random thoughts in his mind, and then said to the driver, "Liu Ruyan, Phoenix Villa." Okay. The driver, Liu Ruyan, nodded and then reminded, "Mr. Jiang, sit tight, we're leaving now." On the way. Jiang Chen originally planned to play with his phone for a while. Unexpectedly, Bai Qianqian couldn't help but ask curiously, "Mr. Jiang, are you going to Phoenix Villa to visit a friend?" No. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head, and replied, "I bought a villa in Phoenix Villa. I just went there to get familiar with the house so that I won't lose my way home in the future." After saying this, Jiang Chen opened the document bag he was carrying, took out the property certificate inside, and handed it directly to Bai Qianqian. Bai Qianqian subconsciously took the property certificate, flipped it open and took a look, and immediately froze in place. Phoenix Villa is a famous residence for wealthy people in Xilan City. The cheapest villa there costs more than 100 million dragon country currency, and the price of villas in better locations is even more than doubled. Bai Qianqian knew that Jiang Chen was very rich. Although Jiang Chen was dressed very casually, he drove a Ferrari LaFerrari, lived in the presidential suite, and spent 500,000 on a casual meal. He was obviously a wealthy young man. But Bai Qianqian could never have imagined that Jiang Chen actually bought villa number 1 in Phoenix Villa. This is the king of buildings in Phoenix Villa. Rumor has it that the price of this villa has been raised to a sky-high price of $1 billion dragon dollars, but there are still many wealthy people who are fighting for it. Unexpectedly, the owner of this villa is sitting next to Bai Qianqian at this moment, and he is so young and handsome. If Bai Qianqian said that she was not moved at all when faced with such a young, promising and high-quality man, she would definitely be lying. Butler Bai, are you married? Just at this moment, Jiang Chen's voice floated over from the side. Bai Qianqian quickly closed the property certificate, and an unnatural expression flashed across her face. Bai Qianqian stroked her hair, her lips trembled, and she said in a self-abased tone, Mr. Jiang, I am a divorced woman with a 5-year-old daughter. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyelids couldn't help but tremble slightly. Divorced woman? Single mother? This is good. Divorced women know how to cherish and understand men better. Moreover, they are experienced and not clingy. As long as they are given enough sense of security, it is easy to get started. Especially single mothers. As long as you try your best to be good to her child and make the child like you, the mother will naturally like you along with the child. Har har, I really like children, especially kindergartners. They are so cute. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and did not discriminate against or laugh at Bai Qianqian just because she was a single mother. Yeah. Bai Qianqian's eyes lit up slightly, but soon dimmed again. I saw her lips trembling several times, and she looked like she wanted to say something but couldn't, as if there was something she couldn't say. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen asked curiously, Butler Bai, what's wrong with you? Nothing. Bai Qianqian glanced at Jiang Chen, then immediately looked away, with an expression of confusion and hesitation on her face. Although Jiang Chen was very curious, he didn't want to force Bai Qianqian to tell him since she didn't want to tell him. But just when Jiang Chen took out his phone and was about to watch some short videos, Bai Qianqian's voice suddenly came over again. Mr. Jiang, can I ask you for a favor? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen quickly raised his head and looked at Bai Qianqian, who was biting her lips, clenching her fists, and her face was flushed. What's up? Jiang Chen put down his phone and tried to make his voice gentle. Because as soon as he saw Bai Qianqian's struggling and hesitant look, he knew that this woman must have encountered some difficulties. Swish. Perhaps sensing Jiang Chen's kindness, Bai Qianqian's eyes turned red and she said in a trembling voice, Mr. Jiang, my daughter is seriously ill. The doctor said it's aplastic anemia and can only be cured with a bone marrow transplant. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's expression did not change, but he couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. He was just thinking about whether he should find an opportunity to get in touch with Bai Qianqian's daughter first, try to win the child's favor, and then win the child's mother in one fell swoop. Now it seems that this plan is no longer useful. People have offered to deliver the food to my door, so why wouldn't I accept it? How much does it cost? Jiang Chen's brief words fell into Bai Qianqian's ears, like the sound of nature, and instantly gave this single mother hope. Mr. Jiang, I. Perhaps she was too excited. Bai Qianqian didn't know how to express her gratitude for a moment, and she even started to stutter. The doctor said that the surgery will cost at least $500,000. As Bai Qianqian spoke, her voice became lower and lower, and her head drooped, as if she felt that the amount of money was too large. Jiang Chen had no relationship with her, so why would he lend her money? However, Jiang Chen took out his phone and said to Bai Qianqian, send me your bank card number and I will transfer the money to you directly. Bai Qianqian was slightly stunned, then burst into tears of joy and said, Mr. Jiang, thank you. Don't worry, I will definitely return the money to you. You're welcome. Jiang Chen's face remained calm, but a smirk quickly flashed across his eyes. Pay back the money? Who asked you to pay back the money? If you owe debt, you must pay it back with your body. We are all adults now, can't we understand some rules? What's more, a child without a father is like a weed, while a child with a father is like a treasure. If you don't think about yourself, you should also think about your children. Right? Chapter 17 Liu Ruyan is jealous and crazy. IFC Shopping Mall. In Xilan City, this is definitely one of the best international high-end shopping malls. The mall not only has various top domestic brand stores, but also gathers dozens of world-class brand flagship stores. Basically, you can find any luxury store you can think of here. It can be said that this shopping mall is the shopping paradise that all the spendthrift women in Xilan City dream of. Liu Ruyan's mood at this moment was very complicated. At noon, Su Yao first treated her besties to a big meal, and then couldn't wait to bring everyone to the mall. Next, Su Yao kept shopping in various luxury stores. Liu Ruyan and her other girlfriends could only look at Su Yao with envy and jealousy as she kept swiping her card, and some even had to act as Su Yao's bag carriers. Fortunately, Su Yao is quite generous. She walked into the LV store, waved her hand, and bought a bag for each of her 6 girlfriends. Liu Ruyan got a rose handbag, and when she looked at the price on the tag, it turned out to be 128,888 yuan. The bags that several of my other girlfriends got were all in about the same price range. In other words, Su Yao gave out more than 700,000 without even blinking an eye. One word: arrogant. Certainly. Liu Ruyan also deeply understood that Su Yao was now spending Jiang Chen's money. If she had not broken up with Jiang Chen, then the woman who was spending like crazy in various luxury stores at this moment, not treating money as money at all, spending money like water, and being arrogant and unreasonable should be her. Swish. Liu Ruyan held the rose handbag in her hands and secretly observed the expressions on her girlfriends' faces. Suddenly, they found that their eyes were shining, as if they were all deeply shocked by Su Yao's domineering behavior. Regret. Extremely regretful. Liu Ruyan felt so regretful that her intestines turned green. She learned from Su Yao that Jiang Chen had never known that he had a wealthy grandfather. On the day she broke up with Jiang Chen, this wealthy grandfather contacted Jiang Chen. How could this be such a coincidence? Why didn't this wealthy grandfather contact Jiang Chen one day earlier? Just after she broke up with Jiang Chen, she immediately found Jiang Chen. Is it destined by God that she cannot accept such enormous wealth and can only watch helplessly as it is handed over to others? Liu Ruyan was unwilling to give up, so she took the opportunity to go to the bathroom and immediately called Jiang Chen, wanting to reconcile with him. However, Jiang Chen scolded her mercilessly and made it clear that he would never forgive her. At this moment, Liu Ruyan was really panicked. She thought that after being with Jiang Chen for 3 years, Jiang Chen must have feelings for her. How could he just say he didn't love her anymore? Also, she just made a mistake that all women in the world are prone to make, so why didn't Jiang Chen forgive her? She could promise that she would cut off all contact with Yang Fan in the future, and then be Jiang Chen's little wife wholeheartedly, and be doubly good to Jiang Chen. Why didn't Jiang Chen give her a chance? Men are truly without conscience. I stayed with him for 3 whole years, spending all of a woman's most precious youth on him. Result. In the end, I didn't get any benefit at all. On the contrary, Su Yao, this little vixen, did nothing but climbed into Jiang Chen's bed once, and was spoiled to the sky by Jiang Chen. He drives a luxury car, drinks Lafite, lives in a presidential suite, and buys all kinds of luxury goods he wants. His nose is almost up to the sky. Why? Why can Su Yao enjoy all this? Why can't I, Jiang Chen's official girlfriend, enjoy all of this? Instead, I can only follow Su Yao silently, watching Su Yao show off, and even have to act as Su Yao's bag girl? Ding ling ling. At this moment, Liu Ruyan's cell phone rang. Caller ID, Yang Fan. As soon as Liu Ruyan saw Yang Fan's name, a hint of annoyance immediately flashed through her heart. Last night. If she hadn't drunk too much and wasn't a little confused, how could she have followed Yang Fan to their hotel in a daze? If it weren't for the fact that she had sex with Yang Fan, the rice had already been cooked, plus Yang Fan's sweet words. How could she possibly make an official announcement on WeChat Moments in the middle of the night? If she hadn't posted that circle of friends, Jiang Chen would never have known that she had slept with Yang Fan. Even as long as Liu Ruyan wasn't so anxious, and broke up with Jiang Chen a day later, or accepted Yang Fan's invitation a day later, or went to the hotel with Yang Fan a day later, things wouldn't have come to this. Then there must be room for redemption between her and Jiang Chen. Thinking of this, Liu Ruyan became even more irritated. She hung up Yang Fan's call without saying a word, and at the same time, she felt a lot of resentment towards Yang Fan. Yang Fan, you bastard, since you have already gone abroad, why do you want to come back? Just come back, why did you contact me secretly? It was you who proposed the breakup in the first place, and now you're begging me to get back together. How could I have been so foolish as to agree to it? Jiang Chen was so good to me and had taken great care of me over the past 3 years. How could I be so blind that I couldn't see it? Am I really a splashy person like Jiang Chen said? Ding ding. At this moment, Liu Ruyan received a short message on WeChat from Yang Fan. Yarn fan, baby, what are you busy with? I called you, why didn't you answer? Seeing this WeChat message, Liu Ruyan's eyelids trembled slightly. I saw her holding the phone and typing a few words, then deleting them, then typing a few more words, and then deleting them again. After repeating this process over and over again, Liu Ruyan finally finished editing a WeChat message and sent it out. Liu Ruyan, I'm in a meeting, so it's inconvenient to answer the phone. Yarn fan, oh, then you go ahead and do your work. I'll contact you later. Looking at the second WeChat message sent by Yarn fan, Liu Ruyan held the phone blankly, her eyes gradually losing focus, her thoughts flying to who knows where, and she didn't react for a long time. Ruyan, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and catch up. At this moment, a clear voice came from the front. Liu Ruyan looked up suddenly, and saw Su Yao leading a group of girlfriends, swaggering into a women's underwear store. See, Gilson. The Chinese name is Gilson. #1 among the world's top 10 luxury women's underwear brands. Rumor has it that the cheapest piece of underwear in this store costs tens of thousands, and the most expensive one even costs hundreds of thousands. Swish. At this moment, Liu Ruyan's eyes turned red. Why? Why can a little girl like Su Yao wear high-end underwear worth tens or even hundreds of thousands of dollars? Why can I only wear ordinary underwear that costs a few hundred yuan? Are Su Yao's breasts more valuable than others? Is Su Yao's little garden inlaid with diamonds? How much money did Jiang Chen give her? Why hasn't her card been maxed out yet? Look at her smug look. I'm so pissed off. Chapter 18, Our Responsibility. The Other Side. In a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Bai Qianqian received a transfer of 500,000 yuan from Jiang Chen, and her eyes immediately turned red. During this period, she borrowed money from everywhere, almost all her relatives and friends, but no one was willing to lend her money. However, she just mentioned it to Jiang Chen, and he immediately transferred the money to her. You know, she and Jiang Chen had only known each other for one day, and they were not even friends. It was this stranger who, after hearing that her daughter was seriously ill, transferred 500,000 yuan to her without saying a word, and didn't even ask her to write an IOU. Although this amount of money is nothing to Jiang Chen, to Bai Qianqian, it is her daughter's life-saving money. So, how could Bai Qianqian not be moved? Next, Bai Qianqian transferred the money to her parents in the hospital and urged her parents to pay the surgery fee quickly so that the doctor could arrange surgery for her daughter as soon as possible. After doing all this, Bai Qianqian wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, her face full of gratitude, and she once again expressed her sincere gratitude to Jiang Chen. Butler Bai, I am a little curious. Please forgive me for asking. Jiang Chen didn't want to ask more questions, but he was very curious, and he was also very interested in Bai Qianqian, so he asked out the questions in his mind. Logically speaking, as a butler in a presidential suite at a 5-star hotel, your monthly salary should be quite high, right? Also, when you divorced your ex-husband, you should have been able to get a share of the property, right? Let's take a step back and say that if your child is sick, his father is obliged to pay for his treatment. Doesn't that mean he doesn't care about his child? To sum up, I am particularly curious, how come you can't even get together 500,000 yuan for surgery? After hearing what Jiang Chen said, Bai Qianqian immediately showed a bitter expression on her face. She stroked her hair, sighed softly and said, Mr. Jiang, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. If it weren't for my ex-husband, how could I have fallen to this point? What do you mean? Jiang Chen immediately became interested. He just turned sideways and looked at Bai Qianqian with curiosity. His eyes were like little stars, sparkling and twinkling. Puff. Bai Qianqian was originally in a low mood, but when she saw Jiang Chen's curious look, she was immediately amused. This is a woman with a very low sense of humor. Women with low sense of humor are usually simple and kind, not scheming, not cunning, and more optimistic. However, such a woman is also very fragile inside. Call. Bai Qianqian took a deep breath, adjusted her mood, and then slowly said, My ex-husband was the boss of a small company. He had a car, a house, and savings at the time. His financial situation was pretty good. But after I married him, I found out that he really likes gambling. At first, he just went there to play mahjong, and the stakes were not high, so I didn't take it seriously. After I became pregnant, he started staying out all night, renting a room with his friends and gambling all day and all night. After I gave birth to my daughter, I found out that he gambled more and more. Not only did he lose all his family property, but he also owed a large amount of high-interest loans. Speaking of this, Bai Qianqian's eyes became red again. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Gambling is really a deadly thing. Call. Taking another deep breath, Bai Qianqian continued, what I never expected was that not only did he not listen to my advice, he also continued to borrow money to gamble, and even in order to deal with the creditors who came to collect their debts, he even pushed me out and wanted me to sleep with them so as to offset part of the interest. Luckily I called the police in advance, otherwise. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but curse, fuck. Is your ex-husband possessed? Is this something a human would do? He's worse than an animal. Bai Qianqian's tears finally rolled down from her eyes. I saw her biting her lips, her face was a little pale, and there was a hint of sadness in her eyes, just like the poor woman who was ruthlessly abandoned in the TV series. Jiang Chen knew that the opportunity to take advantage of the situation had come. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen suddenly stretched out a hand and gently took Bai Qianqian into his arms. Bai Qianqian was slightly stunned. By the time she reacted, she was already leaning in Jiang Chen's arms. Jiang Chen was seen patting her back gently, just like she usually did when coaxing her daughter. His movements were particularly gentle and cautious, as if he was afraid of hurting her. Swish! At this moment, Bai Qianqian's pretty face instantly turned red. She really wanted to struggle to get out of Jiang Chen's arms. After all, they were not that close yet, and their posture at the moment was too ambiguous. However, Jiang Chen's embrace is so warm. Deep in Bai Qianqian's heart, she actually felt a little nostalgic. What to do? Do you want to push Jiang Chen away? After all, he and I had only known each other for less than 2 days, and if we hugged each other like this, it would easily lead to misunderstanding. Besides, Jiang Chen already has a girlfriend. I'm leaning in the arms of someone else's boyfriend now. Is that a bit shameless? Sister Qianqian, what happened next? How is your ex-husband now? At this moment, Jiang Chen's gentle voice floated into Bai Qianqian's ears. When Bai Qianqian heard the name, Sister Qianqian, her heart trembled inexplicably and her cheeks became hotter and hotter. It has to be said that after Jiang Chen changed Butler Bai to Sister Qianqian, the distance between the two of them was instantly shortened. Bai Qianqian even deceived herself into thinking that since Jiang Chen called her sister, then wasn't it normal for a sister to lean on her brother's arms for a while? Then, after hesitating for a moment, Bai Qianqian did not struggle out of Jiang Chen's arms, allowing Jiang Chen to continue holding her, while also greedily enjoying the warmth that Jiang Chen's arms brought her. After I divorced him, the court ruled that I didn't need to bear any of his debts, but he had already lost all his property, so I didn't get any of his property. I thought I would have nothing to do with him from now on, but one day, he secretly took my bank card under the pretext of visiting my daughter and took away all the money in the card. When I found out, I called the police right away, but he had already run away with all my savings and disappeared without a trace. Later, my daughter became seriously ill, and I had to borrow money from everywhere, but none of my relatives or friends were willing to lend me money. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a little pity for Bai Qianqian. A gambling husband, a sick baby, cold-blooded relatives, and a broken woman. All right. Such a woman urgently needs a responsible, capable, secure man to heal her inner wounds. Coincidentally, Jiang Chen just meets these conditions. Nothing more to say. Saving women in distress from dire straits is our unshirkable duty. Let me complete this difficult task. Chapter 19 Personal Butler. Phoenix Villa. The main entrance of Villa number 1. Jiang Chen simply stuck his head out of the car window and swiped his face at the access control system from a distance, and the iron gate in front of him opened automatically. This is a 5-story single-family villa, with 3 floors above ground and 2 floors underground. The entire villa covers an area of definitely more than 5,000 square meters, of which the building area is at least 2,000 square meters. There is a large garden in the front yard of the villa, and a small fountain square in the middle of the garden. There is a heated swimming pool in the backyard, and next to it is a lawn for barbecues, with several tents on the lawn. There is a tennis court on the left side of the villa, and a separately built garage and a helicopter pad on the right. How can this be a villa? It's clearly a small manor. In addition, the furniture, electrical appliances, daily necessities, etc. for the entire villa are all available. The overall decoration of the villa is also in the modern style that Jiang Chen likes very much. 3F, master bedroom, second bedroom, study, collection room, living room, terrace. 2F, elderly room, children's room, guest room, multifunction hall, public bathroom, balcony. 1F, living room, dining room, kitchen, public bathroom, nanny room, tea room, gym. 1F, maid's room, laundry room, storage room, tool room, utility room. 2F, sauna room, massage room, small cinema, small KTV, billiard room, etc. This villa is so huge and has 2 elevators installed. It took Jiang Chen more than an hour to visit all the rooms. After touring the villa, Jiang Chen came to the living room on the first floor and sat on the sofa. Sister Qianqian, how many servants should I hire to take care of such a large villa? Looking at the empty villa, Jiang Chen shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and suddenly began to worry about his wallet. Mr. Jiang, if it's just you and your girlfriend staying here, I think we only need to hire 8 maids to take care of the whole villa. Bai Qianqian analyzed it carefully with her professional perspective and gave a relatively pertinent answer. Sister Qianqian, from now on, when there are no outsiders around, you should just call me by my name, right? It's too strange to keep calling him Mr. Jiang. Jiang Chen looked at Bai Qianqian with a strange expression. Just now in the car, the two were hugging each other, looking so intimate. Unexpectedly, after getting off the car, Bai Qianqian immediately distanced herself from Jiang Chen and put on a serious working attitude. Oh well. Bai Qianqian's pretty face suddenly turned red. Perhaps because she felt that Jiang Chen was approachable and did not have any bad habits of a dandy, she bravely called out, Jiang. Jiang Chen. Sister Qianqian, how about you become my housekeeper? I'll give you a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan, how about that? Jiang Chen suddenly looked at Bai Qianqian seriously, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Bai Qianqian stood there in a daze. Although she obtained a professional butler certificate and joined the Imperial International Hotel, becoming the exclusive butler of the presidential suite, her monthly salary was only around 15,000 yuan. Jiang Chen asked for a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan right away. So, the first thought that came to Bai Qianqian's mind was that Jiang Chen wanted to keep her. Coincidentally, at this moment, Jiang Chen's voice floated over again. Sister Qianqian, if you think your salary is too low, I can still increase it. A monthly salary of 200,000 yuan, plus bonuses and red envelopes during festivals, how about that? After hearing what Jiang Chen said, Bai Qianqian became even more certain that Jiang Chen just wanted to keep her. At this moment, Bai Qianqian's heartbeat suddenly quickened a bit, and her cheeks became hotter and hotter. Bai Qianqian has been working in this industry for many years, and she also knows that there are many unspoken rules in this industry. How could an ordinary housekeeper get such a high salary? Only those housekeepers who provide special services to their masters can get such high salaries. In the past, Bai Qianqian always stuck to her bottom line and would never take shortcuts. But after the divorce, Bai Qianqian not only had to raise her young daughter alone, but also had to take care of her elderly parents. As a woman, she really couldn't hold on any longer, so she gradually came up with the idea of taking shortcuts. But Bai Qianqian has very high standards. Although she usually comes into contact with many wealthy people, most of them are middle-aged greasy men with big bellies, greasy hair and fat ears. Such a man would only make her feel disgusted, and she couldn't bring herself to talk to him at all. As for those young rich second generations, Bai Qianqian had relatively little contact with them. Even if she met one or two of them occasionally, they would not look down on her. After all, the young rich second generation are surrounded by beautiful women, all kinds of women, and she is already 30 years old this year, and a divorced woman, she can't compare with those young and beautiful girls at all. So, Bai Qianqian has never been able to take this shortcut successfully. Now that the opportunity has come, Jiang Chen has extended an olive branch to her, which makes Bai Qianqian feel excited but also a little scared. After all, she has been a good girl since she was a child. She has always abided by her duties after marriage and even kept herself clean after divorce. She has never done such a shameful thing. What to do? Should I agree to Jiang Chen? Bai Qianqian had to admit that Jiang Chen was young, handsome, rich, generous, gentle, and kind. It could be said that every one of his strengths was extremely attractive to Bai Qianqian. Bai Qianqian also understood that once she missed this opportunity, she would probably never encounter such an opportunity again. Then, after a little hesitation, Bai Qianqian quickly glanced at Jiang Chen, then bit her lip, nodded with a blushing face and said, "Okay, I can be your personal butler." When saying the words, personal butler, Bai Qianqian's voice became lower and lower, her pretty face became redder and redder, and even her eyes were almost tearful. Very good. Jiang Chen grinned and didn't notice the strange expression on Bai Qianqian's face. Because Jiang Chen had no idea about the market, he thought that the butlers in the melodramatic TV series about overbearing CEOs seemed very awesome, so he thought that the salaries of butlers should be very high. Therefore, Jiang Chen tentatively offered a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan. But Bai Qianqian did not agree immediately. Instead, she stood there and hesitated. Jiang Chen thought that she thought the salary was too low, so he quickly raised it to 200,000. Swish! In order to avoid any more trouble, Jiang Chen couldn't wait to take out his mobile phone and directly transferred 2.4 million yuan to Bai Qianqian's bank card. Sister Qianqian, I will advance you 1 year's salary. From now on, you are mine. Upon hearing this, Bai Qianqian was slightly stunned at first, and then quickly said, Mr. Jiang, you don't have to advance me so much salary. Also, I just borrowed 500,000 from you, and I must pay you back. Who knows? Jiang Chen waved his hand indifferently and replied, It's okay, I didn't intend to ask you to pay it back. Since you are my personal butler now, the 500,000 yuan I lent you before, just think of it as an early year-end bonus for you. Quiet. The living room was quiet. Bai Qianqian suddenly felt her nose sore and her eyes hot, and she almost couldn't control her tears from flowing out. Turn out to be. Jiang Chen had no intention of asking her to pay back the 500,000 yuan. She is just a divorced woman with a burden by her side. She is so old, she is not at all comparable to the young girls, and she is not worthy of the handsome and rich Jiang Chen. How could she deserve Jiang Chen's favor? At this moment, Bai Qianqian suddenly had a shameful thought. Since Jiang Chen is so good to me, I must perform well and try to satisfy him. Chapter 20 The Hottie Next Door. Phoenix Villa. Villa number 1. Jiang Chen did not plan to move into the villa immediately. After all, he had booked a presidential suite at the Royal International Hotel for 7 days. The rent is more than 600,000 yuan. If you don't live there, wouldn't it be a waste? In addition, it also takes time for Bai Qianqian to hire maids, gardeners, cooks, etc. for the villa. Therefore, Jiang Chen planned to officially move into the villa 5 days later. Master Jiang, are we going back to the hotel now? After Bai Qianqian agreed to be Jiang Chen's personal butler, she changed the way she addressed him from Mr. Jiang to Mr. Jiang. Jiang Chen didn't care, it was just a name after all. If possible, he would prefer the mature and plump older sister next to him to call him dad. It's still early, let's go to the hospital first. I want to see your daughter. After Jiang Chen said this, Bai Qianqian suddenly felt a little embarrassed. But, thinking that she was about to become Jiang Chen's personal butler, Bai Qianqian hesitated for a moment, but still nodded slightly. Boom! The driver, Liu Ruyan, stepped on the accelerator and the Rolls-Royce Phantom drove quickly towards the front gate. However, an accident happened. Just as the car drove out of the gate, a big red sports car suddenly came speeding from the left. Squeak! The driver, Liu Ruyan, reacted quickly, stepped on the brakes and brought the car to an abrupt stop. Squeak! Fortunately, the sports car driver reacted quickly and stepped on the brakes immediately. In the end, the two cars collided with each other only 0.1 meters apart. Crack! The driver, Liu Ruyan, was still a little frightened, but the door of the sports car suddenly opened, and then a hot girl jumped out of the car. This hottie looks only 17 or 18 years old. She has a pure and cute appearance, but her body is extremely hot. The hot girl was wearing a black sleeveless tight top, revealing her delicate shoulders and slender waist. The headlights, which are at least 36D, seem to be about to burst out by this tight top, and the abdominal vest line is also clearly visible. She was wearing a pair of black leather shorts and a pair of black mid-calf leather boots. Her pair of snow-white long legs exposed to the air was a feast for the eyes. Baby-faced giant lamp. This was the first impression the hottie gave to Jiang Chen. Tatter. The hot girl came over angrily, patted the driver's window of the Rolls-Royce, and said swearingly, "Hey! How do you drive? Do you know that you almost hit me just now? The driver, Lao Zhang, wiped the sweat from his forehead, turned around, and said to Jiang Chen embarrassedly, Mr. Jiang, I'm very sorry for causing you trouble. I will solve this matter immediately. After saying this, the driver, Lao Zhang, quickly opened the car door and got out, then kept bending and nodding to apologize to the hottie. No way. The driver, Lao Zhang, knew very well that anyone who could live in Phoenix Villa must be rich or noble. He is just a small driver and can't afford to offend anyone here. So, even though it was not his fault just now, he could only swallow his anger and then admit his mistake and apologize to the other party. However, the hottie seemed to be in a bad mood today. Even when facing Lao Zhang, who nodded and apologized sincerely, she still refused to give in. Knock, knock, knock. The hot girl came over and knocked on the back window of the Rolls-Royce, as if she wanted to cause trouble for Jiang Chen. Mad. Jiang Chen's temper flared up all of a sudden. He cursed under his breath, then immediately opened the car door and walked out. You? The hot girl was about to yell, but when she saw a super handsome guy getting out of the car, she froze in place. Little sister, my driver has already apologized to you. Besides, he was not responsible for what happened just now. What else do you want? Jiang Chen glared at the hottie with dissatisfaction, and made up his mind that if this little girl dared to say something else, he would pin her on his legs and spank her hard. If your adults don't educate you, then let society educate you. Are you my new neighbor? What surprised Jiang Chen a little was that the hottie did not continue to curse, but instead showed an expression of great interest to Jiang Chen. Neighbors? Who are your neighbors? Jiang Chen was slightly stunned, and suddenly a bad feeling arose in his heart. The hot girl pointed to Villa number 2 not far away, and then said to Jiang Chen, I live there, you live here, aren't we neighbors? Hey! Little girl, since you know I'm your neighbor, and you just scolded my driver aggressively, didn't your parents teach you that neighbors should live in harmony and help each other? Jiang Chen didn't know what he said wrong. The hottest expression, which had just turned from cloudy to sunny, now turned from sunny to cloudy again. What my parents taught me is none of your business. The hottie glared at Jiang Chen angrily, then crossed her arms and asked in an extremely arrogant manner, Let me ask you, what does your family do? Why can you live in Villa number 1? How come I have never seen you in the upper-class celebrity circle of the entire Xilan City? Jiang Chen was so angry that he laughed at the hottest attitude. Is this an interrogation of a prisoner? Do you know how to be polite? It seems that this little girl is really a girl who lacks discipline. Jiang Chen looked at the hot girl calmly, then looked at the Porsche 918 behind her, and then looked at Villa number 2 not far away. His brain immediately started working rapidly. It's obvious. All signs indicate that the little girl in front of him is a spoiled and domineering young lady. If Jiang Chen didn't handle this matter properly, and offended the little girl in front of him, it would definitely bring him a lot of trouble. But after Jiang Chen broke up with Liu Ruyan, he learned to straighten up and become a man who would rather break than bend. At this moment, if he was asked to surrender to a little girl, he simply couldn't do it. Hey! I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf or dumb? At this moment, the hottest voice floated over again. Jiang Chen's eyelids couldn't help but tremble slightly, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. Little girl, listen to me. Jiang Chen clenched his fists, making a series of crackling sounds, and then said with a fake smile, I am the leader of Nuto Bay in Xilan City, nicknamed Rainy Night Butcher. I am grateful to my brothers in the underworld for respecting me and calling me Lord Butcher. Little girl, what kind of business are you in? Tell me your name now. I, the butcher, never kill nameless people. Perhaps it was Jiang Chen's ferocious expression and murderous eyes that scared the hottie in front of him. The girl subconsciously took 2 steps back, her face full of shock and a hint of panic in her eyes. You are the boss of the black society. When the hottie said this, Jiang Chen almost burst out laughing. I didn't expect that the identity I made up would be believed by the hot girl. Should I say she is naive? Or should I say she is stupid? But Jiang Chen was laughing so hard in his heart, but his facial expression did not change at all, he still looked ferocious. That's right. When I was 12, I was slashing people on the street with a machete. When I was 18, I unified Nuto Bay. The blood on my hands is more than the rice you have eaten. Little girl, I advise you not to anger me, otherwise I will sell you to the Red Romantic nightclub and let you. Before Jiang Chen could finish his words, the hot girl suddenly screamed, turned around and ran towards her Porsche 918. Open the door, get in the car, close the door. Ignite, start, and go. Under Jiang Chen's stunned eyes, the hot girl didn't even dare to fart, and then drove away from there at an extremely fast speed. Jiang Chen. Chapter 21, Encountering Robbers on the Road. Phoenix Villa. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly drove out of the gate of the villa area. Jiang Chen, who was sitting in the car, was just about to take out his phone to play for a while when he heard Bai Qianqian's weak questioning voice. Master Jiang, are you really in the underworld? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but burst out laughing. Jiang Chen put down his phone and said with a smile, Sister Qianqian, can't you see that I was just scaring that little girl? Call. I could clearly hear Bai Qianqian let out a long sigh. Jiang Chen turned his head and looked over, just in time to see Bai Qianqian put her little hands on her chest and patted them gently a few times, and her originally frowned brows also relaxed. Master Jiang, what you said just now was so convincing that I almost believed it. As if she noticed Jiang Chen's gaze, Bai Qianqian shyly smoothed her hair against her cheek, as if trying to hide her embarrassment. He. Jiang Chen smiled gently, then explained, Nutuan is a famous vegetable market in the old city. I used to buy vegetables there often. I bargained hard for almost every stall. So, those stall owners all call me the leader of Nutuan. As soon as Jiang Chen said this, Bai Qianqian couldn't help but burst out laughing. She laughed for a while, then asked curiously, what about Rainy Night Butcher? Is that also your nickname? No. Jiang Chen shook his head, and then said seriously, there is a butcher named Xiao in the Nutuan vegetable market. Every time he kills pigs, it rains, so everyone affectionately calls him the Rainy Night Butcher. I just borrowed his name for a bit, but I didn't expect it to work so well. Puff. After listening to Jiang Chen's explanation, Bai Qianqian laughed again, and even louder than before. As she smiled, the pair of 3060 headlights on her chest also rose and fell, trembling. Jiang Chen's attention was instantly attracted to it. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Bai Qianqian was laughing when she suddenly noticed that there was something wrong with Jiang Chen's eyes. After a slight pause, Bai Qianqian subconsciously looked down in the direction Jiang Chen was looking, and then her pretty face turned red. Master Jiang, you. Bai Qianqian quickly sat up straight, but before she could finish her words, she heard the sound of a sudden brake. At the same time, the driver, Lao Zhang, seemed to have suddenly turned the steering wheel, and the whole car turned left sharply. Due to inertia, Bai Qianqian fell towards Jiang Chen and finally fell into his arms. What a coincidence! Jiang Chen subconsciously raised one hand with his 5 fingers spread out, as if he wanted to grab the handrail next to him to steady his body. But Bai Qianqian, however, took the first step and threw herself into his arms. Jiang Chen naturally couldn't grab the handrail. So big. Barbie is so elastic. Not inferior to Su Yao at all. As soon as this thought flashed through Jiang Chen's mind, the next second, the Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped. Mr. Jiang, it seems that you were in a car accident just now. The driver Lao Zhang's voice came from the front seat. At this moment, Bai Qianqian was like a frightened little rabbit, and she broke free from Jiang Chen's arms with a whoosh. She sat back in her seat, lowered her head, and hurriedly adjusted her clothes. But Jiang Chen clearly saw that Bai Qianqian's pretty face was covered with red blush, so red that it was almost bleeding. Do you have to be so exaggerated? This young master just accidentally gave you a paiyun palm. You are mother now, why are you still like a little girl, blushing and shy all the time? Swish. Jiang Chen's mouth curled up slightly. He didn't look at the blushing and shy Bai Qianqian anymore. Instead, he turned around and looked towards the back of the car. You won't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked. I saw a bright red Porsche 918 colliding with a silver grey van on the road behind. From Jiang Chen's angle, he could clearly see that the door of the van was suddenly opened, and then a group of men with their faces covered jumped out of the car. Immediately afterwards, the group of masked men rushed forward and surrounded the Porsche 918. This is not over yet. I saw a masked man opening the door of a Porsche 918 very roughly, and then dragging a hot little girl out of the car. That's right. This little girl is the hottie who had a conflict with Jiang Chen just now. And those masked men were obviously robbers at first glance. Kidnapping. The rich girl was kidnapped. Just as this thought flashed through Jiang Chen's mind, he saw the hot girl being grabbed by the hair by the masked man, who then dragged her into the van. Just at this moment, the hottie didn't know where she got the courage from, but she suddenly kicked the masked man in the crotch, causing him to scream and kneel on the ground in extreme pain. Taking this opportunity, the hottie suddenly ran away. Perhaps because she was in a panic, the hot girl fell down the slope beside the road. But the strong desire to survive made the hot girl ignore the pain in her body. She stood up immediately and ran towards a small woods beside the road. Seeing that the hottie was trying to escape, the group of masked robbers jumped off the road and quickly chased after her. Fuck! Are they filming a movie? After witnessing such a wonderful show, the first thought that came to Jiang Chen's mind was that this must be a movie. However, when Jiang Chen looked around and didn't find any camera, he suddenly reacted. Oh my god! This is not a movie. The hot girl was really kidnapped. Master Jiang, should we call the police? Bai Chen also witnessed everything that just happened. She quickly took out her cell phone and quickly entered the police number, but did not press the dial button immediately. Instead, she asked Jiang Chen for his opinion first. Sister Chen, call the police, I'll go over and take a look at the situation. After Jiang Chen said this, he got out of the car immediately and rushed towards the direction where the hottie ran away at an extremely fast speed. Master Jiang. Don't go, it's dangerous. Bai Chen really wanted to stop Jiang Chen and prevent him from getting involved in this mess. After all, there were 5 masked robbers on the opposite side, all of them were burly and strong men, and it was not known whether they had weapons in their hands. Jiang Chen was the only one on his side, and he was unarmed. 1 against 5. How could Jiang Chen possibly be a match for the robbers? Isn't this just seeking death? But Jiang Chen's movements were so fast that in the blink of an eye he ran into the nearby woods and disappeared without a trace. When Bai Chen saw this scene, her heart jumped into her throat. She hesitated for a while, then turned to the driver, Lao Zhang, and said, Lao Zhang, call the police. I'll catch up and see what's going on. After saying this, Bai Chen ignored the driver Lao Zhang's dissuasion, gritted her teeth, jumped down the slope, and ran towards the grove. Driver Lao Zhang. Chapter 22 Penterkill. You, don't come over here. Get out of here. As soon as Jiang Chen ran into the grove, he heard the hot girls scolding coming from the front. Whoosh! Jiang Chen quickly slowed down his pace, held his breath, and moved quickly and silently towards the direction where the sound came from. Going around a big tree. Crouching behind a bush. Pushing aside the weeds that blocked my view. Jiang Chen finally saw the backs of the 5 masked men and the hot girl who was surrounded by them. At this moment, the hottie looked quite embarrassed. She was leaning against a big tree, her clothes were torn by the branches, and her long, snow-white legs had several bright red scratches. Faced with the robber's siege, the hottest face was filled with fear. She was holding a branch with trembling arms and waving it desperately at the 5 masked men. Har 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 har. My little beauty, I advise you not to waste your energy and just follow us obediently. If you're willing to cooperate with us, I promise I won't touch a hair on your head. If you continue to resist, don't blame us for being ruthless to you. Listening to the robber's laughter, the hottest face became more and more panicked. Suddenly, the hottie seemed to have thought of something, her eyes suddenly lit up, and then she shouted loudly, My eldest brother is the leader of Nuto Bay, nicknamed Rainy Night Butcher, and everyone on the street respectfully calls him Lord Butcher. You dare to kidnap me, aren't you afraid that my eldest brother will be angry? As long as my eldest brother gives the order, 100,000 of my brothers will come immediately and grind you to dust. Quiet. It's so quiet in the grove. The 5 masked robbers all froze in place. They just stared with their eyes wide open and their mouths opened, looking at the hot girl who was bragging as if she was an idiot. If their masks weren't blocking their faces, we would probably be able to see some very interesting expressions on their faces, right? Jiang Chen, who was hiding aside, was now tickling his toes in embarrassment. I really want to dig a hole right here, bury myself in it, and reincarnate on the spot. Little hottie, the title of the boss of Nuto Bay can only scare silly girls like you. In front of this group of desperate criminals, titles like the leader of Newtobe and the butcher of the rainy night are really useless. Besides, you are such a good braggart. What's more, he said that 100,000 of his brothers would come immediately and grind them to dust. The entire Newtowan vegetable market, combined, has less than 100,000 people. Even if I wanted to get someone for you, I wouldn't be able to find that many people even if I looked through my entire address book. What a shame. I am too embarrassed to come out and admit that I am the boss of Newtobe. Have fun by yourself. Just pretend that I have never been here. I left quietly, waving my sleeves without taking a single cloud with me. R. Suddenly, a scream interrupted Jiang Chen's thoughts. Jiang Chen looked in the direction of the sound and saw the masked robber leading the group. He snatched the branch from the hottest hand and grabbed her neck. At this moment, Jiang Chen's blood began to boil. Fight. Jiang Chen loves fighting the most. But he hasn't fought for many years. I vaguely remember the last fight I had, which was probably when I was a freshman in college. One night, Jiang Chen was happily walking on their way back to school when he suddenly saw a girl being harassed by two drunk men in an alley. At that time, the girl's clothes were torn, revealing her sexy lace underwear. So Jiang Chen rushed up without hesitation, and had a hearty fight with the other party, beating both drunkards to the ground. That feeling is so wonderful. Unfortunately, it was too dark that night and I couldn't see the girl's breasts clearly. Oh no. I couldn't see the girl's face clearly. Moreover, the girl seemed to have something urgent to do at the time. She just said thank you to Jiang Chen and left in a hurry. But Jiang Chen didn't care at all. Rather than being a hero saving a damsel in distress, fighting excites him more. As an orphan without a father or a mother, Jiang Chen had to compete with wild dogs for food since he was a child. After entering the orphanage, in order to avoid being bullied by other children, Jiang Chen was either fighting or on the way to fight all day long. The gene of violence has long been deeply engraved in Jiang Chen's bones. It can be said that it is a miracle that Jiang Chen can survive until now. Let us get back to the topic. Jiang Chen first took the gene potion and then learned fighting mastery. He couldn't wait to find someone to have a good fight with. With such a good opportunity before him, how could he miss it? Let go of that girl. There was a loud bang in the sky, and Jiang Chen made a brilliant appearance. Swish, swish, swish. What surprised Jiang Chen was that as soon as he jumped out, the 5 masked robbers in front of him immediately pulled out a dagger from their pockets and pointed it at Jiang Chen's head. Awkward. Capital embarrassment. Jiang Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead, then asked weakly, "Well, if I said I was in the wrong place, would you believe me? Where did this little brat come from? How dare you ruin Grandpa's good deeds? Are you looking for death?" The leading masked robber suddenly shouted, then raised a dagger and made an attacking gesture towards his companions. The next second, except for the masked leader, the other 4 robbers raised their daggers and stabbed at Jiang Chen. Swish. Almost subconsciously, Jiang Chen slid sideways and avoided the attack of the first robber. Swish. Subconsciously, Jiang Chen chopped the robber on the back of his neck with his knife, knocking him unconscious. Then, Jiang Chen bent down as if he had eyes behind him and narrowly avoided the attack of the second robber. Bang! Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen bent down and immediately used a sweeping kick, knocking the second robber to the ground. Bang! While the third and fourth robbers were not close yet, Jiang Chen decisively kicked out with a whip kick, hitting the second robber hard in the face. Ouch! Tilder tilder tilder. The second robber screamed, and was kicked away by Jiang Chen. He fell heavily not far away and passed out. Double kill. Jiang Chen completed a beautiful double kill. I have to say, Jiang Chen's movements were really fast. It was not until this moment that the third and fourth robbers approached Jiang Chen, both holding daggers. One stabbed Jiang Chen in the head and the other stabbed Jiang Chen in the stomach. Whoosh! Jiang Chen did a backflip to avoid the dagger that was stabbing at his head, and took the opportunity to perform a hook kick to kick away the dagger that was stabbing at his stomach. After landing, Jiang Chen did not give the other party any chance to breathe. He jumped up directly from the spot, rotated 360 degrees in the air, and kicked the 2 robbers in the face with a super powerful sweep. Puff! Puff! The 2 robbers vomited blood, turned 720 degrees on the spot, and finally fell heavily to the ground. Triple kill. Quadra kill. Jiang Chen completed a beautiful quad kill in just a few seconds. But a pentacle is right in front of him. How could Jiang Chen miss such a great opportunity? Whoosh! While the leading robber was still in a daze, Jiang Chen rushed in front of him in an instant with lightning speed. Right hook. Bang! Jiang Chen's fist hit the robber leader's left cheek hard, deforming his face. In the slow-motion video, you can clearly see that the robber leader opened his mouth wide, 2 broken teeth fell out of his mouth, and his jaw was dislocated. Immediately afterwards, the robber leader flew to the side. Bang! After a dull thud, the leader of the robbers fell heavily to the ground, completely unconscious. Pentakill. Jiang Chen finally got what he wanted and completed a beautiful pentacle. He raised his head proudly, with a cold and arrogant look in his eyes, as if the entire canyon of kings was under his feet. In one word, it's so cool. Chapter 23 Brother Butcher, Don't Run. Small woods. A breeze blew by, and the leaves rustled. Jiang Chen glanced at the 5 robbers lying on the ground and confirmed that they had all been knocked unconscious. Then he turned his head and looked at the hot girl next to him. Right now. The hottie was completely frozen in place. She just stared at Jiang Chen with her eyes wide open and her mouth open. The expression on her face was as wonderful as it could be. Little girl, next time you meet a bad guy, don't mention my name again. Brother, I have many enemies outside. If you meet my enemy, it will only hurt you if you tell me my name. Do you understand? Jiang Chen pretended to scold the hottie and then prepared to leave. However, as soon as Jiang Chen turned around, he immediately saw a mature and plump woman standing under a tree not far ahead. The woman widened her eyes, opened her mouth, and looked at Jiang Chen stupidly. The expression on her face was exactly the same as that of the hot girl. Sister Chen, why are you here too? Jiang Chen was slightly stunned, then walked in front of Bai Chen and waved his hand in front of her. It was not until this moment that Bai Chen came back to her senses from her shock. Master Jiang, your skills are too amazing. Bai Chen first glanced at the 5 robbers lying on the ground, and then looked at Jiang Chen, who looked relaxed. A blush immediately appeared on her pretty face, and a gleam of admiration flashed in her beautiful eyes. They are just a few petty thieves. I can easily crush them with just one finger. Jiang Chen couldn't help but pretend to be better. No way. Bai Chen's eyes almost looked tearful when she looked at him. If Jiang Chen doesn't pretend to be cool at this time, when will he do so? Can a man who doesn't pretend to be cool be called a man? Brother Butcher, wait a minute, wait for me. Seeing Jiang Chen and Bai Chen preparing to leave the grove, the hottie finally came back to her senses from her shock. Tatter. The hot girl chased after him vigorously, stretched out her hand to grab Jiang Chen's arm, and then said breathlessly, Brother Butcher, thank you. Thank you for saving me. Just now, at Phoenix Villa. I'm sorry. Although the hottie spoke intermittently, Jiang Chen still understood what she meant from a few key words. The hottie was thanking him for saving her life and apologizing to him at the same time. Okay, I accept your apology. If you're fine, go home quickly. If another group of robbers comes to kidnap you, I won't save you. Jiang Chen didn't want to get too entangled with this kind of rich lady. Can you get kidnapped just by going out? God knows how many enemies their family has. Although Jiang Chen obtained a lottery system, he just wanted to lie down, eat and wait for death, and enjoy life to the fullest. If you get involved with a rich girl like this, you will definitely get into trouble. Jiang Chen is not afraid of things, but he is afraid of trouble. So, after saying this, Jiang Chen immediately turned around and left, not giving the hottie the slightest bit of good looks from beginning to end. Little hottie. A few minutes later, Jiang Chen returned to the car and did not ask the driver, Lao Zhang, to drive immediately. I saw him sitting quietly in the car, silently watching the situation behind the road through the rearview mirror. At this moment, the hottie was back on the road. She picked up a cell phone from the passenger seat of the Porsche 918 and quickly made a call. Not long after, a rapid row of cars came from far away. Jiang Chen clearly saw that on the road leading to Phoenix Villa, there were more than a dozen black cars speeding. Squeak! 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 Soon, more than a dozen cars stopped on the side of the road. After the doors opened, a group of bodyguards in suits jumped out. Miss, are you okay? Miss, are you hurt? Damn it. Where are those robbers? How dare they touch our eldest daughter? I'm going to kill them right now. Seeing this, Jiang Chen knew that the hottie was completely safe. Then, Jiang Chen immediately said to the driver, Lao Zhang, drive, go directly to the First People's Hospital of the city. Okay. The driver, Lao Zhang, immediately started the car, then stepped on the accelerator and drove forward at lightning speed. This scene also fell into the eyes of the hottie. Looking at the taillights of the Rolls-Royce gradually moving away, the hottie suddenly felt her eyes a little moist. Is Butcher Brother worried about my safety? He didn't leave until my bodyguards came over, and then he left with peace of mind. Although the Butcher Brother looks fierce on the surface, he has a gentle heart hidden beneath his fierce appearance. Besides, Butcher Brother is really handsome. Unfortunately, I don't even know the Butcher Brother's name. But it doesn't matter. I have already written down the Butcher Brother's license plate number. I will ask someone to check it later and I will know the brother's name. Hey. Butcher Brother, do you think you can get away? Don't forget, we are neighbors and we will definitely interact often in the future. An hour later. The First People's Hospital of the city. Jiang Chen saw Bai Qianqian's daughter in an ordinary ward. On their way here, Jiang Chen learned from the conversation that Bai Qianqian's daughter's name was Bai Rui, and her nickname was Xinshin. Xinshin is very cute, especially her big watery eyes, which seem like the purest spring water in the world. However, Xinshin, who was lying on the hospital bed at this moment, had a pale face and looked very weak and haggard. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that she was suffering from illness. An elderly couple was guarding the bed. Jiang Chen only took a glance and knew that they must be Bai Qianqian's parents. Mother. Seeing Bai Qianqian walk into the ward, Xinshin's eyes suddenly lit up and she immediately stretched out her two little hands towards her. Bai Qianqian took a few quick steps to the bedside, carefully picked up her daughter, and her eyes couldn't help but turn red. Mom, who is this uncle? Xinshin quickly noticed Jiang Chen standing aside with two fruit baskets in his hands. Bai Qianqian wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, then smiled and introduced Jiang Chen's identity to her parents and daughter. When they heard that Jiang Chen was now Bai Qianqian's boss, and that he had given Bai Qianqian a year's salary and bonus in advance, so that they had enough money to treat Xinshin and no longer had to beg for medical expenses. At this moment, Bai Qianqian's parents almost knelt down to Jiang Chen. Xinshin also blinked her cute big eyes and said sweetly to Jiang Chen, "Thank you, uncle." Jiang Chen smiled and touched Xinshin's little head, then peeled an apple for the little girl to eat. Originally, Jiang Chen wanted to stay in the ward and play with little girl Xinshin for a while, but his cell phone rang at this moment. Caller ID, Yao baby. Seeing this note, Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment. What's going on? How come there is a new baby Yao in this young master's address book? Could it be that Su Yao secretly used my phone to change the name? Hello. Jiang Chen immediately walked out of the ward and answered the phone with a rather unhappy look on his face. Husband tilde. As expected, Su Yao's voice came from the other end of the phone immediately. Little Splash, did you take my phone last night and secretly change your note name? Oh. Husband, it's just a nickname, don't be so stingy. You, forget it, this won't happen again. I knew that my husband loves me the most, he. Listening to Su Yao's laughter on the phone, Jiang Chen shook his head and asked, Little guy, what's the matter with calling me at this time? Su Yao suddenly lowered her voice and said mysteriously, Husband, when will you return to the hotel? I have a surprise for you. What surprise? Oh no. It won't be a surprise if I tell you about it. Honey, please come back soon. I promise to surprise you. Okay, I'll be right back. Hubby, I'm waiting for you. Moir. Chapter 24 The surprise prepared by Su Yao. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen did not leave the hospital immediately. He first went to the nurse's station, then to the cashier's office, and transferred Xinshin directly to a high-end ward, and also deposited a sum of hospital fees into her account. After doing all this, Jiang Chen did not tell Bai Qianqian, but went to the parking lot alone and got into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Jiang Chen originally wanted to leave the hospital quietly so that Bai Qianqian could have more time to accompany Xinshin. But the car had just started when Bai Qianqian appeared out of nowhere and stopped the car. Crack! Bai Qianqian opened the car door expressionlessly, got in quickly, and sat down next to Jiang Chen. Lao Zhang, please put down the baffle. I have some private matters to discuss with Jiang Xiao. Bai Qianqian gave an instruction to the driver, Lao Zhang, who immediately smiled and nodded, then lowered the baffle in the middle of the car. The back seats of a Rolls-Royce offer excellent privacy. Especially after lowering the baffle, the front and back rows form two isolated spaces. Boom! The driver, Lao Zhang, stepped on the accelerator and the Rolls-Royce drove out of the hospital. Jiang Chen secretly glanced at Bai Qianqian beside him, and finally couldn't help but asked curiously, Sister Qianqian, what are you doing? Whoosh! To Jiang Chen's great surprise, Bai Qianqian suddenly rushed over and hugged him, then started crying. Woo woo! Jiang Chen, thank you, thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do, woo woo. Looking at Bai Qianqian, who was crying, smelling her strong feminine fragrance, feeling her slightly trembling body, Jiang Chen couldn't help but hug her, then stretched out a hand and patted her back gently. Don't cry, everything will be fine. I believe that with the current medical technology, the hospital will be able to cure Xinxin's illness. Don't worry, Xinxin will be fine. With Jiang Chen's gentle comfort, Bai Qianqian's mood gradually calmed down. However, the atmosphere in the car became ambiguous. Jiang Chen did not let go of Bai Qianqian and still half hugged and half embraced her. Bai Qianqian did not take the initiative to break free, and she leaned quietly in Jiang Chen's arms, but her pretty face had already turned extremely red, and her beautiful eyes were full of embarrassment. Looking at the shy and lovely elder sister in his arms, Jiang Chen suddenly raised one hand for some unknown reason. Swish! Bai Qianqian was slightly stunned, and her pretty face instantly turned red all the way to her neck. However, she did not push Jiang Chen away. Instead, she leaned her head on Jiang Chen's shoulder and closed her eyes nervously and shyly. Quiet. It was quiet in the car. Jiang Chen didn't say anything, and Bai Qianqian didn't say anything either. The two of them seemed to have telepathic communication and remained silent. About 40 minutes later, the Rolls-Royce arrived at the Dynasty International Hotel. Seeing that the car had already entered the underground parking lot, Bai Qianqian suddenly said softly, Mr. Jiang, we're here. Oh. Jiang Chen nodded and took his hand out. Whoosh! Bai Qianqian immediately sat back in her seat, then lowered her head and began to tidy up her clothes with a blushing face. Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle and praised casually, Sister Qianqian, you have a great figure. Swish! At this moment, Bai Qianqian's pretty face instantly turned red all the way to her neck, and even her two cute little ears were covered with a layer of charming red. TSK. You are already a mother, but you are so shy like a little girl? It's so cute. The entrance to the presidential suite. Bai Qianqian seemed a little guilty and didn't dare to face Su Yao. She just greeted Jiang Chen and then turned and left in a hurry. Crack. Jiang Chen used the room card to open the door. As soon as he walked in, he saw that the living room was covered with rose petals. In the middle, there was a huge heart-shaped pattern made of candles. In the middle of the heart-shaped pattern were various gift bags. Surprise! At this moment, Su Yao suddenly appeared from the side. She just threw the rose petals in her hand into the air, then rushed over and hugged Jiang Chen tightly. Would. Su Yao kissed Jiang Chen on the face, then let him go, then took 2 steps back and turned in front of Jiang Chen. Husband, do you think I'm beautiful? Jiang Chen raised his eyes to look at Su Yao, and couldn't help but exclaimed in his heart. What a vixen! So naughty. At this moment, Su Yao's super hot mom dress has been replaced with a burgundy suspender dress. The skirt is very slim-fitting, perfectly outlining her curvy figure, and it is also a backless style, which focuses on sexiness. A head of long wavy hair, casually draped over the shoulders. The makeup on her face is delicate and charming, showing off her natural charm almost perfectly. A set of pigeon blood ruby jewelry made her look particularly charming. She was wearing a pair of red high heels, exuding a strong sense of temptation. Little Splash Man, this is your surprise for me. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, reached out and hugged Su Yao in his arms, then kissed her flaming red lips. Hug and kiss. A full 10 minutes later, the two separated, breathless. Hubby, come and see the gift I bought for you first. Su Yao suddenly smiled charmingly, pulled Jiang Chen to the center of the heart-shaped pattern, then pointed at the pile of gifts with an expectant expression on her face. Hee hee. Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing how attentive Su Yao was, he cooperated with her and opened the gifts one by one. In the dozen or so gift bags, there are suits, shirts, leather shoes, ties, casual wear, sportswear, sneakers. All men's clothes. Moreover, these clothes are all relatively expensive luxury brands. More importantly, Jiang Chen tried on a few pieces of clothing and they fit him perfectly. It was obvious that Su Yao must have secretly measured Jiang Chen's body size, so she dared to buy so many clothes and shoes for him. Honey, I also bought you a mobile phone. Take a look. Do you like it? Su Yao took out an unopened mobile phone box from the middle of the pair of gift bags as if she was presenting a treasure. What surprised Jiang Chen a little was that this mobile phone turned out to be the limited edition of Huawei Mate 40 Pro, with a flying lion and Pixiu priced at 42,800 yuan. Jiang Chen clearly remembered that this phone was limited to only 16 units nationwide. I don't know how Su Yao bought this phone. It must have taken a lot of thought, right? Yao Yao, I like the gift you prepared. For the first time, Jiang Chen used a very serious tone and softly called out Su Yao's nickname, instead of calling her Little Splash, as he did before. This moment, Su Yao suddenly froze in place, her long eyelashes seemed to tremble, and then a beautiful curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. Honey, I have prepared a bigger surprise for you. Su Yao walked over and gently put her arms around Jiang Chen's waist, with a mysterious expression on her face. Really? There's a surprise. In order to cooperate with Su Yao, Jiang Chen deliberately showed an expectant expression. Par. Su Yao clapped her hands and shouted at the closed bedroom door, Man, come out. Crack. Under Jiang Chen's astonished eyes, the bedroom door was suddenly opened. Then, a stunningly beautiful woman, biting her lips lightly and with a bit of shyness on her face, walked out of the room shyly. Jiang Chen. Chapter 25 Tyrannosaurus Rex. Jiang Chen, long time no see. The beauty who came out of the bedroom made Jiang Chen's eyes light up. Her black satin-like hair was casually tied into a bun, with 2 strands of hair on her cheeks gently blowing in the wind, adding a touch of alluring charm. She has an oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, phoenix eyes, peach blossom eyes, and a graceful look. The red lips are coated with a layer of nude lipstick, which looks mature and moist, exuding an alluring scent. She was wearing a black suspender skirt, revealing her beautiful and crystal neck, sexy collarbone, and round and white shoulders. The round and full peak has a deep groove, which looks no less beautiful than Su Yao. The fair and tender skin looks as if it were made of white jade. Below the willow-like waist is a pair of charming legs wrapped in black stockings, and under the feet are a pair of bright black high heels. In short, the woman's outfit shows her charm and grace everywhere. However, Jiang Chen took a step back with a look of horror on his face. He stared at the beauty in front of him with an incredible look and shouted, Fuck! Are you the female Tyrannosaurus Zhao Shaman? Quiet. The living room was quiet. There was an obvious flash of embarrassment on Zhao Shiman's face, and the look she gave Jiang Chen was full of resentment. I saw her trembling her lips and was about to say something. But Jiang Chen took the lead and said, Zhao Shaman, Su Yao and I have something private to discuss, please wait for a moment. After saying this, Jiang Chen immediately pulled Su Yao into the secondary bedroom next door, and then closed the door with a bang. Zhao Shaman. In the room. Jiang Chen turned around and looked at Su Yao seriously. But before he could speak, Su Yao asked with a smile, Husband, I brought Man back to you. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Tick. A drop of cold sweat suddenly flowed down Jiang Chen's forehead. He pursed his lips and said with a smile, I have thought that the person you brought back could be the flirtatious dancer Yu Lily, the pig man Tang Ru, the little green tea girl Liu Li, or even a lump of ice Lin Qingxue. But I never expected that you would bring back the female Tyrannosaurus Zhao Shaman. When Jiang Chen said this, Su Yao couldn't help but burst out laughing. She stretched out her hand and pinched Jiang Chen, then rolled her eyes and asked, Husband, why did you give each of my girlfriends such an ugly nickname? Am I wrong? Jiang Chen frowned and explained, Yu Lily is the beauty of the dance department. After graduation, she became a female anchor. She dances like a train in the live broadcast room every day. If this isn't a flirtatious dancer, then what is it? That idiot Tang Ru imitated others in online dating and thought her online dating partner was a rich second-generation man. In the end, she didn't even meet her boyfriend and was defrauded of tens of thousands of dollars. Tell me, is she pig man? Liu Li, that gold digger, competes with a bunch of fake socialites every day, even for a pair of Balenciaga stockings. She wants to make herself a socialite and seduce the second-generation rich. If she's not a green tea, then what is she? And that Lin Qingxue, who always has a cold face and a look that says she doesn't want anyone to get close to her. Sometimes I wonder if she has misogyny against men. Or is she a lesbian? A lesbian. A lesbian. Let's talk about Zhao Shiman, the president of our Xilan University Wushu Club. She beats people up at every turn. There are at least 800 male students who have been beaten up by her. If she is not a female Tyrannosaurus Rex, then what is she? At this point, a strange expression emerged on Jiang Chen's face, as if he was thinking of some painful memories, and there was even a hint of resentment in his eyes. Hubby, I remember, you seem to have been beaten by Zhao Shiman, too. Are you still holding a grudge against her? When Su Yao said this, Jiang Chen's face suddenly changed. Jiang Chen's eyes widened, and he quickly said, "What do you mean I was beaten by Zhao Shiman? I was just letting her go. After all, a good man doesn't fight with a woman. If we really fight, I can easily beat her with one hand." Yeah. Su Yao looked at Jiang Chen with suspicion, then took the initiative to hug Jiang Chen, and patted him on the back a few times. "Husband, you were wronged back then." Phew. Jiang Chen almost vomited blood. The scene from that year involuntarily emerged in my mind. It was a sunny morning, with whistles accompanying the wake-up call, but the world was not at peace, and even in peacetime there were turbulent events. When Jiang Chen was a freshman in college, he fell in love with Liu Ruyan at first sight. In order to win the goddess over, he would run to buy breakfast for Liu Ruyan every morning. That day, Jiang Chen had just walked downstairs to the girls' dormitory with breakfast, when suddenly a sexy lace underwear fell from upstairs. As luck would have it, the underwear hit Jiang Chen on the head. You know, if your head is hit by underwear, you will have long-lasting bad luck. Jiang Chen was so angry that he immediately held the underwear and started cursing at the girls' dormitory building. Result: the female Tyrannosaurus Zhao Shiman ran down aggressively. Seeing Jiang Chen pinching her underwear with a ferocious look, Zhao Shiman actually thought Jiang Chen was a thief who stole her underwear. Then, Jiang Chen versus Zhao Shiman. In the first round, Jiang Chen was thrown to the ground by Zhao Shiman with an over-the-shoulder throw. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Shiman opened fire at full force and gave Jiang Chen a beating. Jiang Chen swore that he had been fighting since he was a child, and that was the first time he lost to a girl, and it was a miserable defeat without any ability to fight back. Fortunately, at this time, several female witnesses ran over and explained for Jiang Chen, proving that Jiang Chen was not the thief who stole the underwear and everything was just a misunderstanding. Zhao Shiman realized that she had hit the wrong person, and immediately apologized to Jiang Chen sincerely, and also offered to compensate for the medical expenses. Damn it! Is this a medical expense issue? It would have been fine if she didn't mention the medical expenses. As soon as she mentioned the medical expenses, Jiang Chen suddenly felt like a little girl who was raped. He felt wronged, angry, hateful, unwilling. He even wanted to die. What a shame! What a shame! This is the pain that Jiang Chen has kept in his heart for his entire life, and it can never be erased. Now, Jiang Chen met Zhao Shiman again. The past that was buried deep in my heart was immediately awakened, which led to such an intense reaction. The nickname of Mother Tyrannosaurus is well deserved. Zhao Shiman is a brainless, violent girl with big breasts. Oh, by the way, husband. Since they all have nicknames, what nickname did you give me? Su Yao's question suddenly came to his ears, and Jiang Chen's thoughts were instantly interrupted. He didn't even think about it and blurted out, "Scratch the fox." R. Su Yao was slightly stunned when she heard this, and quickly let go of Jiang Chen, then stared straight into his eyes, and a look of anger quickly appeared on her face. "Why do you ask me to scratch a fox? Where did I scratch? Did I seduce your uncle or climb into your father's bed? Oh, you look like a foxy girl, and you have the same last name as King Ju's concubine Sudeji, and you flirt with others all day long, so. Jiang Chen, why don't you just die?" "Har har, I was just joking, why are you so easily amused?" "I'm angry." If you are angry, hold it in. Do you still want to turn against Chen Gang? Chapter 26. Let us fight first. In the room, Su Yao hugged Jiang Chen angrily and bit his shoulder. Perhaps because she was worried about hurting Jiang Chen, Su Yao did not bite him very hard. She just did it for the sake of showing her dissatisfaction. It seems like he thought of something. Su Yao just let go and immediately asked again, "Husband, what nickname did you give Liu Ruyan?" Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and pinched Su Yao's cheek, and said with a fake smile, "At first, I didn't give her any nicknames, but later, I gave her a nickname, Little Dragon Girl. I knew that at that time you only had Liu Ruyan in your eyes. You even gave her such a nice nickname." Su Yao glared at Jiang Chen angrily, with a jealous expression on her face, obviously dissatisfied with Jiang Chen's double standards. He. Jiang Chen smiled lightly, ignoring Su Yao's jealous look, and continued, "I also gave Yang Fan a nickname. Putting their nicknames together, they just make a perfect pair." "Yeah." Su Yao was immediately interested and asked curiously, "Husband, what nickname did you give Yang Fan?" "Yin Jiping." When Jiang Chen said this, Su Yao was stunned. Then, Su Yao laughed out loud, hugged Jiang Chen and said, "Hubby, you're so funny. Xiao Long and V and Yin Jiping. Har har. I'm dying of laughter." Su Yao has a broad mind. When she laughs, her heart always rises and falls, trembles, becomes fierce and earth-shaking. It's summer. Jiang Chen and Su Yao were wearing very thin clothes. The two hugged each other tightly again, so sparks flew quickly. But Jiang Chen still had some questions in his mind, and before Su Yao could play with fire, he immediately asked, Yao, in my impression, Zhao Shaman is not a gold digger, how could she be fooled by you?" Upon hearing this, Su Yao stopped laughing immediately. She pouted and said with disdain, "Honey, I went shopping with my girlfriends today and tried to find out what they were thinking. Do you know what their reactions were?" "What's the reaction?" Jiang Chen blinked, a hint of curiosity showing on his face. "Snort." Su Yao snorted coldly and said, "I'll ask them straight to the point, who is willing to be your little wife, I can give her 5 million. Etc. Jiang Chen quickly interrupted Su Yao and asked in astonishment, "I gave you 10 million, and you gave them 5 million. Just like that, you made a net profit of 5 million. Isn't it too easy for you as a middleman?" "Oh. Husband, don't worry about these details." Su Yao used her coquettish skills again, hugged Jiang Chen and shook him gently, saying, "We are looking at the result. Didn't I bring you a beautiful woman?" Bang! Jiang Chen stretched out a hand and patted Su Yao's buttocks, then said with a smile, "You only brought back one of the 7 fairies of Xilan University, and you still dare to take credit for it. Speaking of this, I get angry." Su Yao bit her lip and said angrily, "When those little hooves heard 5 million, their eyes lit up. But Lily, Ruru, Lily and Qingxue were all pretending to be noble. Only Man agreed to me on the spot, so I brought her back. As for the remaining few, I plan to leave them alone. After so many years of being best friends, don't I know what their personalities are? When the time comes, they will come to me crying and begging, he. Tick. A drop of cold sweat flowed down Jiang Chen's forehead. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and asked again, "Is Zhao Shaman short of money recently? She sold herself out like this for 5 million. Su Yao was slightly stunned when she heard this, and subconsciously asked back, "Husband, don't you know that something happened in Man's family?" "What happened?" As soon as Jiang Chen said this, Su Yao immediately replied, "Didn't Man's parents open a supermarket? Last year, a fire suddenly broke out in the supermarket, and almost all the goods inside were burned. Man's family owes a lot of money because of this. Later, in order to pay off her family's debts, Man went to work as a coach at a fitness center. As a result, she met a lustful student who not only touched her but also wanted Man to be his mistress. Man got so angry that she beat the student into the hospital. As a result, Man is now in a huge debt." After hearing this, Jiang Chen's doubts were all resolved. Putting aside the factor of violence, Jiang Chen had to admit that Zhao Shaman was indeed a rare beauty. Receive. Still not accepting. Isn't this just nonsense? Our teacher taught us to be helpful and kind to others. Since Zhao Shaman is in trouble and Jiang Chen happens to be able to help her, why should he just stand by and watch? As I said before, saving women in distress from dire straits is our unshirkable duty. Dragon country law, all women over the age of 18 are collectively referred to as women. Crack. Jiang Chen opened the bedroom door and walked out holding Su Yao's hand. At this moment, Zhao Shiman was standing quietly in the living room. She was seen pinching the hem of her skirt with both hands, her pretty face flushed slightly, her eyes wandering, and she looked a little nervous. Zhao Shiman, I want to fight with you. When Jiang Chen said this, not only Zhao Shiman was stunned, but even Su Yao was startled. What? Zhao Shiman suddenly raised her head and looked at Jiang Chen with suspicion, as if she suspected that she had heard it wrongly. If you beat me, I can give you 5 million, but I won't force you to be my lover. You can leave at any time, and I won't stop you. Jiang Chen has wanted to beat Zhao Shiman for a long time. Now, this little bitch came to my door on her own initiative. If I don't beat him now, when will I? So, what if I lose? Although Zhao Shiman was very proud of her own fighting ability, she still asked cautiously. If you lose, I will give you 5 million, but you must be my lover and call me daddy. Jiang Chen carved the word shameless directly on his face. A tree without bark is doomed to die. If you have no shame, you are invincible. You? Zhao Shiman raised her eyebrows and was about to lose her temper, but suddenly she thought of her recent situation, and she immediately stopped like a deflated ball. How about it? Do you want to fight with me? Jiang Chen looked at Zhao Shiman with a half smile, as if he had her in his grasp. Okay, I promise you. Zhao Shiman didn't hesitate too much. She just looked at Jiang Chen with a strange look and then agreed. If she wins, Zhao Shiman can get 5 million. If she loses, she can still get 5 million. If you fight, you get money. If you don't fight, you get no money. Zhao Shiman has no choice at all. What's more, Zhao Shiman originally came here to curry favor with Jiang Chen. Now there is an opportunity to get money without sacrificing her body. How could she miss it? But Zhao Shiman hesitated again. She knew exactly what Jiang Chen's fighting ability was. Back then, she only used 30% of her strength to pin Jiang Chen to the ground and beat him up. Over the years, even though Jiang Chen has been secretly practicing fighting skills, Zhao Shiman has also been practicing martial arts and she is also growing rapidly. Therefore, Zhao Shiman didn't think Jiang Chen could beat her. Should I add a little water later? If I hurt him, that little girl Yao Yao will definitely come after me. For Yao Yao's sake, I'd better be gentle and try not to hit him in the face. Chapter 27 Jiang Chen vs Zhao Shiman. Dynasty International Hotel. Fitness center, boxing room. Since few guests staying in the hotel use the boxing room, all the equipment in the room is almost brand new. Jiang Chen, who had already changed into a set of sportswear, stretched his muscles a little and then climbed onto the boxing ring. Whoosh! What surprised Jiang Chen a little was that Zhao Shiman actually supported herself on the edge of the ring with one hand, then performed a beautiful front flip, climbed over the railing very gracefully, and finally landed lightly on the ring. Oh shit! This woman is still trying to be cool even when she is about to die? When dad gets angry later, you won't be able to cry. Jiang Chen stood casually on the stage, squinting his eyes and looking at Zhao Shiman from head to toe. I have to say, this woman has a really nice figure. At this moment, Zhao Shiman was wearing a black sports vest, showing off her round shoulders, delicate collarbones, striking headlights, a slender waist, and clear waist lines. She was wearing a pair of grey yoga pants, with an extremely plump buttocks, a belly without a trace of fat, plump and toned thighs, and slender and long calves. Swish! Jiang Chen was still admiring Zhao Shiman's good figure, but he didn't expect that the other party had no martial ethics and attacked him impatiently without even saying hello. Zhao Shiman used a small grappling move, aiming directly at Jiang Chen's shoulder. But before Zhao Shiman's palm touched Jiang Chen, her right leg suddenly shook, and she kicked out with a whip kick, aiming directly at Jiang Chen's lower body. A feint. Make a feint to the east and attack in the west. Fake move. Want to cheat on your dad's feelings? Hee hee. What a scumbag she is. Swish. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, and immediately took a steady horse stance. Then, ignoring Zhao Shiman's kick, he threw a heavy punch directly towards the headlights of Zhao Shiman's car. Faced with Jiang Chen's shameless fighting style, Zhao Shiman was not surprised but happy. Drink. Zhao Shiman let out a delicate cry and crossed her hands in front of her to protect herself. She also ignored Jiang Chen's punch and then increased the strength of her kick, as if she wanted to knock Jiang Chen to the ground in one fell swoop. I have to say, Zhao Shiman and Jiang Chen's styles are very similar. Both of them gave up on defense and focused on pursuing the ultimate offensive power, both wanting to knock out the other with one move. And both of them are quite conceited. The winner had not yet been decided, but both Jiang Chen and Zhao Shiman had a smug smile on their faces. Bang! Bang! Two muffled sounds rang out almost at the same time. Jiang Chen's fist hit Zhao Shiman's forearm hard, and Zhao Shiman's whip kick also hit Jiang Chen's calf hard. However, a look of surprise suddenly flashed across Zhao Shiman's face. She felt like she had kicked on an iron plate. Not only could she not move Jiang Chen at all, but her right leg also felt a huge recoil force. In addition, the punch that Jiang Chen delivered to her forearm seemed to carry the force of thunder and lightning, directly blasting her away. This is not over yet. While Zhao Shiman's body was still flying backwards, Jiang Chen seemed to have predicted this situation. He immediately dodged and rushed forward, then used a powerful grappling move to grab Zhao Shiman's shoulder. Drink! Zhao Shiman was shocked and terrified, and quickly performed a backflip, narrowly avoiding Jiang Chen's clutches. But how could Jiang Chen let her go so easily? Jiang Chen, who had taken the gene medicine, had been reborn, his marrow cleansed and his meridians strengthened. His physical fitness had long surpassed the limits of human beings. How could a little Zhao Shiman possibly escape his clutches? Whoosh! Jiang Chen bent his legs slightly, then pushed hard, and the whole person rushed in front of Zhao Shiman like a bullet. At this moment, Zhao Shiman's face finally changed drastically. Jiang Chen's strength, speed, reaction, defense, attack, etc. all far exceeded her expectations. Zhao Shiman could never have dreamed that the boy who was pinned to the ground and rubbed hard by her has now grown into a fighting master who scares her. How so? Why did Jiang Chen grow so fast? This is unscientific. In a flash, Zhao Shiman gritted her teeth, twisted her body forcefully in mid-air, and then kicked out again, lashing out from bottom to top at Jiang Chen's crotch. No way. Zhao Shiman had no choice but to resort to this trick. If Jiang Chen got close to her, with his terrifying strength, he could just grab her with his grasping hands. She will definitely lose. Fuck. Zhao Shiman, how dare you use the kick that will kill your father? Jiang Chen seemed to be startled. I saw him cursing while abruptly stopping in his tracks, then inhaling, tightening his abdomen, and sticking out his butt. Looking from the side, Jiang Chen actually made a capital C and narrowly avoided Zhao Shiman's toes. Hearing Jiang Chen's scolding, Zhao Shiman couldn't help but blush. However, this is in the ring. The two sides are engaged in a fierce fight. No matter what move you make, as long as you can defeat the opponent, it is a good move. Drink. Zhao Shiman was definitely a ruthless little person. Seeing Jiang Chen avoided her attack, she simply increased the power of her whip kick and kicked towards Jiang Chen's chin. Since I can't kick you below, I'll kick you above. In short, the whip kick has already been thrown out. You can take care of the lower part, but can you still take care of the upper part? Humph. Let us see how you can hide this time. The corners of Zhao Shiman's mouth slightly raised again, as if she was quite satisfied with her quick wit and this amazing move. However, the next second, Zhao Shiman was dumbfounded. Jiang Chen suddenly exhaled, then thrust his waist forward and tilted his head back suddenly. Looking from the side, Jiang Chen's body was just a capital C, but in the blink of an eye it turned into a shape. This set of moves. It seems a little familiar. After all, Jiang Chen had practiced it countless times when he was in bed. Swish. Zhao Shiman's toes almost brushed Jiang Chen's nose. A strong gust of wind from the leg not only ruffled Jiang Chen's hair, but also ignited the anger in his heart. Spicy next door. If the tiger doesn't show its power, do you really think your father is a sick cat? Whoosh. After Jiang Chen dodged Zhao Shiman's whip kick, he took advantage of the opponent's old moves and immediately took a big step forward, bringing him and Zhao Shiman within zero distance. At the same time, Jiang Chen's left hand grabbed over like lightning, grabbed Zhao Shiman's raised right leg, and pinched her ankle tightly. Quiet. There was silence on the ring. Zhao Shiman stood on the ring with her left foot alone, raised her right foot high, and made a horse posture, leaning her whole body on Jiang Chen. Su Yao and Bai Qianqian, who were watching the fight below the ring, were all stunned. They never expected that Jiang Chen and Zhao Shiman would create an unexpected shape while fighting. What is this doing? Couldn't you two pay a little more attention? This style is indecent. You, let me go. Suddenly, Zhao Shiman shouted in shame and anger, her pretty face almost red to her neck. Why should I let you go? Not only did Jiang Chen not let go of Zhao Shiman, he also pinched her ankles and pulled them up hard, making her sit in a split position, strictly maintaining the standard 180 degrees. You, a hooligan. Hey. You actually called me a gangster? Who just used the kick that killed my offspring. I think you are the gangster. I had no choice. Har har, I have no choice now. Chapter 28 Convinced. On the ring. Zhao Shiman, who was furious, suddenly attacked Jiang Chen again. Although her right foot was held high by Jiang Chen, she suddenly raised her left leg and hit Jiang Chen's head hard. Swish! Jiang Chen seemed to have predicted her move, and quickly raised his right arm to block her attack. Drink! Zhao Shiman cried out again, and her left leg followed Jiang Chen's arm and wrapped around his neck. At the same time, Zhao Shiman stretched out her hands like lightning, hugged Jiang Chen's head tightly, and then rode her whole body on Jiang Chen's shoulders. That's right. Zhao Shiman rode on Jiang Chen's face. At this moment, Jiang Chen had to let go of Zhao Shiman's right foot, then pinched her waist with both hands, trying to pull her down. But after Zhao Shiman's left foot regained its freedom, she immediately wrapped it around him. Her 2 feet instantly formed a lock that firmly locked Jiang Chen's neck. Quiet. The scene was completely quiet. Su Yao and Bai Qianqian, who were watching the fight below the ring, both widened their eyes and opened their mouths, with shocked and weird expressions on their faces. What's going on? Didn't I ask you to pay more attention? Why are you two getting more and more excessive? After saying so much, only a few seconds had passed. Jiang Chen, who was locked by Zhao Shiman, subconsciously took a deep breath. Unexpectedly, he was almost broken by the strong feminine scent. Oh, see. You are all water. Oh, horse. You have 4 legs. Beauty. You are so beautiful. There is a mouth under the nose. Drink. Jiang Chen carried Zhao Shiman on his back and came to the edge of the ring in one step. He bent his legs slightly and jumped directly onto the fence of the ring. Then, in the astonished eyes of Su Yao and Bai Qianqian, with the help of the elasticity of the fence, Jiang Chen suddenly jumped into the air, then head down and feet up, and slammed heavily onto the floor of the ring with Zhao Shiman. R. Su Yao and Bai Qianqian couldn't help but scream when they saw this scene. Jiang Chen jumped too high. If he really hit the ground, Zhao Shiman would probably be seriously injured, or even lose her life. Certainly. Zhao Shiman also realized that the situation was not good. Seeing that Jiang Chen was about to fall to the ground, Zhao Shiman decisively loosened her legs and kicked Jiang Chen on the shoulder. Whoosh! Taking advantage of the rebound force from kicking Jiang Chen, Zhao Shiman instantly broke away from Jiang Chen's control and jumped to the other side of the ring. However, Jiang Chen seemed to have predicted her actions again. After landing, Jiang Chen pushed his hands on the floor, did a front flip, and pounced towards Zhao Shiman. Snap! As soon as Zhao Shiman's feet touched the ground, a powerful figure appeared behind her. Jiang Chen! He is here! Jiang Chen raised his right foot and kicked Zhao Shiman hard on the buttocks with the sole of his size 45 shoe. R! Zhao Shiman screamed, her body lost balance uncontrollably, and then she fell heavily to the ground in a dog-eating shit posture. This is not over yet. After kicking Zhao Shiman away, Jiang Chen rushed over without stopping and sat on her back. Zhao Shiman, you lose. Hurry up and call daddy. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up into a beautiful arc, and at the same time he quickly raised his right hand and slapped Zhao Shiman's buttocks hard. Bang! After a crisp sound, Zhao Shiman suddenly froze in place. Then, her pretty face turned red. Night falls. Dynasty International Hotel, top floor, revolving restaurant. Jiang Chen ordered another table of expensive seafood dinner, and then opened a bottle of red wine worth 300,000 yuan. Crack! 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 What surprised Jiang Chen a little was that not only Su Yao, but also Zhao Shiman took out her cell phone. The two women took photos crazily, then edited them and posted them on WeChat Moments. Not long after, Su Yao and Zhao Shiman's phones received the ding 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 sound of WeChat notifications almost at the same time. The group of 7 fairies' best friends exploded again. You Lily at Su Yao, Yao, did you really trick Man back home and make her Jiang Chen's concubine? Liu Li at Zhao Shiman, Man, did Yao really give you 5 million? Tang Ru at Su Yao, Sister Yao, please support me. Lin Qingxue at Su Yao, Zhao Shiman, are young people nowadays so extravagant? My worldview has been shattered. Looking at the various messages in the girlfriends group, Su Yao looked calm, but Zhao Shiman's cheeks were a little hot. She never dreamed that one day she would become someone else's mistress, and that she would be the one to take the initiative. But just now, Jiang Chen and Su Yao transferred 5 million to Zhao Shiman respectively. Looking at the balance of 10 million in the bank card, Zhao Shiman, who was originally a little troubled, suddenly felt relieved. What's wrong with the concubine? Since ancient times, a wife is not as good as a concubine. Their husband loves his concubine more. What's more, with this 10 million, my parents won't have to bear huge debts, and they can also reopen a bigger supermarket. As long as nothing unexpected happens, my parents will be able to enjoy their old age and no longer have to worry about money. As for love, Zhao Shiman is very open-minded. It doesn't matter whether a man loves you or not. As long as I am willing to spend money on you, that's enough. What's more, Jiang Chen is so handsome, so powerful, rich, and so generous to women. Such an outstanding man is simply the perfect lover in Zhao Shiman's mind. Tatter. Zhao Shiman secretly glanced at Jiang Chen, who was sitting opposite her, blushed, held her phone, and quickly sent a message to her girlfriend's group. Zhao Shiman, it was not until today that I realized that Jiang Chen is full of shining points. I am happy to be his lover. Su Yao at Zhao Shiman, call me sister. Zhao Shiman at Su Yao, sister. Su Yao, hey. Good sister, I will protect you from now on. Zhao Shiman, thank you, sister. After this conversation between Su Yao and Zhao Shiman appeared, all the girlfriends in the group exclaimed, WTF. As if to show off her boyfriend, Su Yao actually posted the video of Jiang Chen and Zhao Shiman's battle directly to her girlfriend's group. A few minutes later, the group of girlfriends was in an uproar again. You Lily, oh my god. Is this still the Jiang Chen I know? Liu Li, when did Jiang Chen become so powerful? Tang Ru, no wonder Man is so convinced, it turns out she was convinced by someone. Lin Qingxue, Jiang Chen has changed so much that I almost couldn't recognize him. You Lily, speaking of which, Jiang Chen looks really handsome when he fights in the ring. Liu Li at you Lily, are you moved? You Lily at Liu Li, don't talk nonsense, I just admire him. Liu Li, pretend. Tang Ru, keep pretending. Lin Qingxue, keep pretending. You Lily, you guys. Liu Li, har har. Tang Ru, har har. +1. Lin Qingxue, har har. +2. Chapter 29 Annoyed Liu Ruyan. The city lights are dim at night. In a rental house of less than 20 square meters, Liu Ruyan, who had just finished taking a shower, walked out of the bathroom while wiping her half-dry hair. At this moment, she was only wearing a sexy lace nightgown, and her petite shoulders, delicate collarbones, slender legs, and a large area of snow-white skin on her chest were all exposed to the air. Swish! Liu Ruyan sat down on the edge of the bed, and the lines of her extremely plump buttocks were immediately outlined by the lace nightgown. Whoosh! Yang Fan, who was originally lying on the bed, immediately turned over and sat up, quickly moved over, and hugged Liu Ruyan tightly from behind. Ruyan, you smell so good. Yang Fan buried his head under Liu Ruyan's neck, sniffed hard, with a greedy and intoxicated expression on his face. Don't touch me, you stink of sweat, go take a shower. Liu Ruyan frowned and immediately pushed Yang Fan away, with a hint of disgust in her eyes. Har har, okay, I'll go take a shower now. Yang Fan smiled awkwardly, jumped off the bed immediately, and rushed into the bathroom in a hurry. As the bathroom door was closed, the sound of a shower spraying water soon came from inside, and the disgust on Liu Ruyan's face seemed to become even stronger. This crowded and narrow rental house was dark and damp, with old furniture and traces of mold on the walls. There were even smelly socks and dirty shorts thrown around by Yang Fan on the bedside and sofa. This is completely different from what Liu Ruyan imagined. She thought that since Yang Fan had become an executive of a large company and was a returnee from overseas, he should live in a more upscale neighborhood. Result: the place where Yang Fan lives now is not even as good as the shabby yard that Jiang Chen rents. In Yang Fan's words, he had just returned to China and had not yet found a suitable place to live, so he rented this house to stay temporarily. But Yang Fan has already promised that he will return this small house tomorrow and rent a big house in a high-end community. That's why Liu Ruyan endured it temporarily. Swish! Liu Ruyan just lay down on the bed, picked up her mobile phone and opened WeChat. You don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. The girlfriends group is very lively. The number of unread messages accumulated in the chat box actually reached more than 200. Swish, swish, swish. Liu Ruyan quickly started to scroll up, and after several minutes, she finally found the first message that Yu Lily had sent tonight. Next, Liu Ruyan carefully read these unread messages one by one. However, not long after, Liu Ruyan's face turned ugly. She could never have imagined that Zhao Shiman would actually degenerate into depravity and take the initiative to become Jiang Chen's lover. Even the group photo of Zhao Shiman and Su Yao, the group photo of Zhao Shiman and Jiang Chen, and the group photo of Jiang Chen hugging people on both sides were all posted to the girlfriends group. The three of them look quite harmonious. Swish, swish, swish. Liu Ruyan quickly exited, looked through Su Yao's circle of friends, and then looked through Zhao Shiman's circle of friends. Result: she was disgusted again. Su Yao and Zhao Shiman were both showing off in their circle of friends, showing off the seafood dinner they had tonight, the high-end red wine they drank, and the presidential suite they stayed in. What made Liu Ruyan envious and jealous the most was that Su Yao posted the transfer record of Jiang Chen to her, a full 10 million. Zhao Shiman posted the transfer records of Su Yao and Jiang Chen to her respectively, 5 million, a total of 10 million. It was not until this moment that Liu Ruyan suddenly realized that she seemed to have greatly underestimated Jiang Chen's wealth. Transferring 5 million and 10 million at any time. Even Su Yao, who had just followed Jiang Chen, could easily transfer 5 million. How much inheritance did Jiang Chen get? How much money does he have now? How could he be so generous to Su Yao and Zhao Shiman? How come I don't have a share in this overwhelming wealth? Bang! Liu Ruyan turned off her phone angrily, then threw it aside. Then she lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Crack! At this moment, the bathroom door was suddenly opened, and Yang Fan, who was naked, ran out in a hurry. Whoosh! Yang Fan quickly climbed onto the bed, hugged Liu Ruyan, and kissed her red lips without saying a word. What are you doing? Liu Ruyan pushed Yang Fan away fiercely and said with a very cold face, I'm tired today and don't want to come. After saying this, Liu Ruyan turned sideways without even looking at Yang Fan's expression, leaving him with a cold back. Like smoke. Yang Fan, unwilling to give in, gritted his teeth and tried to touch Liu Ruyan's shoulder. Result: but he was met with a scolding from Liu Ruyan. Yang Fan, I've already told you, I'm very tired today. Can't you be considerate of me? Do you have to force me to do something I don't want to do? You were never like this before. You never pushed me before. Why are you like this now? Hearing Liu Ruyan's extremely impatient voice, Yang Fan's face turned red and white, and he was so embarrassed that he didn't know what to do. He lowered his head and thought for a while, then took the initiative to apologize to Liu Ruyan. Ruyan, I'm sorry, since you are tired today, you should rest early. Liu Ruyan responded indifferently and continued to sleep with her back to Yang Fan, and then there was no further words. Swish! Yang Fan suppressed his inner impulse, looked at Liu Ruyan's back with a longing look, and then lay down gently beside her. That night, Liu Ruyan couldn't sleep. Yang Fan also suffered from insomnia. Jiang Chen, Zhao Shiman and Su Yao also suffered from insomnia. Dynasty International Hotel. Presidential Suite. Jiang Chen leaned against the head of the bed and lit a cigarette for himself. He frowned and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Oh. Zhao Shiman lay beside Jiang Chen with red eyes. I saw her pinching a corner of the quilt with both hands, wiping her tears constantly, and making slight sobbing sounds from her mouth. Man, how come, it's your first time too? Jiang Chen sighed softly, looking at the bright red plum blossom mark on the bed sheet. He even wondered if he was dreaming. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shiman stopped crying immediately. She turned around, stared at Jiang Chen and asked, "Jiang Chen, what do you mean by that? Do you think I'm a very casual woman?" "That's not what I meant. What I meant was..." "Forget it, just treat it as if I was farting and didn't say anything." Jiang Chen rubbed his face irritably, then took a pack of cigarettes from the bedside table, took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Snap! Just when Jiang Chen had just lit the cigarette, there was a slight noise beside him. Zhao Shiman took an ashtray from the bedside table on the other side. Next, Zhao Shiman held the ashtray in both hands and carefully brought it to Jiang Chen, as if to make it easier for Jiang Chen to flick the ashes. "Call." Jiang Chen blew out a smoke ring, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Then he asked Zhao Shiman, Man, what are your plans next? What other plans are there?" Zhao Shiman rolled her eyes and said with a look of resentment on her face, "Marry a chicken, follow the chicken, marry a dog, follow the dog. From now on, I will follow you wherever you go. Don't think of getting rid of me." Jiang Chen. Chapter 30. It's time for the lottery again. The next morning, Jiang Chen woke up slowly from his sleep and suddenly felt something soft and tender in his arms. When I opened my eyes, I immediately saw a stunningly beautiful face. Her cool temperament coupled with charming eyes show her unique royal sister temperament. What a cool and beautiful rose. At this moment, Zhao Shiman was supporting her head with one hand, with a beautiful curve at the corner of her mouth, and looking at Jiang Chen with affectionate eyes. At the same time, Jiang Chen also clearly sensed that there was a tender little hand in the quilt, stroking his 8 abdominal muscles. "Good morning, husband." Perhaps because she saw Jiang Chen opened his eyes, Zhao Shiman quickly withdrew her hand from the quilt and greeted him sweetly, "Good morning." Before Jiang Chen could speak, Zhao Shiman put her arms around him and rested her little head on his chest. "Good morning." Jiang Chen smiled and put his arm around Zhao Shiman's shoulders, holding her in his arms. Feeling the body temperature of the beauty and the fragrant scent coming from the quilt, Jiang Chen couldn't help but kiss Zhao Shiman on the forehead. "Honey, I'm hungry." What surprised Jiang Chen a little was that Zhao Shiman, who was always known for her violence, actually curled up in his arms and acted coquettishly. With her rosy face and cuddly look, she looks just like a newly married young bride. Crack! At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open from the outside, and Su Yao, wearing only a lace nightgown, walked in so carelessly. "Little bastard, if you're hungry, get up quickly. I'll take you to have breakfast. It's so early in the morning, and as soon as I woke up, I hugged my husband and started to feel itchy. Didn't you have enough last night?" Quiet. It was quiet in the bedroom. But after a brief silence, Zhao Shiman suddenly screamed, and like a frightened little rabbit, she shrank into the quilt in an instant. "Hey! Man, why are you still pretending to be innocent in front of me? Hurry up and get up. You, as the younger sister, will have to serve tea to me, the elder sister, later. I'll count to 3. If you don't get up, don't blame me for being rude to you," Su Yao said as she climbed onto the bed. Under Jiang Chen's stunned eyes, Su Yao pulled back the quilt and slipped in with a swish. Then, there was a stir in the bed. Zhao Shiman's exclamation and laughter were also heard. "You little rascal, wait and see how I teach you a lesson." Yao, stop, giggle, it itches." "Call me sister." "Sister, he, I was wrong, please stop tickling me." "Are you getting up? Rise." Just like that, Zhao Shiman was pulled out of bed by Su Yao. While Zhao Shiman was putting on her clothes, Su Yao crawled to Jiang Chen's side, leaned over and kissed him on the face, and said in a very gentle tone, "Honey, I've taken that little rascal away. I promise I won't let her disturb your late night sleep. We're not going anywhere today. Let's just rest in the hotel for a day. When you wake up, I'll order you something to eat." Su Yao remembered Jiang Chen's habit of sleeping in, so she chose this time to pull Zhao Shiman out of his bed. All right. Putting aside her materialistic nature, Su Yao is actually quite good in all aspects. At least she can provide Jiang Chen with high emotional value and will not make Jiang Chen feel even the slightest bit of disgust towards her. Certainly. Jiang Chen also understood that if he was not rich, generous, and willing to spend money on women, Su Yao might not necessarily show such a sensible side to him. To sum up, men must have money. Only when you have money will a woman show you her most gentle and best side. Crack. Looking at Su Yao and Zhao Shiman walking out of the bedroom quietly and closing the door gently, they looked as if they were afraid of disturbing Jiang Chen's late sleep. At this moment, Jiang Chen's mouth corners curled up into a beautiful arc. He. The money was indeed not wasted. At least, Jiang Chen felt that his emotional value was maximized. One word, comfortable. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Chen, who was lying on the bed, suddenly lost his sleepiness. He simply got up, sat against the head of the bed, and lit a cigarette for himself. That's right. Today is another new day. It's time to draw the lottery. Swish. Jiang Chen immediately thought about it and clicked on the system main page. Lucky draw wheel. Number of draws, 3. Inventory, empty. Nothing more to say. If you are in a good mood, your luck will naturally be good. Start the whole process. Swish. Jiang Chen clicked the lottery button with his mind, and the next second, the pointer on the turntable began to move. The red pointer rotated rapidly in the clockwise direction, and after about 3 seconds, the speed gradually slowed down. Finally, the pointer made a soft click sound and stopped steadily in the gold coin area. Immediately afterwards, a black bank card jumped out from the turntable and was automatically put into the system inventory. Ding! Congratulations to their host for winning 100 million bounties. A system notification sounded in his ears, and Jiang Chen opened the inventory very skillfully, and soon saw the black card in his backpack. Black card rewards. This card is an electronic virtual bank card, containing 100 million Dragon country currency, but can only be used for rewards on live broadcasts. Note, their host can get double the real money rebate by using the rewards. After reading the detailed introduction of this black card, Jiang Chen, perhaps because he had just woken up and his mind was still a little confused, could not figure out the specific function of this black card for a moment. But after Jiang Chen finished smoking a cigarette, his mind became clear and he finally understood the use of this black card. Simply put, Jiang Chen uses the money in this black card to reward various anchors on the live broadcast platform, and he can get double the rebate. If all the 100 million bounties are used up, Jiang Chen can get a cashback of 200 million. The system saw that Jiang Chen had accepted another beauty, so it took the initiative to send money. How thoughtful. Brother Tongzi, thank you. Jiang Chen closed the system inventory with a smile, and then returned to the main page of the lottery. This time, he rubbed his hands vigorously until his palms began to feel warm, then he clicked the lottery button with his mind. Swish, swish, swish. The red pointer rotated rapidly in the clockwise direction, and after about 3 seconds, the speed gradually slowed down. Finally, the pointer suddenly made a light click sound and stopped steadily in the gold coin area. Ding! Congratulations to their host for acquiring a high-end residential building. The system prompt sounded in his ears. Before Jiang Chen could react, he suddenly felt his arm sink. A plastic bag suddenly appeared in front of him, and the bag was filled with red real estate certificates. Oh my god! Why are there so many property certificates? What did the system prompt just now? One high-end residential building. Are you sure it's one building, not one unit? Swish, swish, swish. Jiang Chen quickly looked through the property certificates in his arms, but he didn't expect that his name was written on all of them. Building 1, Xingqing No. 1 Mansion, Xingfu Road, Xilan City. 30 floors. There are 4 households on each floor, so a total of 120 houses. Is every house a 200 square meter apartment? How much would it cost to buy an entire building? Swish. Jiang Chen quickly searched the internet on his mobile phone. Xingqing No. 1 Mansion is located near the most prosperous commercial street in Xilan City, where housing prices have been driven up to 100,000 yuan per square meter. In other words, each of the 120 houses Jiang Chen currently owns is worth more than 20 million. Then the total price of the 120 houses has exceeded 2.4 billion. Oh shit. Got rich overnight. Chapter 31 Online Dating Card. In the room, Jiang Chen held 120 red property certificates in his arms, but a confused expression appeared on his face. The first idea that came to his mind was to rent out all these houses. The rent collected every month alone would allow him to live a lavish life. But think about it. He is not short of money at all now. He still has a balance of 570 million in his card and he doesn't know how to spend it. Just now, Jiang Chen won a bounty of 100 million. If he uses up the bounty, he can get a cashback of 200 million. What's more, the system has 3 chances to draw lots every day, and Jiang Chen might be able to draw even more wealth. So, the pattern needs to be expanded. What's the fuss about such a small rent? Sprinkle some water. You know, Jiang Chen is actually a very lazy person. He is the kind of lazy guy who lies in bed and doesn't want to move. He prefers the woman to move on top while he turns on the energy-saving mode. How could he have the time and energy to rent out these 120 houses, bargain with the tenants, collect rent every month, and deal with the tenants' various demands during this period? Damn. It's troublesome just thinking about it. It's not worth it at all to run around and work so hard just for such a little rent. What is Jiang Chen's purpose? Just eat and wait for death, lie down completely, enjoy life, and never go to work. Collecting rent is also like working. Jiang Chen could not tolerate this. Swish. Jiang Chen casually threw a bag of property certificates aside, and then focused his attention on the lucky draw wheel. I've won gold coins twice in a row. There is only one chance left in the lottery today, can't you give me a big prize? Do I have to chant a spell to win a better prize? Swish. Jiang Chen stroked his chin and thought for a while, then clicked the lottery button with his mind. When the pointer started to move rapidly, Jiang Chen immediately chanted, "Heaven and earth, please bless me and help me win the grand prize." 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Under Jiang Chen's expectant eyes, the pointer finally slowed down. This time, the pointer actually passed through the gold coin area, and then slowly moved towards the remaining 4 areas. Got it. At least a reward of card or above. Liu Ruyan is still in heaven. As Jiang Chen's ex-girlfriend, she should be like dead and protect Jiang Chen all the time. This is what a qualified ex-girlfriend is. Blat. Before Jiang Chen could be happy, the pointer stopped at the card area after crawling a short distance. Then, a pink card with a heart drawn on it jumped out from the turntable and was automatically put into the system inventory. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an online dating card. A system notification sounded in his ears. Jiang Chen opened the inventory with great curiosity and soon saw the card in his backpack. Online dating card. After using this card, you can get a rich girlfriend who you have been dating online for 3 years. Note, this card can only be used once. Phew. Jiang Chen almost vomited blood. Brother Tongzi, what do you mean? I admit that I am handsome, in good health and have a good appetite, but I am not short of money at all now, so why do I need a rich girlfriend? If it was the day before yesterday, when I had just obtained the system and had drawn this card in the first round, I might have hesitated, or I might have used this card. After all, it's not shameful to make a living by relying on your looks. Who can resist money? But my buddy is now the super rich brother in the eyes of Su Yao and Zhao Shaman. You can't use your rich sister's money to support these 2 little kids, right? This is so immoral. System, I want to use this online dating card. Jiang Chen said the most confident words and used the card on the spot. He wanted to see how rich this rich sister was. If someone is richer than him, Jiang Chen doesn't mind living off her. If you're not as rich as him, then sorry, get out of here right now. Swish. The online dating card in the inventory turned into a stream of light and disappeared. The next second, an electronic prompt sounded in Jiang Chen's ears. Ding! Congratulations to their host for getting a rich girlfriend who he has been dating for 3 years. Please check your QQ. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange memory flooded into Jiang Chen's mind. This memory told Jiang Chen that on the day he graduated from college, he met a female netizen on QQ. Because the 2 of them got along well, they soon developed feelings for each other and even boldly tried to engage in online romance. Result. It's out of control. This love lasted for 3 whole years. The 2 of them call each other husband and wife on QQ in a very sweet way, and in their daily chats, they share interesting things in life with each other and confide in each other the troubles they encounter in life. Get to know each other, fall in love, understand each other, cherish each other. In Jiang Chen's opinion, this absurd online romance is not only mixed with the elements of love, but also mixed with the mutual consideration between close friends. As the saying goes, a song breaks one's heart, where can one find a soulmate in this world? Damn. I have to admit that Brother Tongs's methods are really amazing. After Jiang Chen digested this memory, he suddenly felt that the 3 years he spent with Liu Ruyan seemed to have been faded. No. To be precise, this newly emerged 3-year online romance directly covers the 3-year real-life relationship between Jiang Chen and Liu Ruyan. Jiang Chen was a little confused for a moment. In the past 3 years, was he in a relationship with Liu Ruyan, or was he having an online romance with this rich sister? But overall, this online romance left a deeper impression on Jiang Chen. For some reason, Jiang Chen suddenly felt that Liu Ruyan's shadow seemed to have faded a lot, and a certain obsession hidden in the deepest part of his mind seemed to have disappeared at this moment. Brother Tongsy, are you trying to find different ways to heal my wounded heart? I'm not a fragile person. How can a man grow into a towering tree without experiencing the blows of wind and rain? But thank you very much anyway. Although you don't talk much, I can feel that you are considerate and good system. I must give you a 5-star rating and like it like crazy. Ding ding. At this moment, Jiang Chen's phone vibrated and a crisp QQ message alert sound was emitted. Jiang Chen quickly picked up his phone and opened the mobile version of QQ, which he hadn't logged into for 800 years. Unexpectedly, he saw a short message from a girl in the pinned message column. No. Not sister, should be called auntie. The avatar used by the other party is a pot of blooming orchids, and her QQ name is. Phew. Jiang Chen almost vomited blood again. Why is it called Flowers Bloom and Fortune Comes? Originally, Jiang Chen still had a little fantasy, thinking that not every rich lady was an old aunt who was older, out of shape, and had wrinkles all over her face. But when he saw this online name, the last bit of his fantasy was shattered. As we all know, Huakai Fugue is a nickname that is particularly favored by middle-aged women. Jiang Chen is only 25 years old this year. He's still a child. He is still young. He still has plenty of youth and unlimited possibilities in the future. How could he die at the hands of an old lady at such a young age? Separate. Must score. Even if Jesus comes, it won't work. That's what I said. Chapter 32, Super Thunder. Mature and beautiful auntie. Huakai Fugue, husband, what are you busy with? Huakai Fugue, I want to talk to you about what we agreed on before. Are you free now? Looking at the 2 messages just sent by his rich girlfriend, Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, then quickly looked through the chat history. However, the chat history is blank. Jiang Chen suddenly realized that Su Yao bought him a new phone yesterday, so there was naturally no chat history on the QQ on the new phone. As for Jiang Chen's old phone, throw it away. Now that you have a new phone worth more than 40,000 yuan, who would still keep the broken phone that was given away as a gift when you topped up your phone bill? It's over, it's over. Without the chat history, how would I know what we talked about before? A drop of cold sweat immediately flowed down Jiang Chen's forehead. Their memory just now only roughly told Jiang Chen about his online love experience with this rich sister. As for some specific details, Brother Tongzi did not explain it clearly, so Jiang Chen naturally didn't know either. Jiang Chen touched his chin and thought for a while, then replied a message to Huakai Fugue. Mantiangxingkan, no problem, I'm free now. Jiang Chen's original online name was A Sky Full of Stars Is Not As Good As You, but perhaps he felt that the name was too smarmy, so he deleted the last 3 characters, leaving only the 4 characters, A Sky Full of Stars. A few seconds later, the rich sister replied with a message. Huakai Fugue, husband, you told me before that you have been practicing martial arts since childhood and are proficient in various fighting skills. Beating 10 people by yourself is just a basic operation. Your skills are even better than those of the special forces. Is this true? Phew. Jiang Chen almost vomited blood again. He just learned combat mastery yesterday. However, judging from Huakai Fugi's tone, Jiang Chen had boasted to her a long time ago that he was a good fighter. All right. Men all like to brag. Can a man who doesn't brag still be called a man? Mantiangxingkan, well, my skills are indeed very impressive. After Jiang Chen sent this message, his rich girlfriend actually sent him several messages in succession. Huakai Fugue, hearing you say that, I feel relieved. For so many years, I have always hoped to find a strong man to rely on, because such a man can protect me and give me enough sense of security. Now I finally found it. Emoji, shy. Huakai Fugui, husband, let us meet in person. Phew. Jiang Chen almost vomited blood again. What's going on? Didn't we agree to break up? How come we ended up meeting in person while chatting? Tatter. Jiang Chen quickly held his phone and typed out a long paragraph about breaking up. Perhaps he felt that these words were a bit too cold-blooded and heartless. After all, he had been in an online relationship with the other party for 3 years. Even if he had no credit, he had worked hard, right? Then, Jiang Chen deleted this paragraph again, then racked his brains to edit a long paragraph of euphemistic words. The meaning is still the same, break up. However, before Jiang Chen sent this message to Huakai Fugui, the other party sent him several more messages. Huakai Fugui, husband, we have been together for 3 years, and you still don't know what I look like. Huakai Fugui, since we have decided to meet in person, I will send you some recent photos of me. Emoji, shy. Flowers in full bloom, picture, picture, picture. At this moment, Jiang Chen's curiosity was suddenly aroused. He just stretched out his hand and clicked on a photo of blooming flowers. The next second, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. This woman is very nice. She has an oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, and phoenix eyes. Her temperament is mature and cool, but there is also a hint of gentleness in her coolness, and a hint of intelligence in her gentleness. Her long brown black hair was braided into a long and thick pigtail, casually draped over her shoulders, looking very easy to hold. Her skin is very fair and there is not a single wrinkle on her face. She must pay great attention to skincare, so she looks less than 30 years old, like a girl of 27 or 28 years old. But, according to the memory that Brother Tongzi imposed on Jiang Chen, this rich sister was a widow, her real age was 37, and she had a daughter who just turned 18. There is absolutely no mistake. But, judging from the photos, Huakai Fugui doesn't look like a 37-year-old old aunt at all, but rather like a young lady who is only 3 years older than Jiang Chen. I can only say that rich ladies really know how to take care of themselves. Let us get back to the topic. In the photo, Huakai Fugui is wearing a blue tight dress and standing sideways by the sea. The skirt perfectly outlines her mature and plump figure. What does it mean that one more point means fat, and one less point means thin? It is not an exaggeration to say that she is the ceiling of the slightly plump world. None of this is the point. The point is, Jiang Chen estimated that the pair of headlights on Huakai Fugui's car were at least 38F. Super beautiful lady. Jiang Chen could swear on a clear conscience that, except for seeing such exaggerated headlights in a small movie from a certain island country, this was the first time he saw such a broad-minded beauty from the dragon country in real life. Suddenly, Jiang Chen envied Huakai Fugui's daughter. The little girl must have never been hungry since she was a child, because her mother's grain bag was so full. Such a beautiful, well-built, and elegant young aunt, her daughter is already 18 years old. Why does Jiang Chen seem a little bit unconvinced? But the facts are right in front of us. Huakai Fugui in the photo obviously looks less than 30 years old, and at most 27 or 28 years old. Etc. Could this woman be using pictures from the internet? Or, have these photos been severely photoshopped by her, with serious filters and beautification added? When he thought of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shudder. What he hates most in his life is photo fraud. Especially those girls who have photoshopped their faces and figures so severely deformed that even their own mothers wouldn't recognize them. This is a blatant scam. Could it be that Huakai Fugui is this kind of person? Swish. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately made a video call to Huakai Fugui. He wants to expose counterfeiting. He wants to uncover the true face of flowers in bloom and wealth comes. He wants to reveal the monster's true form. Beep. I thought Huakai Fugui would refuse this video call, but I never expected that the other party would answer it within seconds. Next second. On Jiang Chen's mobile phone screen, a mature and plump Aunt Da lady with fair skin, beautiful looks, cool, gentle and intellectual temperament appeared. That's right. Huakai Fugui looks exactly like in person and in the photo. However, at this moment, Huarkai Fugui was only wearing a wine-red silk suspender nightgown, revealing her snow-white neck, round shoulders, delicate collarbones, and slender arms. Although she is not wearing any makeup, her skin is still extremely fair and there is no trace of wrinkles on her face. As Huarkai Fugui was lazily lying on the sofa, a pair of headlights of at least 38F squeezed out an unfathomable groove. It's simply too dangerous. Ha! Honey, how come you've become so handsome? I've only seen your photos from 3 years ago. I didn't expect that you've turned into such a handsome guy now. I'm really surprised. By the way, why did you suddenly send me a video? Are you ready to meet me in person? The sound of flowers blooming and flourishing is very pleasant. It's the kind of deep and charming royal sister's voice. Looking at Huarkai Fugui's sexy red lips opening and closing as she spoke, Jiang Chen actually stood up in shame. It is said that young girls are seductive and young women are alluring. Today, Jiang Chen finally experienced the true meaning of this sentence. I still don't know what your real name is. Jiang Chen was really a little embarrassed. After all, he was just thinking about breaking up, and he absolutely couldn't let that happen to the old lady. But now it seems that this is not an old aunt at all. It's obviously my big baby. No more breaking up. Whoever divides is a big fool. Chapter 33, In-Depth Study. In the room. Jiang Chen, lying on the bed, originally planned to change his posture and continue their video chat with Huarkai Fugui. After all, he was not wearing any clothes now, only covering his lower body with a quilt, and his upper body was bare-chested. However, when Jiang Chen turned over, his hand slipped accidentally and his phone fell on the bed. By the time Jiang Chen picked up the phone, the video call had been interrupted, and Huarkai Fugui also sent an inquiry message. Huarkai Fugui, husband, why did you suddenly hang up the video call? Mantiangsinkan, sorry, my hand slipped and my phone fell on the bed. Huarkai Fugui, har har, you must have thought that the photos I just sent you were all fake or photoshopped, so you wanted to see my real appearance through video, right? Emoji, snickering. Mantiangsinkan, indeed, mainly because you said before that you are 37 years old, and you have a daughter who just turned 18. This is too different from you in the photo, so I have to doubt it. I understand. People who have met me don't believe that I have an 18-year-old daughter. Emoji, happy. Jiang Chen, emoji, embarrassed. After Jiang Chen sent the last message, Huarkai Fugui did not reply for a long time. I don't know what she was doing. Maybe something happened suddenly and she didn't have time to reply to Jiang Chen's message? Just when Jiang Chen was about to get up, his cell phone suddenly vibrated twice, and a message about Huarkai Fugui came in. Huarkai Fugui, let me introduce myself again. My name is Qin Xiaoyu, I am 37 years old this year, I am a widower, and I have a daughter who just turned 18. I am currently the general manager of a listed company. I have a house, a car, and savings. Since my husband passed away, I have only had you as my boyfriend. Phew. Jiang Chen almost vomited blood. Looking at the long self-introduction sent by Qin Xiaoyu, especially the last sentence, she said that since her husband passed away, she had only had one boyfriend, Jiang Chen. It was this sentence that made Jiang Chen feel that Qin Xiaoyu seemed to have a sense of resentment. How? Just because you've only had me as a boyfriend, do you want me to be responsible for you? In other words, Qin Xiaoyu was telling me in a disguised way that after her husband passed away, she had remained chaste and had never had an affair. Jiang Chen stroked his chin and thought about it. Anyway, he was a scumbag. One scumbag was a scumbag, two scumbags were also scumbags, and more scumbags were still scumbags. Don't let down good girls, and don't waste bad girls. I'm not a scumbag, I just want to give all girls a warm home. Mantiangsinkan, my name is Jiang Chen, I am 25 years old, and I am currently retired. I have a house, a car, and savings. I basically don't have to worry about food and drink in this life, and I don't need you to support me. Huarkai Fugui, what? Retired at 25. Husband, are you kidding me? Mantiangsinkan, this is called early retirement. I will just lie down, eat and wait for death, and enjoy life. Huarkai Fugui, then your family conditions must be very good. Starry Sky, I am an orphan. Huarkai Fugui, I'm sorry, I don't know your family situation. Jiang Chen and Qin Qiaoyu chatted on QQ for a while, and then added each other as WeChat friends. Since we are planning to meet in person, it would be inappropriate to continue chatting on QQ. Ding ding. As soon as I added the WeChat friend, Qin Qiaoyu immediately sent me a WeChat message. Qin Qiaoyu, husband, there is actually one thing I have hidden from you, which is our relationship. I haven't told my daughter yet. I am worried that she will not be able to accept this fact and may even strongly oppose us being together. Jiang Chen, emoji, embarrassed. Qin Qiaoyu, how about this? I will have a good talk with my daughter tonight. If she has no objection, we can be together openly. Jiang Chen, what if she disagrees? Qin Qiaoyu, then we can just be together secretly without her knowing. Emoji, covering mouth and laughing. Jiang Chen, I see. Regardless of whether your daughter agrees or not, you are determined to be with me, right? Qin Qiaoyu, husband, don't you want to meet me in person? Looking at the last WeChat message in the chat box, Jiang Chen's mind suddenly flashed Qin Qiaoyu's mature and beautiful face, her extremely plump figure, and the pair of imposing 38F headlights. Squeak. Jiang Chen quickly wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, then quickly typed a reply to Qin Qiaoyu. Jiang Chen, I want to. Qin Qiaoyu, har har, why don't you call me wife first? Jiang Chen, wife. Emoji, kiss. Qin Qiaoyu, my little husband, you are so good. Emoji, kiss. Jiang Chen, why do you add a small word before husband? Qin Qiaoyu, you are only 25 years old, 12 years younger than me. Isn't that considered young? Jiang Chen, mine is very big, do you want to try it? Qin Qiaoyu, hey. I've been dating you for 3 years, but I only discovered today that you're a little pervert. Seeing this WeChat message, a look of disdain suddenly flashed across Jiang Chen's face. Just now when he was on a video call with Qin Qiaoyu, the moment Qin Qiaoyu saw him shirtless, her eyes immediately widened like bells, and she shot out a lightning-like shrewdness. Who is the little pervert? Why don't you look in the mirror? The saliva at the corners of your mouth is almost dripping. Now you're turning the tables and accusing me of being a pervert. Har har, women. Jiang Chen, I was wrong. I decided to change my ways, give up sex immediately, and go to Shaolin Temple to become a monk. From now on, I will devote myself to Buddhism and never have any improper thoughts about love between men and women again. Qin Qiaoyu, you dare. Jiang Chen, har har, just a joke. Qin Qiaoyu, Jiang Chen, you are my man now. Without my permission, you cannot become a monk. Do you understand? Jiang Chen, wow. The domineering female CEO fell in love with me. Qin Qiaoyu, wrong, it should be called, the CEO's sister is beautiful and cool, and the little wolf dog brother can't escape. Emoji, snickering. For some reason, Jiang Chen felt particularly happy and relaxed when chatting with Qin Qiaoyu. He had no worries and said whatever he wanted to say. And Qin Qiaoyu could always follow his topic and chat with him happily. Is this the legendary confidant? This song breaks my heart. Where in this world can I find a soulmate? Qin Qiaoyu, husband, let's meet. I want to get to know you better, and at the same time, let you get to know me better. Emoji, grinning. Jiang Chen, how deep? Emoji, smirk. Qin Qiaoyu, share a song with you, the moon represents my heart. Looking at the song shared by Qin Qiaoyu, Jiang Chen subconsciously clicked the play button. Soon, a soothing music came from the phone. Jiang Chen held the phone in his hand, leaned against the head of the bed, slowly closed his eyes, and began to listen attentively. You asked me how much I love you, how much I love you. My feelings are true, my love is true, the moon represents my heart. You asked me how much I love you, how much I love you. My feelings are unwavering, my love is unchanging, the moon represents my heart. Chapter 34, Iceberg Goddess, Lin Qingxue. Is this love? After finishing his chat with Qin Qiaoyu, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sighed and said, I love your love from my mahua. After sighing alone for a while, Jiang Chen was just about to get up when his cell phone suddenly rang. Caller ID, Lin Qingxue. When Jiang Chen saw this name, his first reaction was, did she dial the wrong number? Although Jiang Chen had Lin Qingxue's contact information and had added her as a friend on WeChat, he had had almost no contact with Lin Qingxue over the years. Lin Qingxue, one of the 7 fairies of Xilan University, known as the iceberg goddess, suddenly called my buddy. What is going on? Could it be that she is like Zhao Shaman, coming here to join me on her own initiative? But why was it Lin Qingxue? Jiang Chen would not be surprised if any of the sexy dancer Yu Lily, the green tea girl Liu Li, or the pig man Tang Ru called him. Only when Lin Qingxue, a lump of ice, called Jiang Chen made him drop his jaw in surprise. Isn't she misogynistic? Isn't she a lesbian, or a lesbian? Isn't she very cold? Did she also compromise with reality? Swish. After a brief moment of shock, Jiang Chen finally answered the call. Hello? Is this Jiang Chen? A cold female voice came from the other end of the phone. The tone was a little strange, as if mixed with a hint of embarrassment and a sense of relief. But Lin Qingxue's voice is definitely that of a cold and aloof queen. When people hear it, they feel that she is high and mighty, pure and innocent, sacred and cannot be desecrated. Maybe this woman is too cold and aloof, which makes it easy for men to want to conquer her. Iceberg goddess. Oh no. It's just a piece of ice. It's really as good as its reputation. Hey. It's Bing Bing. Why did you suddenly remember to call me? Jiang Chen smiled crookedly, with an air of the returning Dragon King. Bing. Bing Bing? Who is Bing Bing? Jiang Chen, I'm Lin Qingxue. Their voice on the other end of the phone paused noticeably, as if mixed with a sense of dissatisfaction, but their voice was suppressing its anger, as if it did not dare to offend Jiang Chen easily. I know you are Lin Qingxue. Bing Bing is the nickname I gave you. Isn't this nickname nice? You? Yeah, that sounds good. Hearing the gnashing of teeth coming from the other end of the phone, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle and asked, Bing Bing, what do you want to talk to me about? Jiang Chen, this is the case. You should know that I am now the account manager of China Merchants Bank Private Bank. I'm calling you today to introduce you to the private banking business of our China Merchants Bank. Our private bank, China Merchants Bank, has the largest number of customers among all the major domestic banks and is recognized as providing the best services. Lin Qingxue said a lot of nonsense on the phone, which can be summed up in one sentence: I want to poach you and make you my client. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and listened to Lin Qingxue's story on the phone. A cold and beautiful figure could not help but emerge in his mind. I vaguely remember Liu Ruyan once mentioned that after Lin Qingxue graduated, he went to work in the banking system. Unexpectedly, she is now a private banking account manager of China Merchants Bank. The so-called private bank is not a bank opened by an individual, but a service model specially developed by the bank to attract high-asset wealthy people. Simply put, it is the bank's high-level VIP customer service. Compared with ordinary branches, private banks have higher authority, more resources, and a wider range of services. To give a simple example, for example, when it comes to depositing money, the deposit interest rate for ordinary customers is fixed. The interest rate for current deposits of the four major banks is about 0.35%, and the interest rate for time deposits for 1 year is only about 1.5%. For private banking clients, deposit interest rates are negotiable, and generally the lowest rate is above 2.5%. The more deposits you have, the higher the interest rate. In addition, private banks will provide customers with many benefits and more services. Jiang Chen vaguely remembered that in order to become a client of the private banking of the four major domestic banks, personal deposits had to be at least 5 million and had to be maintained for a certain period of time. China Merchants Bank has the highest threshold. Personal assets must reach more than 10 million to become their private banking customers. But Jiang Chen's money was clearly deposited in Longhua Bank. No matter which bank it was, it would implement strict confidentiality measures for its customers. Here comes the question. As a private banking account manager of China Merchants Bank, how did Lin Qingxue find out that Jiang Chen's deposits in Longhua Bank had exceeded 10 million? Bang! Jiang Chen suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself, secretly cursing himself for being stupid. The day before yesterday, Su Yao showed off her wealth in her circle of friends. She had a Ferrari LaFerrari, a meal worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, and a presidential suite. Just yesterday, Su Yao and Zhao Shaman, two little splashy girls, posted Jiang Chen's transfer records on their moments. Lin Qingxue is not blind. Are you going to give up such a big and high-quality client like this instead of poaching it? Jiang Chen, are you listening to me? At this moment, Lin Qingshue's slightly dissatisfied voice came from the phone. Jiang Chen came back to his senses, and a cool and handsome smile immediately appeared on his face. Bing Bing, I also want to be your client, but I'm very busy now and I really don't have time. Since Jiang Chen sealed his heart and locked his love, he has transformed from a bootlicker to a scumbag. How could he kneel down and lick Lin Qingxue without any bottom line just because she is an iceberg goddess? Please. The one who needs help now is Lin Qingxue. Why does she dare to speak to me in such a condescending tone? How dare she be dissatisfied with this young master? Silence, no words. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, and soon Lin Qingshue's voice was heard again. Jiang Chen, if you don't have time to come to our bank, I can come to your house and serve you in person. I wonder if it's convenient for you now. This time, Lin Qingxue lowered her posture, her tone was no longer cold, her voice became gentler, and even had a hint of flattery. That's right. This is the attitude of asking for help. What ice goddess? Can you try freezing it? See if this young master still cares about you. Imperial International Hotel, Presidential Suite Number 1. I should be free before noon, but I may not be able to be free after noon. Jiang Chen looked at the time, then gave Lin Qingxue an address and pointed out that he was only free in the morning. It is now 10:30 a.m. So, there is not much time left for Lin Qingxue. If she wanted to poach Jiang Chen, a big client, she had to act immediately, rush here, and personally go to Jiang Chen's house to negotiate. There was no other choice. Okay, I'll come to you right away. Lin Qingxue didn't dare to complain at all. After saying this, she immediately hung up the phone. Jiang Chen chuckled, then got out of bed, put on a hotel robe, pushed open the bedroom door, and walked into the spacious living room. However, the living room was silent and there was no sign of Su Yao and Zhao Shiman. Instead, from a corridor connecting to the living room, faint sounds of women's laughter could be heard. Driven by curiosity, Jiang Chen walked along the corridor and came to an empty hall. Unexpectedly, this is actually an indoor swimming pool. At this moment, two sexy beauties in bikinis are playing in the swimming pool, bursting into laughter like silver bells from time to time. Oh shit! Two mermaids. Swimming is such a fun thing, why don't you ask Dad to join you? Jiang Chen wanted to change into a pair of swimming trunks, but then he thought, there is no one here anyway, why wear swimming trunks? It's too redundant. Then, Jiang Chen took off his bathrobe, letting the bitter tea seeds fall to the side. Then he dived into the swimming pool and swam quickly towards the two mermaids. Chapter 35 Personal Financial Secretary. Dynasty International Hotel. Presidential Suite. Next to the indoor swimming pool, there is a spa room. At this moment, Jiang Chen was lying lazily on the massage bed, with his eyes half closed, his brows relaxed, and a cool and handsome smile on the corner of his mouth. Su Yao and Zhao Shiman knelt on either side of Jiang Chen and gave him a very gentle massage. It was just a simple massage at first, but after a while, Jiang Chen insisted on saying something like a watermelon massage. Su Yao and Zhao Shiman were both confused and didn't understand at all. Fortunately, Jiang Chen taught them very patiently, and the process was not complicated. Moreover, the two girls had great talents and excellent comprehension. So, Jiang Chen only gave a little pointers, and Su Yao and Zhao Shiman were able to learn it almost immediately. Looking at the two stunning beauties, with shy faces and seductive eyes, massaging him, Jiang Chen's soul almost floated to the clouds. Good girlfriends, for life. Advance together, retreat together, break through together, fly together. Share the good times and share the bad times. Good. Happy times are always short. Jiang Chen was still immersed in the land of tenderness and couldn't extricate himself when the housekeeper by Qian suddenly knocked on the door and told Jiang Chen that there was a lady named Lin outside who wanted to see him. 20 minutes later, Jiang Chen came to the living room after getting dressed. Bai Qian opened the door and led in a woman in a navy blue business suit. The woman had long hair tied up behind her head, revealing a delicate and cool face. She wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, which softened the lines of her facial features. The curvy figure, wrapped in a professional suit, perfectly outlines the S-shaped lines. Coupled with the hip skirt, black stockings and high heels, she looks more mature and seductive. Ouch. Not bad. Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He didn't expect that after not seeing her for 3 years, the former ice goddess turned out to be a girl with glasses. This temperament seems to be even more stunning than when she was in college. Although she still looks cold, she exudes an intellectual and elegant aura. To sum it up in one word, she has matured. Bing bing, long time no see. Jiang Chen stood up from the sofa and extended a hand towards Lin Qingxue. The moment Lin Qingxue saw Jiang Chen, her face was calm, but a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Things are different now. Jiang Chen, now, has been completely transformed because of taking the Gene Potion. His handsomeness has long surpassed the limits of human beings. Although Lin Qingxue is known as the iceberg goddess, she is just a mortal after all, not a real goddess. So, how could she possibly resist Jiang Chen's charm? Jiang Chen, long time no see, you seem to have changed a lot. Lin Qingxue shook Jiang Chen's hand and a faint smile appeared on her face. Har har, people always change, and you've changed a lot. As if by some strange coincidence, the moment Lin Qingxue opened her hand, Jiang Chen suddenly used his index and middle fingers to gently scratch the palm of her hand. At the same time, Jiang Chen also blinked at Lin Qingxue, and a cool and handsome smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lin Qingxue was slightly stunned, just glanced at Jiang Chen lightly, and then calmly withdrew her white and tender little hand. Although her face was calm, Jiang Chen keenly observed that there seemed to be a flash of embarrassment in the depths of her eyes. This discovery immediately aroused Jiang Chen's great interest. Who said Lin Qingxue is afraid of men? Who said she was a lesbian? A lesbian? A lily? Look at her reaction now, she is obviously a normal woman. It's just that she is a little colder, hides things a little deeper, and puts on a bit more airs. To sum it up in one sentence, she's very good at pretending. Next, Jiang Chen and Lin Qingxue sat on the sofa, and Bai Qianqian immediately made 2 cups of tea. After Bai Qianqian left, Lin Qingxue first picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea, and then couldn't wait to get to the point. Jiang Chen, you also know the reason why I came here today, so I won't beat around the bush. I have just been promoted to a private bank account manager, and I need to improve my performance, so I would like to seek your help. If you can choose me as your financial advisor, I will do my best to help you manage your assets. After listening to Lin Qingxue's story, Jiang Chen did not respond immediately. Instead, he picked up the teacup, drank a sip of tea slowly, and started to think secretly in his mind. The first wife Su Yao, the second wife Zhao Shaman, the housekeeper Bai Qianqian, and the rich sister Qin Cheyu, who had been in an online relationship for 3 years and just wanted to meet in person today. If another girl with glasses comes, will I be able to handle it? After all, this young master only has 2 kidneys. As the saying goes, there is no land that is ruined, only cows that are tired to death. Damn. Never mind. Even if you can't bear it, you have to bear it. This young master has made a bold statement before that he would capture all the 7 fairies of Xilan University, except the other 6 fairies except Liu Ruyan. A real man should do what he says. No matter how much you boast, you must make it come true, even if it means crying. Bing bing, what benefits can I enjoy by becoming your customer? Jiang Chen put down the teacup and looked at Lin Qingxue with a smile. Lin Qingxue slightly closed her legs, crossed her hands on her legs, and asked instead of answering, Jiang Chen, how much money do you expect to deposit in our bank? Our bank's customers are divided into 3 levels: private banking customers with more than 10 million deposits, senior private banking customers with more than 50 million deposits, and special private banking customers with more than 100 million deposits. The benefits that private banking clients of each level can apply for are different. After listening to Lin Qingxue's words, Jiang Chen took out the savings card of Longwo Bank and threw it casually on the coffee table. I still have about 570 million in this card. As long as you can satisfy me, I can let you manage this money. Quiet. The living room was quiet. After Jiang Chen said the number of 570 million, Lin Qingxue's icy face immediately showed a look of shock. Lin Qingxue thought Jiang Chen was very rich. But she never expected that Jiang Chen would just throw out an ordinary savings card, and there would be more than 570 million Dragon country currency in it. The cash alone is more than 570 million, so how terrifying would Jiang Chen's assets be? What's more, this is just the money in one bank card. Who knows if Jiang Chen has other bank cards? At this moment, Lin Qingxue finally understood. Why did Su Yao climb onto Jiang Chen's bed without hesitation? Why did Zhao Shaman also climb onto Jiang Chen's bed after Su Yao? For a rich and handsome young man like Jiang Chen, any normal woman would want to get into his bed. Jiang Chen, if you can deposit this money into our bank, I can guarantee you a deposit interest rate of at least 4%. Secondly, I will personally serve as your personal financial secretary and form a personal financial management team of at least 4 people to serve you 24 hours a day. No matter what your needs are, I will do my best to satisfy you and provide you with a full range of personalized private customized services. Chapter 36 turns out to be a scheming bitch. Lin Qingxue is very sincere. Without any nonsense, she directly introduced all the benefits to Jiang Chen. Only. Her last sentence, whatever you need, I will do my best to satisfy you, sounds like it has another meaning. I wonder if Jiang Chen is thinking in the wrong direction. Or did Lin Qingxue hint at this on purpose? Or, just ask her directly. Personal financial secretary. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up slightly, and a hidden light flashed in his eyes. Yes, I will personally serve as your personal financial secretary. Lin Qingxue nodded, her face still calm. Maybe because she had just said too many words in one breath, she suddenly felt a little dry in the mouth. Lin Qingxue suddenly reached out and picked up the teacup, and brought it to her mouth very gracefully. Jiang Chen blinked, then stroked his chin and asked, is it the kind of secretary who does things when there are things to do, and does that when there are no other things? Puff. Lin Qingxue had just taken a drink of the tea when she suddenly heard Jiang Chen's question and immediately spat out the whole mouthful of tea. Coincidentally, Jiang Chen was sitting opposite Lin Qingxue. This mouthful of tea sprayed out and immediately turned Jiang Chen into a drowned chicken. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. When Lin Qingxue saw that Jiang Chen was in trouble, she hurriedly put down her teacup, and then quickly pulled out a few tissues from the paper box on the coffee table. Then, Lin Qingxue quickly stood up and walked to Jiang Chen, and began to wipe him in a hurry. The busier you are, the more likely you are to make mistakes. Maybe she was too anxious. Lin Qingxue tripped and lost her balance immediately. The direction she fell happened to be where Jiang Chen was sitting. Puff. Just like that, Lin Qingxue sat squarely in Jiang Chen's arms, and subconsciously put her arms around Jiang Chen's neck. Quiet. The living room fell into silence again. Jiang Chen stood there in a daze, and Lin Qingxue also stood there in a daze. It was as if time had been paused at this moment. Are you throwing yourself into my arms? Jiang Chen's eyelids twitched slightly, and the look he gave Lin Qingxue suddenly became strange. I didn't. Lin Qingxue's pretty face suddenly turned red, and she struggled, trying to jump out of Jiang Chen's arms. However, Jiang Chen's next words made her freeze again. It's confirmed. Bing Bing, you are so bad. Phew. Lin Qingxue almost vomited blood. Just when Lin Qingxue was about to explain, something even more depressing happened. Fuck. Qingxue, what are you doing? You actually seduced my husband openly in front of me. At some point, Su Yao and Zhao Shaman, who had already finished their shower and changed their clothes, walked out of the bedroom hand in hand. But the moment they pushed open the door, they immediately saw Lin Qingxue sitting on Jiang Chen's lap with her hands around Jiang Chen's neck. From their angle, Lin Qingxue's movement of struggling to stand up looked like she was forcefully kissing Jiang Chen. Who is Su Yao? She is Jiang Chen's official girlfriend, and she also calls herself Jiang Chen's queen. She even shouted out the extremely domineering saying, as long as I am alive, you will always be my concubines. At this moment, I suddenly saw a vixen seducing her man. I can tolerate my uncle, but I can't tolerate my aunt. Tatter. Su Yao immediately let go of Zhao Shiman's hand, then walked quickly towards Jiang Chen and Lin Qingxue in a pair of high-heeled shoes. Whoosh! Perhaps because she was guilty, Lin Qingxue jumped up from Jiang Chen's arms like lightning, then quickly walked to the side, putting some distance between herself and Jiang Chen. In the end, Lin Qingxue stood there at a loss, looking at Su Yao with embarrassment. Swish! Su Yao walked over and sat down next to Jiang Chen, then clasped her arms across her chest and looked at Lin Qingxue with a bad face. Yao, things are not what you think. Lin Qingxue tried to explain, but Su Yao didn't give her a chance to explain, and immediately interrupted her with a wave of her hand. Qingxue, I don't care what happened between you and Jiang Chen, I just want to say one thing to you. What do you want to say? Lin Qingshue's face turned red and white, and the 10 toes hidden in her high heels were curled up in embarrassment. Taking something without asking is like stealing, but giving something when asked is like giving. As soon as Su Yao said this, Lin Qingshue's eyes suddenly widened. Her icy face that had never melted for thousands of years now looked like a monkey's butt, so red that water was about to drip out. What does it mean to take something without asking and be considered stealing? When using other people's things, you must first ask and obtain the other party's consent, otherwise it is equivalent to stealing. What does it mean that every request will be granted? If you make a request to someone and they generously satisfy you, this behavior is equivalent to a gift to you. Su Yao's meaning has been expressed very clearly. She could reward Jiang Chen to Lin Qingxue, but Lin Qingxue must remember her kindness. But Lin Qingxue seduced Jiang Chen without Su Yao's consent. This is an act of theft, which Su Yao absolutely cannot tolerate. In other words, Su Yao has already determined that Lin Qingxue is seducing Jiang Chen, or in other words, Su Yao has already determined that Lin Qingxue has ill intentions towards Jiang Chen. Lin Qingxue can't wash herself clean even if she jumps into the Yellow River. Yao Yao, I'm sorry. What surprised Jiang Chen was that Lin Qingxue did not explain or argue anything, but took the initiative to apologize to Su Yao and admitted her mistake. Oh shit. Is Lin Qingxue admitting that she has evil intentions towards this young master? Did she fall into my arms on purpose just now? What a scheming bitch. Looking at Lin Qingxue's pretty face, which still had a trace of blush on it, Jiang Chen suddenly began to believe some of what Su Yao had said. When those little rascals heard the 5 million, their eyes lit up. But Lily, Ruru, Lily and Qingxue were all pretending to be noble. Only Man agreed to me on the spot, so I brought her back. As for the remaining few, I plan to leave them alone. After so many years of being best friends, don't I know what their personalities are? When the time comes, they will come to me crying and begging, hee hee. All right. Jiang Chen had to admit that he had indeed beautified the 7 fairies of Xilan University in the past. What goddess? What fairy? What school beauty? It's just covered with a beautiful appearance, but in fact it's still a mortal body with a mortal heart. As long as one is immortal, he or she has 7 emotions and 6 desires. A mortal without desires is no longer a human being and can ascend to become an immortal. Besides, he who keeps company with vermilion becomes red, and he who keeps company with ink becomes black. If they didn't have similar interests, how could the 7 fairies of Xilan University get along with each other and become good friends? Su Yao is labeled as materialistic and vain. Zhao Shaman's labels are materialistic and violent. Liu Ruyan's labels are materialistic and a bad woman. Obviously, the remaining ones are definitely not much better. In addition, they must have a common label that prompted them to play together and finally become good friends. This common label is materialism. The 7 fairies of Xilan University should be renamed Sunday. 7 shameless gold diggers. Har 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 har. This nickname is really cool. Chapter 37. I'm envious. Qingxue, considering our friendship for so many years, I can forgive you this time. But you have to remember, I will never tolerate the same thing happening again. Su Yao looked very angry and scolded Lin Qingxue. Lin Qingxue was like a child who had made a mistake, standing there at a loss, silently enduring Su Yao's anger. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He stretched out his hand and hugged Su Yao in his arms, and said with a smile, Yao Yao, that's enough, I still have something to talk to Bing Bing, so don't make a fuss anymore. Hubby, you're actually speaking for her? You have to understand that I'm your real girlfriend. Su Yao rolled her eyes and gave Jiang Chen a cold look. Jiang Chen didn't indulge Su Yao at all. He immediately pushed her out of his arms, and then said with a smile, I can change my official girlfriend at any time. I think Bing Bing is pretty good. She is good at financial management and can help me manage my assets. This time, Su Yao was a little panicked. Oh. Hubby tilder tilder tilder. Su Yao quickly reached out and hugged Jiang Chen's arm, and pressed her body tightly against him. Then she put on a flattering smile and said, I was just joking with you, why did you take it seriously? Silence, no words. This time, it was Jiang Chen's turn to give Su Yao the cold shoulder. Su Yao carefully observed Jiang Chen's facial expression, then bit her lip and gently shook Jiang Chen's arm. Dad, I was wrong, don't be angry with Yao Yao, okay. Jiang Chen. Zhao Shiman. Lin Qingxue. Seeing that Jiang Chen's expression seemed to ease a little, Su Yao quickly winked at Zhao Shiman. Zhao Shiman walked over, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and sat down on the other side of Jiang Chen. Next, Su Yao and Zhao Shiman massaged Jiang Chen's shoulders and legs respectively. The two little tricks tried their best to make Jiang Chen happy. Bing bing, I can give you a chance. Jiang Chen didn't care that Lin Qingxue was present. He hugged Su Yao with his left hand and Zhao Shiman with his right hand, with a beautiful smile on his face. Jiang Chen's words were ambiguous. He said he could give Lin Qingxue a chance, but he did not specify whether this opportunity was to give his money to Lin Qingxue to manage, or to give Lin Qingxue a chance to hook up with a rich man. Or maybe Jiang Chen was making a double entendre. But Lin Qingxue's eyes flashed with joy. She bowed slightly to Jiang Chen and said, Mr. Jiang, thank you for your recognition. I will definitely not let you down. Hearing Lin Qingxue change her way of addressing him to Mr. Jiang, and her attitude becoming much more respectful than before, Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Jiang Chen pointed at the bank card on the coffee table and said to Lin Qingxue, please contact Longhua Bank for me and transfer all the money to your China Merchants Bank. If you want to deposit money, the bank will definitely welcome you with open arms. But withdrawing money may not be smooth. Especially for large withdrawals and transfers, banks will definitely procrastinate for a while. After all, every day you keep your money in their bank will earn you an extra day's profit. Okay, Mr. Jiang. Lin Qingxue sat back on the sofa opposite Jiang Chen, then took out a document from her bag and handed it to Jiang Chen respectfully. Please sign this authorization form, and I can get everything done for you before 6 p.m. today. Jiang Chen took the document, checked it carefully, and after confirming that there was no problem, he signed his name casually. Ding ling ling. Just then, the phone in the living room rang. Zhao Shiman was closest to the phone, so she reached out and picked up the receiver, put it to her ear and listened for a while, then turned around and said to Jiang Chen, Husband, Butler Bai asked you if you want to prepare lunch. Jiang Chen did not answer, but turned to Lin Qingxue and said, Bing bing, it's noon now, why don't you stay and have lunch with us? Okay. Lin Qingxue nodded generously, her eyes swept back and forth between Su Yao and Zhao Shiman, a strange look flashed in her eyes. Su Yao calls Jiang Chen husband, and Zhao Shiman also calls Jiang Chen husband. These two little bastards seem to be getting along very well. So should I still get involved? No. If I just participate in it so abruptly, Jiang Chen will definitely not take me seriously. Even Jiang Chen might think that I am of ours. It would be better for you to be Jiang Chen's personal financial secretary first, manage his assets and prove your own value, so that you can be taken seriously. After making up her mind, Lin Qingxue immediately adjusted her attitude, and then carefully put the document that Jiang Chen had just signed into her briefcase. Jiang Chen's South savings are close to 600 million. He also drives a Ferrari worth 22.5 million, drinks red wine worth 300,000 a bottle, eats a meal worth more than 100,000 yuan, and lives in a presidential suite worth 88,888 yuan a night. He used to be the campus idol of Xilan University. He is now more handsome than before, and makes women more obsessed with him. How could Lin Qingxue miss such a man? While Bai Qianqian was arranging lunch, Jiang Chen walked into the bedroom and took out the bag of property certificates. Swish! Jiang Chen threw a bag of property certificates onto the coffee table. Honey, what is this? Su Yao picked up a property certificate curiously, opened it and immediately showed a surprised expression on her face. Swish, swish, swish. Jiang Chen didn't say anything, but Su Yao put down the property certificate in her hand, then picked up the second property certificate, and then the third, fourth, and fifth. Hubby, these houses are all yours. After a long time, Su Yao held a pile of property certificates and looked at Jiang Chen stupidly. Her charming peach blossom eyes were as bright as the flashlights in the bar. Jiang Chen nodded and said nonchalantly, I will now give you and Man a task. You two should rent out these houses. The rent collected every month will be your pocket money. Quiet. The living room was quiet. But after a brief silence, two different cheers immediately rang out. Oh. Hubby, I love you so much. Hubby, you're so nice. Su Yao and Zhao Shiman rushed over almost at the same time, one holding Jiang Chen's left hand and the other holding Jiang Chen's right hand, and then kissed Jiang Chen hard on the left and right cheeks respectively. Seeing this scene, Lin Qingxue was shocked and her eyes almost turned red with envy. This is the house of Xingqing No. 1 mansion. Their housing prices there have been driven up to 100,000 yuan per square meter, and each house is a large flat with an area of more than 200 square meters. Jiang Chen actually bought an entire building. A total of 120 houses. Even if each house costs only 20 million, it would cost at least 2.4 billion to buy an entire building. None of this is the point. The point is, the rent of houses in Xingqing No. 1 mansion is not cheap. Even with the most conservative estimate, the monthly rent for each house will definitely not be less than 15,000. If I could rent out all these 120 houses, I would still be able to earn 1.8 million every month even if I just lay at home and do nothing. Jiang Chen just said that the rent would be given to Yao Yao and Man Man as pocket money. In other words, Yao Yao and Man Man can get at least 900,000 every month. This is 900,000 every month. And it's just pocket money. How could Lin Qingxue not be envious? She was almost going crazy with envy. Dad, I want to be a landlady too. Give me a chance. I will definitely be good. Chapter 38. I want to be her child's father. Dynasty International Hotel. Presidential Suite. Lin Qingxue finally witnessed Jiang Chen's arrogance with her own eyes. The lunch consisted of 9 dishes, most of which were classic dishes from Xilan City, and the rest were expensive seafood. In addition, Jiang Chen also opened a bottle of Romanée Conti. Lin Qingxue secretly checked on the internet and found out that this bottle of 2005 Romanée Conti dry red wine actually costs 279,800 yuan. That's not the point. The point is, Lin Qingxue has been paying attention to Su Yao's circle of friends these 2 days. Su Yao has been following Jiang Chen for the past 2 days, eating every meal so luxuriously, and drinking a bottle of red wine worth about 300,000 yuan at every meal. Just for eating, he has already eaten millions. This amount of money is enough to buy a commercial house near the 4th Ring Road in Xilan City with full payment. What a luxury! Crack! 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 Under Jiang Chen's slightly surprised eyes, Lin Qingxue took out her cell phone expressionlessly and took photos of the table full of delicacies. Especially the bottle of Romanée Conti, she almost sold it out of the water. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chen saw the latest updates posted by Lin Qingxue on WeChat Moments. Lin Qingxue, thank you for Jiang Shao's hospitality .. emoji, thumbs up. Picture.png, picture.png, picture.png. After lunch, Lin Qingxue left in a hurry carrying her briefcase. She had to get Jiang Chen's affairs done before 6 p.m. to prove her ability to do things. Su Yao and Zhao Shiman carried the bag of property certificates, took Jiang Chen's Ferrari keys, and happily went to find the real estate agency. As for Jiang Chen, he is lazy. He doesn't want to go out in the hot sun in the middle of the day. Wouldn't it be nice to lie in the hotel, enjoy the air conditioning, play mobile games, or watch videos? When life is good, you should enjoy it to the fullest, eat, drink, have fun instead of working. Tatter. Jiang Chen was lying lazily on the sofa. Just as he was about to open his phone to watch a short video, he heard the sound of high heels walking. When I looked up, I saw Bai Qianqian walking over with a plate of fruit. Sister Qianqian, when is Xinxin's surgery scheduled? Jiang Chen suddenly remembered that Bai Qianqian's daughter was still in hospital. The hospital said that they would arrange the surgery as soon as possible, but the specific time of the surgery seemed to have not been decided yet. Master Jiang, I was just about to tell you about this. Bai Qianqian put the fruit plate on the coffee table, then turned around and stroked her hair shyly. The hospital called me this morning and said my daughter's surgery is scheduled for 3 p.m. today. Jiang Chen quickly checked the time on his phone. It is now 2 o'clock in the afternoon. In 1 hour, Xinxin will have surgery. Swish. Jiang Chen glared at Bai Qianqian in dissatisfaction, then stood up and said, Sister Qianqian, prepare a car for me immediately. Master Jiang, are you going out? Bai Qianqian asked as she picked up the walkie-talkie hanging behind her waist. Well, let's go to the First People's Hospital of the city. I have to see with my own eyes that Xinxin is fine before I can completely put my mind at ease. A few minutes later, a black Rolls-Royce set out from the Royal International Hotel and headed straight for the First People's Hospital of the city. The driver in charge is still Lao Zhang. As soon as Jiang Chen and Bai Qianqian got in the car, Lao Zhong lowered the partition in the middle of the car, creating an absolutely private space for the two of them. The vehicle is moving. Bai Qianqian put her legs together and crossed her hands on her legs, but her 10 fingers were rubbing restlessly and there was a worried expression on her face. Swish! Jiang Chen suddenly stretched out a hand, gently hugged Bai Qianqian in his arms, and said softly, "Sister Qianqian, don't worry, I asked Xinxin's attending doctor yesterday. The doctor said that Xinxin's surgery is not risky, has a high success rate, and basically no accidents will occur. I believe that Xinxin will get better after the surgery." Hearing Jiang Chen's comfort, Bai Qianqian's originally frowned brows gradually relaxed. Feeling Jiang Chen's warm embrace, Bai Qianqian couldn't help but lean her head on his shoulder and whispered, "Mr. Jiang, thank you." With such close contact, Jiang Chen could only feel the fragrance of a mature woman rushing into his nostrils. Suddenly, Jiang Chen asked in a negotiating tone, "Sister Qianqian, I actually like Xinxin very much. I want to adopt her as my goddaughter. Is that okay?" Bai Qianqian was slightly stunned when she heard this, and blurted out almost subconsciously, "Mr. Jiang, how can this be possible? Who are you? How can Xinxin be worthy of being your goddaughter? Sister Qianqian." Before Bai Qianqian could finish her words, Jiang Chen waved his hand to interrupt her. Jiang Chen said with a serious face, "People are not divided into high and low. I just have a little more money than others. How can I become a noble person? Xinxin is so cute, well-behaved, obedient and sensible. I really like her and I really want to adopt her as my goddaughter." Jiang Chen was not lying to Bai Qianqian. The first time he saw Xinxin in the hospital yesterday, he inexplicably fell in love with this little girl. At that time, Xinxin was lying on the hospital bed with a pale face. She was obviously suffering from illness, but she still showed a sweet smile to everyone. The little girl seemed to be using this method to tell her mother, grandfather and grandmother that she was fine and they didn't need to worry about her. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt as if his heart was touched by something. Xinxin, who is only 5 years old, is so sensible and so pitiful. Silence, no words. The carriage suddenly became quiet. Bai Qianqian didn't know whether she was thinking of her daughter or something else. Her eyes were slightly red and her face was full of sadness. Jiang Chen glanced at Bai Qianqian, thought for a moment and said, "Sister Qianqian, how about this? When Xinxin finishes the surgery, I will go and ask her in person if she is willing to be my goddaughter. When the time comes, whether you agree or not, I will be her godfather." When Jiang Chen said this, Bai Qianqian's nose suddenly felt sore and she couldn't control her tears anymore. "Master Jiang, why are you so nice to me?" Bai Qianqian seemed to be moved by Jiang Chen, and tears kept flowing. Jiang Chen didn't know what she had been through over the years. In Jiang Chen's opinion, he just helped Bai Qianqian a little, but he didn't expect that Bai Qianqian was so moved. Nothing more to say. As I said before, saving women in distress from dire straits is our unshirkable duty. Done. Ahem. Jiang Chen coughed twice, then said seriously, "Because I am a very responsible man. Since I am the mother of the child, I should be the father of the child." Puff. Bai Qianqian was crying her heart out, but when she heard Jiang Chen's twisted and evil ideas, she immediately burst into laughter. After laughing, Bai Qianqian's pretty face suddenly turned red. She used her small fist to gently punch Jiang Chen's chest, and said in a coquettish tone, "You didn't just hug me, you also touched me. He, then you should be the child's father." Jiang Chen suddenly stretched out one hand and passed it under Bai Qianqian's knees. He then put his other hand around Bai Qianqian's back and, with a little force, lifted her up onto his legs. Bing! Bai Qianqian let out a soft cry and quickly shrank her head into Jiang Chen's arms. Her pretty face instantly turned red all the way to her neck. Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. He likes the mature and gentle Bai Qianqian, who blushes and is shy like a little woman. Then, with Bai Qianqian's eyes about to tear, Jiang Chen reached out and unbuttoned the third button on her shirt. The first button was unfastened, the second button had already broken, and the third button was tragically tied by Jiang Chen. Bai Qianqian blushed, said nothing, and leaned quietly in Jiang Chen's arms, like a gentle and virtuous young wife, allowing her husband to bully her at will. The main point was that she was willing to do it. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The child's mother is so good. Chapter 39. This is definitely my biological mother. The other side. Su Yao and Zhao Shiman came to their hotel's underground parking lot. From a distance, you can see the Ferrari LaFerrari parked in the corner. There's no way, this sports car is just too dazzling. The cool shape, sexy lines, and natural luxurious temperament make it stand out in the entire underground parking lot. It is hard not to attract people's attention. Man, take some pictures for me first. The skirt I'm wearing today will definitely go well with this supercar. Su Yao handed her cell phone to Zhao Shiman, then walked over and lay on the front of the car, posing in a sexy and seductive posture. Crack. 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 Zhao Shiman was also in high spirits. She raised her phone and took a lot of photos of Su Yao, and from time to time she would give instructions on what poses Su Yao should pose. After Su Yao finished shooting, Zhao Shiman took over. The two little guys were laughing and posing, as if they wished they could be made into specimens and nailed to the hood of the Ferrari LaFerrari. That's it? The campus beauty of Xilan University? That's all I've achieved. Boom boom boom. At this moment, a white BMW drove over. Perhaps because it saw Su Yao and Zhao Shiman taking pictures around the Ferrari, the BMW suddenly stopped, the driver's window was slowly rolled down, and a fat and big-eared man poked his head out. Hello. Two beauties, can I be your friend? The man's eyes were filled with evil as he glanced back and forth between Su Yao and Zhao Shiman several times, his mouth almost drooling. Su Yao is the campus beauty of Xilan University. Zhao Shiman is also pretty, one of the 7 fairies of Xilan University. These two little ones are both top-notch in terms of appearance and figure. The BMW man had some money, and when he suddenly met such a beautiful woman, he couldn't help but want to go up and chat with her. Besides, Su Yao and Zhao Shiman were taking photos around the luxury car to show off. In the eyes of the BMW man, they were obviously gold diggers. A woman like this can be easily won over in minutes as long as the sponsor can afford the money. My two beauties, no matter how good the Ferrari is, it's useless if it's not yours. How about, you two follow me? As long as you can make me happy, I will give you this BMW, how about it? The BMW man acted as if he was saying, I'm very rich and generous. In his opinion, his BMW worth 300,000 yuan was enough to win over the two gold diggers in front of him. However, Su Yao and Zhao Shiman looked at each other, and then both looked at the BMW man with contempt. Swish! Su Yao pressed the car key in her hand, and the next second, the lights of the Ferrari LaFerrari flashed twice, and there was a beep sound of the car door unlocking. Fuck! The BMW man suddenly widened his eyes and opened his mouth, looking as if he had seen a ghost, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. This is the Ferrari LaFerrari. Only 499 units are produced worldwide, and the price of the bare car alone is 22.5 million. It has now been discontinued. A second-hand Ferrari LaFerrari on the black market has been sold for more than 30 million. How is that possible? How could these two gold diggers be the owners of this car? Could it be that I was mistaken, and these two women are actually noble ladies from wealthy families? Swish! Su Yao and Zhao Shiman got into the Ferrari LaFerrari one after another. After closing the door, Su Yao rolled down the window. Fatty, you have no money and you want to learn how to pick up girls. The money I earn from unloading a wheel is worth all your wealth. A loser is a loser. He can only drive a shabby BMW for the rest of his life. Su Yao fiercely gave the BMW man a middle finger, then started the sports car, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away. BMW man. On their way, Zhao Shiman's cell phone suddenly rang. She took out her cell phone and looked at it, and her brows immediately frowned slightly. Man, who's calling? Su Yao held the steering wheel with both hands and glanced towards Zhao Shiman. My mom called. Zhao Shiman sighed helplessly and immediately answered the call. As Zhao Shiman expected, as soon as the call was connected, she heard her mother's questioning voice from the other end. Man, you transferred 5 million to my bank card this morning. I want to ask you, where did this money come from? Did you do something bad outside? Man, although our family has suffered a disaster and owes a lot of money, and you are trying to find a way to pay off the debt, but we must not do anything illegal or criminal. Zhao Shiman was a little annoyed by her mother's nagging on the phone, so she quickly interrupted and said, Mom, this money was given to me by my boyfriend. Man, when did you find a boyfriend? No. Even if you find a boyfriend, how could he possibly give you so much money at once? Your boyfriend's money didn't come from the wind. No. Man, are you dating a rich guy? Otherwise, why would he give you so much money? Man, you are so confused. How could you sell yourself for money? No one knows a girl better than her mother. Zhao Shiman just said one sentence and her mother immediately guessed the truth. Listening to her mother crying on the phone, Zhao Shiman gritted her teeth and said quickly, "Mom, wait, I'll send you a picture of my boyfriend." After saying this, Zhao Shiman immediately hung up the phone. She quickly opened WeChat, found a few photos of her and Jiang Chen in her phone album, and sent them to her mother. After a while, Zhao Shiman's mother actually replied to several WeChat messages in a row. The good times, man, is this really your boyfriend? He's really handsome. By the way, what is the name of my future son-in-law? When will you bring him home to show us? Good times, where does my good son-in-law work? How much does he earn? Is his family rich? Is he good to you? Years of peace, man, how long have you been together? When are you going to get married? How many children do you plan to have after marriage? The years are quiet and good, man, just give birth without worry, mom can help you take care of the baby. Phew. Zhao Shiman almost vomited blood. She just sent a few photos to her mother, but she didn't expect that her mother was actually fantasizing about holding her grandson. No need to think, this is definitely her biological mother. Tatter. Zhao Shiman quickly picked up her phone, edited a long WeChat message and sent it to her mother. What she meant was probably that she was still young, she and Jiang Chen had just started together, their relationship had just begun, and neither of them had any plans to get married for the time being. In short, Zhao Shiman tried her best to persuade and finally got the matter over with. Finally, Zhao Shiman's mother gave a few special instructions. The years are quiet, man, when you are with Jiang Chen, you must put away your temper and never bully Jiang Chen. I don't know what your father was thinking. When you were young, didn't send you to learn dancing or musical instruments, but sent you to learn martial arts. What era is this? What is the point of a girl learning martial arts? The good times, I warn you, if you dare to use force against Jiang Chen and scare my good son-in-law away, I will break your legs. Zhao Shiman. Chapter 40 Little Green Tea Liu Li. Half an hour later. A Ferrari LaFerrari was parked outside a cafe. Yao, man, this way. Su Yao and Zhao Shiman had just walked into the cafe when a clear shout suddenly came from a window seat not far to their left. Xiaolazi, how come you're so fast that you got here before us? Su Yao was slightly stunned, then took Zhao Shiman's hand and walked over. I saw a woman with a stunning appearance and figure sitting in the window seat. The woman had an oval face that was worthy of an internet celebrity, with picturesque eyebrows, long hair like a waterfall, fair skin, and a graceful look. She wore a black mid-sleeved blazer with no shirt underneath. She only wore a black bra top, revealing a small patch of snow-white skin on her chest and two delicate collarbones on both sides. She wore a pair of black cropped trousers and a pair of stiletto high heels. The slender waist, towering breasts and full curve of the hips are perfectly outlined by this professional suit. That's right. She is one of the 7 fairies of Xilan University. She spends their whole day sharing bills with a bunch of fake socialites, hoping to hook up with a rich second-generation man. She is called Liu Li, a little green tea girl, by Jiang Chen. Currently, Liu Li works in a real estate agency. Because Liu Li received a call from Su Yao half an hour ago, she hurried to this cafe. Yao, you said you would give me 120 brand new houses, and they are all large flats in Xingqing number 1 mansion. Is this true or not? Are you kidding me? Liu Li asked impatiently without waiting for Su Yao and Zhao Shiman to order coffee. 120 brand new properties, what does this represent? As long as Liu Li keeps these properties in her hands and doesn't share them with anyone, she can pocket the agency fees for the 120 houses for herself. Besides, this is the house of Xingqing number 1 mansion. As far as Liu Li knows, there is no real estate agency in the entire Xilan City that can get the housing resources of Xingqing number 1 mansion. If Liu Li can get these properties, it will be enough to prove her strong connections and channels. It will also enhance her reputation in the industry and attract more and better customers. In short, if this matter is accomplished, it will only benefit Liu Li, with no disadvantages. Swish. Su Yao didn't waste any words and directly threw a bag of property certificates in front of Liu Li. Then she waved to the waiter casually and ordered a cup of coffee for herself and Zhao Shaman. Liu Li quickly looked through the property certificate on the table. When she saw that Jiang Chen's name was written on every property certificate, and every house was a large flat of over 200 square meters. At this moment, Liu Li's eyes turned red with envy. Oh my god! Jiang Chen is really a hidden super rich second generation. Liu Li couldn't help but rub his eyes, and his thoughts immediately became active. She had suspected Jiang Chen and Su Yao before. After all, Jiang Chen's story is too melodramatic. The real young master was lost outside, and was found by his family many years later. Then he inherited a large inheritance and became a wealthy young man that everyone envied. Such plots appear in almost all romance novels. So, after Liu Li learned that Jiang Chen became rich overnight, the first thought that came to her mind was that it must be fake. Just imagine this. Jiang Chen was kicked out by Liu Ruyan in the morning, and became a wealthy young man in the afternoon. No matter how you look at it, it seems like Jiang Chen set up this trap on purpose in order to irritate Liu Ruyan and mock her for being blind. As for the luxury cars, red wine, presidential suites, transfer records, etc. that Su Yao posted on her moments, the videos can all be replaced with AI faces, so naturally the pictures can also be photoshopped. Later, Su Yao went shopping with a group of girlfriends. Liu Li would rather suspect that Su Yao was hooking up with some rich man than believe that the money belonged to Jiang Chen. However, just today, Liu Li saw with her own eyes that all of the 120 property certificates had Jiang Chen's name on them, and she suddenly came to her senses. I searched for him among the crowd for hundreds of times, and when I turned around, he was standing in the dim light. It turns out that the rich young man she had been looking for was right beside her. How so? If I had known Jiang Chen's true identity earlier, I would have snatched Jiang Chen from Liu Ruyan at all costs. Besides, Su Yao, this little slut, really got a great bargain. Jiang Chen had just broken up with Liu Ruyan in the morning, and Su Yao got on Jiang Chen's Ferrari in the afternoon. As soon as it got dark, she immediately climbed onto Jiang Chen's bed. The speed is so fast that it doesn't give others any chance at all. Woo woo. My super rich brother, you are confused. In terms of appearance and figure, I am actually no worse than Su Yao, and I can also cook, wash clothes, massage, and do yoga. I can be a lady in the living room, a lady in the kitchen, a lady in bed. Why were you seduced by Su Yao, this vixen? If you choose me as your girlfriend, I will definitely treat you like a father and will never let you have any unpleasant experience. Well, am I destined to not be able to handle the wealth that comes my way? Or, if you can't do big, then just do small. After all, Yao Yao didn't seem to mind it, and Man Man had already taken action and successfully became Jiang Chen's concubine. There is no time to hesitate any longer. Yao Yao has become Jiang Chen's first concubine, and Man Man has become Jiang Chen's second concubine. If I continue to hesitate, the position of the third concubine may be taken away by another woman. Tatter. After making up her mind, Liu Li actually took out her cell phone in front of Su Yao and Zhao Shaman and quickly sent a WeChat message to Jiang Chen. Liu Li, brother Jiang Chen, I have actually liked you for a long time. I have had a crush on you since you were in college. Now that you and Liu Ruyan have broken up, can I be your girlfriend? That's right. Liu Li did not give up. She also wants to try hard to see if she can become Jiang Chen's official girlfriend. Xiaolizi, who are you sending WeChat messages to? While sipping her coffee, Su Yao glanced at Liu Li's phone, and a cold light seemed to flash in her beautiful eyes. Well. As if feeling a little guilty, Liu Li's hands trembled slightly and she almost dropped her phone. Liu Li's eyes turned, and she immediately showed a flattering smile, and asked, Yao Yao, you told us yesterday that whoever is willing to be Jiang Chen's concubine will be given 5 million by you. Does this promise still count? Su Yao looked at Liu Li with a half smile, then put down the coffee cup in her hand, folded her arms across her chest, and said slowly, yesterday is yesterday, today is today, yesterday's promise is only valid yesterday, and it will not expire. Liu Li was dumbfounded. Coincidentally at this time, Jiang Chen also replied to Liu Li's WeChat message. Jiang Chen, my current girlfriend is Su Yao, she is your best friend, are you sure you want to steal her away? When Liu Li saw this WeChat message, an expression uglier than crying suddenly appeared on her face. She quickly lowered her head and quickly edited 2 WeChat messages to reply to Jiang Chen. Liu Li, Su Yao is my best friend, so I won't steal her boyfriend, but I want to be your lover. Emoji, shy. Liu Li, brother Jiang Chen, can you give me a chance? I promise I will listen to you. Emoji, pitiful. Jiang Chen, I'm very busy now. You can ask Su Yao directly. She has the final say on whether to give you a chance or not. Liu Li. Chapter 41, Ex-Girlfriend vs Current Girlfriend. Ding ling ling. Liu Li was still in a daze when a call suddenly came in on her cell phone. Caller ID, Liu Ruyan. Liu Li came back to his senses and subconsciously raised his head to glance at Su Yao, who was sitting opposite him. At this moment, Su Yao was chatting and laughing with Zhao Shaman. Occasionally, she raised her hand to stroke her hair, revealing the Bulgari earrings on her ears and the Tiffany bracelet on her wrist. What made Liu Li most envious was that the latest LV bag that Su Yao was carrying cost as much as 500,000. How can this be a bag? This person is walking around carrying a Marbao carriage with him. Su Yao, this little naughty girl, was lucky enough to get close to Jiang Chen, and now she has become a phoenix from a sparrow flying up a tree. Swish! In front of Su Yao and Zhao Shaman, Liu Li answered the call from Liu Ruyan. Hello. Ruyan, is there something wrong? You want to rent a house? Now. I'm at the Time Mark Cafe. Yao Yao and Man Man are here too. What? You and Yang Fan are nearby? Come over now. After hanging up the phone, Liu Li suddenly became a little uneasy, and her eyes frequently looked at Su Yao and Zhao Shaman, who were sitting opposite her. Li Zi, who called you just now? What's that expression on your face? Su Yao pretended to know nothing and asked this question deliberately. A trace of embarrassment appeared on Liu Li's face. She pursed her lips and said carefully, Yao Yao, Ruyan called me just now and said that she and Yang Fan are nearby, and said that they will come to see us later. Har har, are Ruyan and Yang Fan going to buy a house from you? Su Yao smiled gently, without any embarrassment on her face. Instead, Zhao Shaman, who was sitting next to her, had a strange look in her eyes. It's not about buying a house, it's about renting a house. Liu Li shook her head and said with a strange look on her face, Ruyan said she had been looking for a house for the whole morning, but couldn't find one she liked, so she wanted me to help her find a suitable house. Isn't Yang Fan a returnee? Isn't he a senior executive at the Qin Group? I remember that his family conditions are pretty good, and he should have his own house in Xilan City. Why did he bring Liu Ruyan out to rent a house? Although Su Yao has big breasts and no brains, she is not completely stupid, and she immediately sees the crux of the problem. When she said this, Zhao Shaman and Liu Li both frowned, and both women showed puzzled expressions on their faces. During his college years, Yang Fan was considered a well-known rich second generation in the school. I heard that his parents opened a company with assets worth hundreds of millions. It was precisely because of this that Liu Ruyan rejected the pursuit of the school hunk Jiang Chen and turned into the arms of Yang Fan. None of this is the point. The point is, since Yang Fan's family is so rich, why did he bring Liu Ruyan out to rent a house? Could it be that Yang Fan's family doesn't agree with them being together? So, they secretly rented a house and lived together. Ding dong. At this moment, the door of the cafe was pushed open from the outside, and the wind chimes hanging on the door made a crisp sound. Then, a man and a woman appeared in the cafe. The woman had a stunningly beautiful face, clear eyes, a cold temperament, and was wearing a pure white dress. She really looked a bit like Xilan City in the TV series The Return of the Condor Heroes. The man looked a bit ordinary. Although he was wearing a well-cut suit and his hair was well-groomed, his appearance, height and temperament were average. He really looked a bit like Yin Jiping in the TV series The Return of the Condor Heroes. Puff. When Su Yao thought of Xiaolong Yu and Yin Jiping, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Jiang Chen is so bad. Such nicknames can be thought of. What a talented person. Looking at the strange looks from Zhao Shaman and Liu Li, Su Yao's pretty face blushed slightly. She quickly picked up the coffee on the table and used the action of drinking coffee to hide her embarrassment. Yao Yao, Man Man, Lizzie, are you all here? Liu Ruyan walked over and greeted Su Yao, Zhao Shaman and Liu Li with a smile. At the same time, Liu Ruyan's gaze also stayed on Su Yao. When she saw Su Yao dressed luxuriously and had the latest LV bag on the table, it seemed as if she was deliberately showing off. Liu Ruyan's long eyelashes suddenly trembled, and her eyes became dim and unclear. Su Yao, Zhao Shiman, Liu Li, long time no see. At this moment, Yang Fan also came over and greeted everyone with a smile. However, when Yang Fan's eyes fell on Su Yao, an expression of surprise immediately appeared on his face, and his eyes lit up. Swish! Liu Ruyan didn't notice Yang Fan's expression. She just sat down next to Liu Li, which was right opposite Su Yao. There were only 4 chairs for a coffee table. Seeing that there were no empty seats, Yang Fan moved a chair from the side and sat on the side of the coffee table, which was in the aisle. The situation at the scene was that Su Yao and Zhao Shiman sat on the left, and Liu Li and Liu Ruyan sat on the right. Among them, Zhao Shiman and Liu Li sat by the window. Su Yao and Liu Ruyan sat in seats next to the aisle. Yang Fan was sitting alone in the aisle, with Su Yao on his left and Liu Ruyan on his right. Quiet. The scene suddenly became quiet. Liu Ruyan sat upright in her seat, staring straight at Su Yao opposite her, her face calm. Su Yao also sat upright in her seat, staring straight at Liu Ruyan opposite her, her face calm. The atmosphere seems a bit awkward. Although Su Yao and Liu Ruyan did not say a word, Zhao Shiman and Liu Li seemed to see a spark flash in the air. Ex-girlfriend vs current girlfriend. A war is about to break out. Is this place about to become a horrific battlefield? A little scared. Su Yao, I didn't realize you were so rich. You can't afford this outfit without 1,000,000 or 800,000. Are you the daughter of a wealthy family in Xilan City? Yang Fan didn't know what had happened during this period. He didn't even have the WeChat accounts of Jiang Chen and Su Yao. In addition, Liu Ruyan didn't tell him that Jiang Chen had become rich overnight. So, Yang Fan didn't know that Su Yao was now Jiang Chen's girlfriend. What they don't know is that Su Yao was able to rise to the top and become a phoenix thanks to Jiang Chen. Silence, no words. When Yang Fan asked Su Yao, which rich family are you from, the 4 women at the table all showed strange expressions. Har har, I'm not some rich lady. Su Yao was the first to react. She smiled lightly, glanced at Liu Ruyan across from her, and said, I'm just lucky. I found a boyfriend who loves me, pampers me, and is willing to spend money on me. Boom. At this moment, Zhao Shiman and Liu Li seemed to hear a thunderous explosion. The war has begun. The war has finally begun. Su Yao, Jiang Chen's current girlfriend, was the first to throw a bomb at the enemy. Liu Ruyan, Jiang Chen's ex-girlfriend, how should she deal with it? Etc. Should we move the chair further away first to avoid being accidentally injured later? After all, this is a horrific battle. If the 2 women go crazy, the destructive power will definitely be no less than a small earthquake. Hello? Is this an emergency center? Can I book an ambulance in advance? Someone is going to get hurt here. Seriously. In need of immediate rescue. Chapter 42, First Round of Confrontation. Cafes. There was silence at the table. There was a flash of astonishment in Yang Fan's eyes, as if he had not expected that Su Yao really found a rich boyfriend. Although Liu Ruyan had mentioned this to Yang Fan before, Yang Fan always remained skeptical. After all, when she was in college, many wealthy young men pursued Su Yao, but Su Yao didn't like any of them and rejected them all. Yang Fan thought that Su Yao did not value money and was a fresh and refined woman. Result. The campus beauty of Sichuan University was finally won over by a rich man. It can only be said that it's not that Su Yao looks down on those rich young men, but the price offered by the other party is not enough. As long as the price is high enough, any school beauty, goddess, or fresh and refined fairy, they all kneel down and submit in the end. Swish. Yang Fan trembled his lips and was about to say something, but unexpectedly Liu Ruyan spoke before him. Yao Yao, we have been best friends for so many years. I haven't offended you in all these years, right? Liu Ruyan's face was calm and her emotions were very stable. Facing Su Yao's sarcastic words, she did not show any trace of anger. Ruyan, what do you mean by this? Su Yao couldn't help but narrow her eyes. As a good friend for many years, no one knew Liu Ruyan's character better than her. Even though Liu Ruyan looks calm now, in fact, she is already filled with rage inside. Simply put, the calmer Liu Ruyan was, the angrier she felt inside. However, Liu Ruyan would not easily show her inner anger on her face. Yao Yao, don't you understand what I mean? Ruyan, if you don't tell me, how can I understand what you mean? Yao Yao, why are you pretending to be confused? You know exactly what I mean. Ruyan, I'm not pretending to be confused. I really don't understand what you mean. Yao Yao, it's no fun if you do this. Ruyan, why am I so boring? You know exactly what I mean, but you pretend not to understand. Is that interesting? I really don't know what you mean, and I'm not pretending not to understand what you mean. You said I was boring, but I think you're the one who's boring. Charge. Kill. Da da da. Bang bang bang. Shoot at me. Boom. The head-on confrontation between Liu Ruyan and Su Yao left Zhao Shiman, Liu Li and Yang Fan all dumbfounded. What's the meaning? What on earth do you two mean? Are you talking about the connection code? Do we have to find a decryption expert to translate your meaning clearly? The atmosphere at the table became increasingly tense. A chill emanated from Su Yao and Liu Ruyan's bodies. Zhao Shiman and Liu Li were so frightened that they dared not utter a word. They lowered their heads and kept stirring the coffee in the cup with a spoon. Right at this moment, Yang Fan scratched the back of his head, looked at Liu Ruyan and Su Yao with suspicion, and then asked, Ruyan, Yao Yao, what are you two talking about? Why can't I understand anything? Snap. The tense atmosphere seemed to break suddenly. Su Yao and Liu Ruyan retracted their sharp edges almost at the same time, and the two of them looked away from each other. Liu Ruyan picked up the coffee, took a sip, and then said to Yang Fan perfunctorily, This is the way we chat with our best friends, don't get involved. Oh. Although Yang Fan felt something was wrong, he still nodded and tried his best to behave like a gentleman. However, Su Yao is not so easy to talk to. She knocked the coffee cup heavily with a spoon, and then said to Yang Fan with a cold face, Yang Fan, I don't know you well, please don't call me Yao Yao in the future, only my closest people can call me that. You can just call me by my name, or... At this point, Su Yao suddenly glanced at Liu Ruyan, and then said with a smile, or call me Madam Jiang. Snap. The sound of a toothpick being broken. Don't ask why there are toothpicks in coffee shops. As the plot required, it appeared in Liu Ruyan's hands. Swish. Liu Ruyan's eyelids twitched violently, and she threw the broken toothpick into the trash can next to her. Yang Fan did not notice Liu Ruyan's abnormality, because his eyes were on Su Yao from beginning to end, and he wished he could dig out his eyeballs and nail them directly on Su Yao. Suchao University Campus Belle, I didn't expect you to be so cool and aloof, you are worthy of being the campus belle of Xilan University. I think you and Ruyan are good friends, and I'm Ruyan's boyfriend now, so calling you Yao Yao isn't too much, right? Forget it, forget it. I apologize to you. I was rude just now. To express my apology, I will host a big dinner tonight for everyone, just as an apology to the campus beauty of Suchao University. Yang Fan laughed, with a dog-licking expression on his face, as if he had just been scolded coldly by Su Yao and it was just a joke between friends and it was harmless at all. This moment, Liu Ruyan suddenly turned her head and looked at Yang Fan. There was a flash of astonishment in her beautiful eyes. She seemed to have not expected that Yang Fan would actually kneel down and lick Su Yao. Certainly. Su Yao, Zhao Shiman and Liu Li all had strange expressions on their faces. The three women looked at Liu Ruyan, who had an ugly expression on her face. This made the arrogant Liu Ruyan feel even more ashamed and angry. What's the meaning? Your girlfriend is sitting next to you, and you are actually licking another woman. Yang Fan, could you please have some shame? Who do you think Liu Ruyan? Seeing that Liu Ruyan was about to lose her temper, Liu Li, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up, Ruyan, didn't you want to ask me to look at a house? How come the topic has gone off track while we were chatting? Liu Li also means well. Because she was worried that the situation would get out of control, she jumped out and wanted to expose everything. However, good intentions can lead to bad consequences. Liu Li took out a stack of information from his briefcase, handed it to Liu Ruyan and said, Ruyan, these are the quality properties I have. Take a look first. If you find one you like, I can take you to see it directly. Liu Ruyan suppressed her anger, glared at Yang Fan inconspicuously, then took the information handed to her by Liu Li and began to flip through it casually. But as soon as Liu Ruyan opened the first page of information, an expression of surprise immediately appeared on her face. Xincheng No. 1 Mansion. 120 brand new houses. All of them are 200 square meters. Lizzie, you've been doing pretty well lately, haven't you? How come you were able to get this kind of rare and high-quality housing? That's it, give me a set. Liu Ruyan suddenly raised her head and looked at Liu Li, who was drinking coffee with joy on her face. Phew! Liu Li almost spit out a mouthful of coffee. It was not until this moment that she realized that she had taken the wrong information and actually gave the 120 houses that Su Yao entrusted her to rent out directly to Liu Ruyan. Awkward. It's so embarrassing. If Liu Ruyan knew that these houses actually belonged to her ex-boyfriend Jiang Chen, I wonder what her expression would be. What to do? Do you want to tell Liu Ruyan the truth? But can you tell the truth about the situation at the scene? If I say that, wouldn't that be the same as slapping Liu Ruyan in the face? If I don't say it, it would seem like it would be a kind of harm to Liu Ruyan. Woohoo! What should I do? Waiting online, very urgent. Chapter 43, Second Round of Confrontation. Ruyan, how about I take you to see the house first? If you are satisfied, I will contact the landlord and try to give you the best price. What do you think? Liu Li finally held back and did not reveal the landlord's information to Liu Ruyan. In addition, Liu Li also wanted to use the excuse of looking at houses to quickly take Liu Ruyan and Yang Fan away from the cafe. To prevent a conflict between Liu Ruyan and Su Yao, which would lead to an irreversible situation. However, ideals are full, but reality is skinny. Swish. Liu Ruyan put down the information in her hand, waved her hand casually and said, "No need to go to see the house. Just help me contact the landlord and discuss the rent of the house." Liu Li was dumbfounded. She never expected that the plot would not go as she expected. We're off track. Perhaps it was because of Liu Li's surprised expression that Liu Ruyan took a sip of coffee and explained slowly, "I have seen the house of Xingqing No. 1 mansion on the internet before, and I really like the environment there. It's a pity that the houses in Xingqing No. 1 mansion have always been sold but not rented. I didn't expect that you, Lizzie, could get so many houses in Xingqing No. 1 mansion. You are really amazing. Liu Ruyan is a gold digger who has long dreamed of marrying into a wealthy family. Naturally, she has done some research on the high-end residential areas in Xilan City. Xingqing No. 1 mansion is a high-end residential community that Liu Ruyan yearns for. However, before Liu Li could speak, a voice that made Liu Ruyan feel annoyed came from the other side of the table. "Don't waste your time. I won't rent the house to you." Swish. Liu Ruyan suddenly raised her head and looked at Su Yao, who was sitting opposite her with a puzzled look. Ding ding ding. Su Yao was holding a spoon, seemingly stirring the coffee in the cup carelessly, but the curve at the corner of her mouth still revealed Su Yao's inner thoughts at the moment, as if she was forcing back a smile. "Yao Yao, what do you mean?" Literally. "Yao Yao, do you mean that you can decide on behalf of the landlord to reject the tenant?" "Yeah, that's about it." Quiet. The table became quiet again. Liu Ruyan narrowed her eyes, looked at Su Yao again, then sneered and asked, "Yao Yao, are you going to tell me that these 120 houses in Xingqing No. 1 mansion are all yours?" "Ruyan, you know how I can afford to buy a house in Xingqing No. 1 mansion." Su Yao smiled gently, and seeing Liu Ruyan's expression of, as expected, she immediately said, "Although I can't afford it, my husband can afford it." Quiet. The dining table fell silent again. Liu Ruyan was stunned for several seconds, then her eyes suddenly widened and she asked in astonishment, "You mean, these 120 houses all belong to Jiang Chen?" "That's right." Su Yao nodded, then she bent down, picked up the bag under the table, and threw the bag of property certificates in front of Liu Ruyan. At this moment, Zhao Shiman covered her face. Liu Li also pretended to look at the scenery outside the window and turned her face to the side. So shameful. Yao Yao, this little naughty girl, starts showing off again. She was obviously trying to anger Liu Ruyan on purpose. Close to their face and open wide. Kill people and destroy their hearts. How much resentment and hatred does she have towards Liu Ruyan? Aren't we all good friends? Why do you have to tear your face apart, become enemies, and not even leave any wiggle room for a man? Swish, swish, swish. Liu Ruyan ignored Su Yao's mocking look, but quickly picked up a property certificate and looked through it carefully. 1, 2, 3. The further they watched, the uglier Liu Ruyan's expression became. The further she looked, the more her teeth chattered. Whoosh! Out of curiosity, Yang Fan reached out and picked up a property certificate. When he saw clearly that it was Jiang Chen's name, his face suddenly turned extremely ugly. What's the meaning? Why is Jiang Chen's name written on the property certificate? Isn't he Jiang Chen an orphan? He earned his university tuition by working part-time. How could a poor guy like him afford a house in Xingqing number 1 mansion? Moreover, there are 120 houses here, each of which is worth more than 20 million, which definitely adds up to more than 2.4 billion Dragon Country coins. How is that possible? If Jiang Chen was really so rich, how could Liu Ruyan break up with him? Wrong. There must be something fishy here. Suzhou University campus bell, these property certificates are all fake, right? Jiang Chen is just an orphan. How could he have the money to buy an entire building in Xingqing number 1 mansion? Let's take a step back. Even if these houses belong to Jiang Chen, why are the property certificates in your hands? Facing Yang Fan's repeated questioning, Su Yao suddenly couldn't help but covered her mouth and laughed. Seeing Su Yao giggling and the headlights on her chest shaking, Yang Fan's eyes almost popped out. Who doesn't he like the beautiful Da Lei? However, Su Yao's next words made Yang Fan freeze in place. Yang Fan, didn't Ruyan tell you? Jiang Chen is now a rich young man. A residential building is just a drop in the bucket of his assets. And I am now Jiang Chen's fiancé, so I naturally have the right to dispose of the extra real estate under his name. When Su Yao spoke, her nose almost turned up to the sky. Her arrogant face was even more vicious than Snow White's stepmother. In addition, Su Yao also tried her best to flatter herself. At the beginning, she claimed to be Jiang Chen's official girlfriend, but now she has become Jiang Chen's fiancé. The leap is quite big. But when hearing the word fiancé, Liu Ruyan finally couldn't help but explode. Bang! Liu Ruyan slammed the table, stood up, and glared at Su Yao angrily. The chill emanating from her body could be felt even from 8 blocks away. Quiet! The table fell silent once again. Except for Su Yao, everyone looked at Liu Ruyan in astonishment. Especially Zhao Shiman and Liu Li, the two girls were ready to stop the fight at any time, for fear that Liu Ruyan and Su Yao, the good friends, would start fighting over a disagreement. Yao Yao, I want to go to the bathroom. Can you come with me? Unexpectedly, Liu Ruyan actually held back her temper and even asked to go to the bathroom with Su Yao. Okay. Su Yao stood up without changing her expression. Amid everyone's astonished gazes, the two of them walked towards the bathroom hand in hand, as if nothing had happened. I want to go to the bathroom, too. Zhao Shiman seemed a little worried. After a moment's hesitation, she stood up and quickly chased after Liu Ruyan and Su Yao. Man, wait for me, I want to go to the bathroom too. Liu Li also quickly stood up and followed Zhao Shiman's footsteps. At last, Yang Fan was the only one left at the table. He was seen sitting in his seat with a gloomy face, tightly holding a real estate certificate with Jiang Chen's name on it in his hand. He was holding it so hard that his knuckles had turned white. After a long time, Yang Fan suddenly loosened his fingers, smiled self-deprecatingly and said, "So, I am the clown." Chapter 44. I loved him for 7 years. Time Mark Cafe. Toilet. Su Yao stood in front of the sink, facing the mirror, holding a Chanel lipstick in her hand, applying it on her lips, and checking to see if her makeup was ruined. At the sink next to her, Liu Ruyan turned on the faucet, washed her hands, and then turned off the faucet. Yao Yao, have you been thinking about Jiang Chen for a long time? Liu Ruyan's sudden words made Su Yao stop applying lipstick. Quiet. It's so quiet. Su Yao did not answer Liu Ruyan immediately. She first pursed her lips in front of the mirror, then covered her lipstick and put it into her LV bag worth 500,000 yuan. Yes, I did fall in love with Jiang Chen a long time ago. Su Yao admitted it openly, and immediately a hint of anger appeared on Liu Ruyan's stunningly beautiful face. Su Yao, you are so shameless. Liu Ruyan, why am I shameless? Jiang Chen is obviously my boyfriend, but you've had feelings for him for a long time, and you even shamelessly say you love him. What's the difference between you and a mistress? Liu Ruyan, you have to understand that I only got together with Jiang Chen after you broke up with him. I have never done anything to let you down. Silence, no words. Liu Ruyan trembled her lips, as if she wanted to retort. But Su Yao didn't give her a chance to fight back, and immediately took the lead and said, Liu Ruyan, I can tell you clearly that I had already fallen in love with Jiang Chen before he confessed to you for the first time. What? Liu Ruyan was stunned on the spot. She squinted her eyes and thought for a while, then asked in astonishment, "You mean, you already fell in love with Jiang Chen when you just started your freshman year?" "That's right." Su Yao nodded again and admitted it openly. She seemed to think that something was wrong with Liu Ruyan. She corrected her, "It's not that I like Jiang Chen, but that I love Jiang Chen." "Like?" Liu Ruyan was stunned again, and a mocking expression immediately appeared on her face. She said, "Su Yao, what kind of person are you? Don't I know it clearly? You are a 24K gold digger. You only love money. How can you say you love Jiang Chen? Besides, you and Jiang Chen had never even met before you went to college. It's impossible that you fell in love with Jiang Chen at first sight, right?" Listening to Liu Ruyan's undisguised sarcastic words, Su Yao was not angry at all. Instead, she squinted her eyes, as if she was lost in some memories. The scene was quiet for a moment. Su Yao's mouth suddenly raised a beautiful arc, and she slowly said, "I do love money, I admit this, but compared to money, I love Jiang Chen more." "Yeah." There was a hint of sarcasm on Liu Ruyan's face, and she obviously didn't believe what Su Yao said. Su Yao did not continue to dwell on this point, but recalled the past and said slowly, "I remember the night when college just started, I went out to buy things alone. On their way back to school, I passed an empty alley. Suddenly, two drunks appeared out of nowhere. They saw that I was alone, and then they blocked me in the alley and started to physically assault me. I was so scared at the time, I shouted desperately, but no one passed by." Hearing this, Liu Ruyan's mocking expression suddenly froze on her face. Although Su Yao only told the beginning of a story, she had already vaguely guessed something. As expected. Su Yao paused for a moment, then continued, "Seeing two drunkards tearing my clothes, I was completely desperate and even had thoughts of committing suicide." Just at this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly appeared. He was like a brave knight who came down from the sky when I was most desperate and helpless, beat away the bad guys and saved my life. It was at that moment that I was absolutely certain that I had fallen in love with this sunny and handsome boy in front of me. When Su Yao was recounting this memory, there was a happy and sweet smile on her face, and her charming peach blossom eyes were sparkling. Light. Liu Ruyan saw the light in Su Yao's eyes. This also made Liu Ruyan's face become even uglier. She never dreamed that there was such a bloody story of a hero saving a beauty hidden between Jiang Chen and Su Yao. You know, although the story of a hero saving a beauty is cliché, its lethality to women is undoubtedly the most deadly. So, Liu Ruyan had to believe that Su Yao was not lying. She had already fallen in love with Jiang Chen when she just started her freshman year. "Su Yao, since you were already attracted to Jiang Chen at that time, why didn't you confess to him? Why didn't you stay with him? You watched Jiang Chen lick me for 4 years, but you remained indifferent. You never even told Jiang Chen about your feelings. What kind of love is this?" The more Liu Ruyan spoke, the more excited she became. The more she looked at Su Yao, the more she disliked her. She seemed a little hysterical and even roared loudly without caring about her image. Su Yao did not argue with Liu Ruyan. She just glanced at Liu Ruyan lightly, and a beautiful curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. "I originally planned to confess my feelings to Jiang Chen the next day. But just when I found Jiang Chen and was about to confess my love to him, he turned around with a bouquet of flowers and loudly confessed his love to you. I felt like I was struck by lightning, and I was stunned." Har 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 har. Before Su Yao could finish her words, Liu Ruyan burst into laughter. She pointed at Su Yao, laughing so hard that she was out of breath and almost crying, and said, "So you feel inferior? Are you afraid? Are you shrinking? Are you afraid to confess your feelings to Jiang Chen again? Are you a deserter of love? Su Yao, you watched Jiang Chen being rejected by me, watched Jiang Chen heartbroken, but you didn't dare to go up to him and comfort him, let alone reveal your feelings to him. Is this what you call love?" Silence, no words. Su Yao's expression finally changed a little. She pursed her lips, and suddenly slapped herself without any warning, her face full of regret and guilt. "I was so out of my mind at the time that I actually thought there was a kind of love called letting go and a kind of love called fulfillment. I see that Jiang Chen likes you so much. You are the only one in his eyes and heart. He can't tolerate any other woman, so I hid this love deep in my heart, hoping to use time to slowly forget it. As a result, it turns out that I am an idiot. I can't forget it. I can't forget it at all. Almost every night, the scene of Jiang Chen swooping down from the sky, beating away those two drunks, and saving me from danger would reappear in my mind again and again. The more you try to forget this memory, the clearer it becomes. The clearer it becomes, the more unforgettable it becomes. Quiet. The bathroom became quiet again. Liu Ruyan's expression changed drastically again. The word jealousy was clearly written on her face. She was jealous of what happened between Su Yao and Jiang Chen. She was jealous that Su Yao could take Jiang Chen's money and squander it recklessly. She was even particularly jealous that Su Yao had been secretly in love with Jiang Chen for 7 years, and in the end she was actually with Jiang Chen openly, and the lovers finally got married. Because these are things that Liu Ruyan has never had. Liu Ruyan suddenly laughed miserably, then asked through gritted teeth, "So, after you graduated from college, you insisted on moving in to be my neighbor, not because of me, your best friend, but because of Jiang Chen?" "That's right. I have loved Jiang Chen for 7 whole years. How could I bear to leave him?" Su Yao stared straight at Liu Ruyan. She smiled charmingly, and then said murderously, "I want to thank you. If you hadn't chosen to let me go, how could I have been with Jiang Chen?" Phew. Liu Ruyan almost vomited blood. She stared at Su Yao angrily and said in a low voice, "Su Yao, you turned against me for a man today and humiliated me with such vicious words. Don't you care about our friendship for so many years? Liu Ruyan, you don't know how much I love Jiang Chen." Su Yao said something out of context, and then slowly explained, "I don't care who it is, as long as they dare to hurt Jiang Chen, they are my enemy. The same goes for this. No matter which woman she is, as long as she can make Jiang Chen happy, make Jiang Chen laugh, and make Jiang Chen feel good, she is my sister, Su Yao. I don't mind how many women Jiang Chen has around him. I only care whether he is happy or not. Is he happy or not? If he is well, it will be my sunny day." Liu Ruyan. Chapter 45 for Golden Flowers. Xilan City. First People's Hospital. Senior Ward. Xinxin's operation was very successful, but the effect of the anesthetic had not yet worn off, so the little girl had been lying on the hospital bed and sleeping. Jiang Chen stayed with Bai Qianqian in the ward for an entire afternoon. He wanted to wait until the little girl woke up and then adopt her as his goddaughter. But it was past 5 o'clock in the afternoon and the little girl still didn't wake up. The doctor came to check on her and finally came to the conclusion the little girl seemed a little tired and was sleeping. This made Jiang Chen, Bai Qianqian, and Bai's father and mother all laugh. After the fun, everyone felt relieved and looked at the little girl with eyes full of pity. Jiang Chen originally planned to stay in the hospital until the little girl woke up, but Bai Qianqian insisted that Jiang Chen go back to their hotel to rest first. After all, Bai Qianqian's parents are in this ward, and it would be very inconvenient for Jiang Chen, an outsider, to stay here. Besides, Jiang Chen always felt guilty when facing Bai's father and mother. "Never mind. Come to the hospital to visit the little girl tomorrow. I'll slip away today." Next, Jiang Chen returned to their hotel alone. Unexpectedly, as soon as I got off the car, a woman in a hotel housekeeper uniform came towards me. The woman looked younger than Bai Qianqian, probably around 27 or 28 years old, with a pretty face and a slim figure. She was considered a beauty with superior looks. Pity. Their pair of headlights were only B grade, 2 grades lower than Bai Qianqian's, which weakened their appeal to Jiang Chen. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am your new housekeeper. My name is Li Qian. I will be the one serving you in place of butler Bai." Li Qian had a professional smile on her face. The moment she saw Jiang Chen's face clearly, a light seemed to flash quickly in her eyes. Jiang Chen just nodded casually and walked into the elevator. Li Qian also hurriedly followed Jiang Chen into the elevator, and then pressed the floor button first. After the elevator door closed, she immediately reported to Jiang Chen. "Mr. Jiang, half an hour ago, your girlfriend, Miss Su, returned to your room with Miss Zhao and a Miss Liu. 20 minutes ago, a lady named Miss Lin who claimed to be your personal financial secretary came to see you. She is waiting in your room now. 10 minutes ago, a Miss Qin reserved the revolving restaurant on the top floor of the hotel and wanted to invite you, Mr. Jiang, to dinner." Hearing this, Jiang Chen frowned slightly and asked quickly, "Miss Qin? Which Miss Qin?" Li Qian was slightly stunned when she heard this, and she replied subconsciously, "The only daughter of the chairman of the Qin group, the daughter of the Qin family in Xilan City, Qin Sigh, Miss Qin. After saying this, Li Chen carefully observed Jiang Chen's expression. Seeing Jiang Chen's confused expression, Li Chen asked with a little surprise, "Mr. Jiang, don't you know this Miss Qin?" "I don't know him." Jiang Chen shook his head and immediately asked, "Butler Li, do you know why Miss Qin wants to invite me to dinner?" "Well." Li Chen quickly shook her head and replied, "I don't know why Miss Qin wants to invite you to dinner. I just received a call from the general manager, and he asked me to tell you that Miss Qin wants to invite you to dinner." "Okay, I understand." Jiang Chen nodded expressionlessly. The elevator just arrived at the 29th floor. He walked out of the elevator and suddenly turned to Li Chen and said, "What time did you arrange to have dinner with me, Miss Qin?" 7 p.m. "Okay, please let Butler Li remind me when the time comes." "Okay, Mr. Jiang." In fact, Jiang Chen had already guessed who this Miss Qin was. Recently, there is a woman who has had some interactions with Jiang Chen and has the financial resources to book an entire floor of the revolving restaurant. Who else could it be other than the kidnapped hot chick? Only. Jiang Chen didn't expect that the hot girl was actually the daughter of the Qin family. Jiang Chen didn't know much about the Qin group and the Qin family. He only knew that the Qin family was a wealthy family in Xilan City, and that the Qin group was a chaebol group with a market value of over 100 billion. Having said that, the eldest daughter of the Qin family is awesome. In such a short time, they were able to find out Jiang Chen's identity and that he was staying at the Royal International Hotel. Pity. The little hottie is so young, she is probably just an adult. This is not Jiang Chen's cup of tea. Otherwise, Jiang Chen wouldn't mind having something romantic happen with her. Crack. With all these messy things in his mind, Jiang Chen opened the door of the presidential suite and strode in. As soon as I walked into the living room, I heard the sound of laughter and playfulness. Jiang Chen looked over and saw four stunningly beautiful women sitting on the sofa in the living room. Su Yao, Zhao Shaman, Liu Li, Lin Qingxue. For money-worshipping women. Spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums, the slim swallows and the plump rings, all the flowers compete for beauty, each with its own merits. "Honey, you're back." The moment they saw Jiang Chen, the four golden flowers immediately stopped fighting. Su Yao also quickly stood up, walked quickly to Jiang Chen, and then hugged him like a spoiled child. This scene is just like a loving wife welcoming her husband home from get off work and taking the initiative to give him a loving hug. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up slightly. Regardless of the presence of outsiders, he immediately hugged Su Yao and gave her a French kiss, and by the way, he punched in on her perky buttocks. After a long time, their lips parted. Su Yao's pretty face flushed slightly, and her pair of charming peach blossom eyes were not only almost stringy, but also rippling with circles of water in her eyes. Next, Jiang Chen hugged Su Yao and sat on the sofa, but his eyes looked at Liu Li, who was sitting next to them, looking a little nervous and uneasy. "Jiang Chen, long time no see." Liu Li greeted Jiang Chen with a smile. Jiang Chen just nodded casually and then shifted his gaze to Lin Qingxue. Lin Qingxue noticed Jiang Chen looking at her, and immediately took out an exquisite box from her bag and handed it to Jiang Chen respectfully. "Master Jiang, this is your bank card. I have transferred all your savings from Longwo Bank to this card, totaling 575,366,849 yuan." When they heard this number, Su Yao and Zhao Shaman remained calm, and Lin Qingxue did not show much surprise. But Liu Li, who was sitting next to him, suddenly widened her eyes, and looked at Jiang Chen as if she was looking at her father, little stars, shining brightly and twinkling. Jiang Chen picked up the box and opened it. Inside was a black metallic bank card. The card feels cool to the touch, and its texture is obviously different from that of ordinary bank cards. The card number and the cardholder's name in pinyin are also marked in bright gold font. The last four numbers are 8. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with this card number. "Mr. Jiang, this is the card opening gift our bank prepared for you. It's also a token of our appreciation. I hope you like it." Lin Qingxue brought a wooden box from somewhere. When she opened it, she saw dozens of small gold bars neatly arranged inside. Each gold bar is printed with the China Merchants Bank's logo and is marked with 100 grams. A rough count revealed that there were about 30 small gold bars. Jiang Chen did not expect that when he opened a card and account at China Merchants Bank's private bank, the other party would actually give him 30 gold bars. The total value of these gold bars is estimated to be over 2 million. But Jiang Chen thought again. He had deposited more than 570 million yuan in China Merchants Bank. With this huge deposit, the bank could earn countless millions. Nowadays, as long as you have money, banks will curry favor with you.